I'm leveling up my stats on a deserted island. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76, Ways to Break Through. Zhang Ming reviewed the information he had just received. The so-called spirit, energy and spirit of the Yanjiao people corresponds to the three attributes of physique, perception, and spirit, a total of 3 major levels. When the spirit, energy and spirit reaches a certain level, you will encounter a bottleneck and must rely on additional superpowers to assist in breaking through. 3 levels require 3 additional superpowers, so it is extremely difficult for the Yanjiao people. They are born with at most 1, and the others need to be studied hard. But why does it feel so easy for me? Zhang Ming was a little confused. He had so many superpowers that he couldn't use them all. Thinking of this, he used the power burst to mobilize the muscles of his whole body, and the blue veins popped up, and the blood circulation quickly accelerated. At the same time, the attribute points were allocated to physique, 201. But soon, a tingling sensation like a needle prick from every muscle in his body, like the bite of thousands of ants, and like countless silver needles flowing in the blood vessels. Zhang Ming felt that he was about to explode. Under the severe pain, the flow of spirit changed drastically, and Zhang Ming could not maintain the power burst, so his physique fell back to 200 points. He was sweating profusely, breathing heavily as if he was exhausted, and checking his body for any problems. It wasted a little attribute, but this method seems to be really promising. As long as the control of power burst is improved to a certain level, there may be a chance to break through the bottleneck. Having found a way, he couldn't help but feel very happy. What interested him more was not the so-called human extreme or breakthrough bottleneck method, but the subsequent series of stories. He has excavated many ancient relics, but Shinma has never reread the last story, that is, how the Yanjiao people were exterminated and what was the truth of Xuan Wu's death. Extermination of the race, this term is too terrible. So much so that people can't help but think of the Earthlings far away in the sky, a civilization closed to free-for-all. Whether it is the catastrophe in the mysterious area or the various internal divisions, it is a group of rabble, rotten fish and shrimp. Can a civilization that only knows the superficial knowledge of supernatural things and has not even reached the extreme of human beings withstand the disaster of genocide? Zhang Ming sat on the ground and thought for a long time. In the end, he could only helplessly operate the human breathing technique, 3rd version, that he had worked hard to modify, trying to improve the details. This is a human version improved based on the Xuan Wu breathing technique and Yanjiao breathing technique. Humans do not have a turtle back or a hard horn on their heads, so Zhang Ming took the initiative to piece together and changed the last space node to the 3rd spine, which was barely usable. But the efficiency level is too low. Zhang Ming estimated that after operating the human breathing technique for a year, even he, the founder, could only gain 2-3 points of attributes. This efficiency is really outrageous. The 3 levels of spirit, energy and spirit, and the total attribute bottleneck of 600 points, need to practice for 200 or 300 years. He, Zhang, is also a man of face. This kind of stuff is really not presentable and cannot be passed on to all mankind. If he is given another year or 2, he is confident that he can increase the efficiency by 2 or 3 times, and then he can barely get by. However, he doesn't seem to have much time. The human side is a little anxious. Gaia consciousness is even more anxious. The radio rang at the right time, and Li Xianfeng's voice appeared in his ears. With the ocean area being squeezed out by the mysterious area, the drastic weakening of Gaia consciousness is already a certain event. The current mirage in the sky has changed from once a day, once every 3 days, to once every 7 days now. We have enough reason to believe that Gaia consciousness can't hold on for too long. One day, the mirage will disappear completely. Zhang Ming was in a bad mood. Li Xianfeng meant that you should dig up the ruins while the mirage is still there. If you don't dig, we can't contact you. Being stared at by the mirage, he felt offended. Now that the mirage is almost gone, he has a feeling of loss again. But there is no way. Even the people on Earth don't know what Gaia is. They only know that Gaia really exists and implicitly stands on the side of humans in the tide of spiritual energy revival. He, Lao Zhang, can't save the problem of Gaia being weakened. At least there is no so-called Gaia in the Yanjiao civilization. They only have an extremely powerful Xuan Wu. Radio, The number of superpowers has increased significantly in the past month, exponentially exploding. The spiritual energy wave is coming quickly. Correspondingly, the number of mutant life on Earth is also increasing significantly. The number of superpower criminals is rising. Restricting the use of various supernatural powers in public places has become an imminent public safety issue. In fact, most people's abilities are very poor, but in public, setting a fire or fighting can already cause great damage. What's more, the class contradiction between superpowers and ordinary people is becoming increasingly prominent. Who doesn't want to pursue a sense of superiority? In the past, there was a saying like regional discrimination, and the gap between people could not be eliminated. Now there is another superpower class, and some people have a greater sense of superiority, which is normal. Humans are a bunch of rotten fish and shrimp. I'm worried about the extinction of the clan, but you're still fighting among yourselves. I'll slap you to death, Zhang Ming cursed in his heart, and a flash of lightning flashed across the sky, and the firewood was reignited. The knowledge he had learned from the Yanjiao clan was indeed effective. In just a few months, he had a much better control over lightning. Lightning comes from heart fire and lightning, which means that when he is furious, the current will be much stronger. He put a big iron pot in the stone pit, threw in a few big fish, and steamed them fiercely over a high fire. The group of turtles smelled the fragrance and surrounded them, looking at them with their eyes rolling. After digging for a day's worth of relics and treasures, their purpose was to have a bite of spicy food. The amount didn't matter, the key was that it was spicy enough. These turtles fell madly in love with chili peppers and a sour fruit similar to lemon. If they didn't eat spicy food for one day, they would fall down when walking. And if they didn't eat sour food for 3 days, they would fall down when walking. Radio, the conflict between superpowers and ordinary people is spiraling up. Some extreme violent organizations have emerged abroad, claiming that the purpose of the organization is to overthrow the current human government and establish a world ruled by superpowers. The gentleman trapped on the deserted island is their relative and the spokesperson for the Jade Emperor, God, and Buddha. As long as the gentleman can be rescued from the deserted island, they can be granted wealth, happiness, and a beautiful afterlife. Through these reasons, these organizations have made a lot of money, and the amount of fraud has reached tens of billions. The evil leader is actually me. Zhang Ming was stunned. There are also people who use his good reputation to cheat. Wait, the amount of fraud of tens of billions is not small. There won't be a few real relatives who are fooling people there, right? His identity, if someone really wants to investigate, it's quite easy. After all, he has so many relatives, friends, colleagues and classmates who know him, and it's not very realistic for the country to completely conceal the news. Therefore, Li Xianfeng's subtext is that everyone is equal before the law. Even if your relatives, Lao Zhang, break the law, we have to deal with it. We have informed you in the broadcast, so don't go back and find that your relatives are in jail. Don't be so upset. I know, who doesn't have a few bad relatives? I don't care if they go to jail or not. Zhang Ming leaned back and lay on the chair. Even if my parents are locked up, as long as they are not shot, it doesn't matter. Zhang Ming joked to the turtles. Will your race be like this in the future? Now they are happy together, will some turtles become inferior turtles? Inferior cattle and horses? Xiao Bei blinked his eyes, expressing his confusion, and asked with his mouth open, what are cattle and horses? Are they delicious? These primitive species have not yet formed the concept of class, and only the patriarch Liao Bei turtle has a slightly higher status, and the rest of the turtles have almost no class differences. The food in the ocean is inexhaustible, and they usually don't have much competition. They are also more Buddhist in character. They can bask in the sun all day long, and sometimes even lie on the ground motionless after eating for a week. As for the concept of mating and courtship, they almost don't have it. Because they don't feel much pleasure from mating, reproduction is just an instinct. Just over a month ago, Zhang Ming saw them mating. The male turtles cast their nets widely and constantly lock on to their targets. The males will constantly try to tear each other apart for mating. Anyway, it's just a grand party there. This carnival scene made Zhang Ming, an outsider, very embarrassed. In short, the concepts of turtles are completely different from those of humans. Even if humans have had a period of great impact, it may be the primitive era millions of years ago. But now human civilization seems to have undergone new changes. The offspring born by superpowers are more likely to be superpowers. About 50%. Therefore, superpowers have priority in mating rights. Faced with the arms of ordinary humans, the new era of great impact seems to have begun again. Listening to what Li Xianfeng reported, Lao Zhang sneered. The world is really going downhill, and people's hearts are not the same as before. Everyone hates privileges, and everyone yearns for privileges. I will quietly watch you fight for privileges, and then destroy the foundation of privileges. I want everyone in the world to have superpowers. Let those who think of privileges and claim to be superior feel the crushing of the founder. Of course, how to send information is also a key. Now that the drifting bottle has left, it will take a long time for it to come back. However, you can use the mirage in the sky to send information to humans. Since the mirage exists for a long time, it is not a bad idea to demonstrate a human breathing technique on the beach. Even, you can use Shimama's spiritual language illusion ability, coupled with a corresponding explanation. Shimama, read it with me. Today, I want to teach the human breathing technique. Shimama repeated it exactly the same, and the illusion really made people feel like they were there. Zhang Ming was very satisfied and considered every word carefully. From today on, everyone can practice, and everyone can be a person with superpowers. Shimama continued to repeat, and it seemed to be very happy to do this kind of pretentious thing. Chapter 77 The Wind and Sand of the Times, Additional Chapter 220. Zhang Ming smiled and waved his right hand. Suddenly, more than 100 sharp steel needles appeared in his palm. They were all polished by him in his spare time. After being refrigerated by the ice spear and then burned at high temperature, it can effectively avoid bacterial infection. How to teach human breathing technique is to guide the operation of spirit through these steel needles. Shimama rolled around beside him, repeating what he just heard. Zhang Ming explained seriously, "Hey, human civilization is very complicated. Human breathing technique is a good thing that everyone can practice. Once it spreads, the superpower class will no longer exist. Human breathing technique is a growth ability, which is much stronger than the personal talents of most people. It can also prove that superpowers can be learned from each other. This is very important." Shimama rolled around beside him, and Zhang Ming always felt that it had a kind of teasing meaning in it. Even the little white turtle turned into a white jade stone and rolled around happily. "It's over, it has learned bad things." Two stones, one black and one white, rolled around on the ground like billiard balls, making strange noises. Zhang Ming had long been accustomed to this scene. His face twitched twice, and he kicked the two stones away at the same time. "Be quiet," but his roar was meaningless. More turtles screamed loudly after eating the peppers, kicking the round coconuts as if they were footballs, inviting Zhang Ming to play football with them. Zhang Ming closed his eyes helplessly, and did not play with them. He inserted the sharp needles into his acupuncture points one by one, and studied the human breathing technique. In a blink of an eye, he pierced himself like a hedgehog. Time passed day by day. With a continuous rise of the spiritual energy wave, the proportion of superpowers in the human group has risen to 1% of the total population. Millions of people have already gained abilities. The wind and sand of the time seem to blow on everyone's face, condensed, rough and cold. In a world that is about to be in internal chaos, even ordinary people can feel the gunpowder smell. Daksha country, a remote city, a militia camp. Dear citizens, please pay attention. An important notice is being played below. A new wave of cold air will arrive from the mysterious area tomorrow. Some susceptible people may experience adverse reactions such as high blood pressure, palpitations, rapid heartbeat, and cold sweats all over the body. If you feel unwell, please rest in time and keep warm. The symptoms will be relieved within 3 to 5 days. Citizens who have awakened superpowers need to go to the city hall in time and report their personal information. The strong cold and wet current from the mysterious area will affect the eastern part of our country, causing widespread rain and snow. The temperature is expected to drop sharply to -3 to 5 degrees Celsius. At the same time, the number of mutant creatures will increase significantly. If you find any mutated animals or plants, please report them to the militia teams around the city in time. Do not rashly eat the flesh and blood of mutant creatures. Wang Fuman held a shovel and listened to the radio. He couldn't help but curse. The weather is getting weirder and weirder. It's snowing in June and the temperature has dropped to below zero. Isn't it said that global warming is happening? Why is it snowing again suddenly? Global warming is an overall warming, but local climates will also become extreme. It is said that the temperature in the west has been 40 degrees Celsius for 2 consecutive months. It's crazy. Lu Tuiyu also took a shovel and shoveled the snow one by one. I wonder how the refugees abroad can get through the difficulties, Wang Fumin said. The poor in small countries in the past were naturally pitiful, but now we can only pretend that we don't see the situation. Those countries with advantageous geographical locations don't need us to pity them. After all, our own lives are not easy. Lu Tuiyu rubbed his hands that were frozen like radishes and exhaled a few times. Have you heard that in the black market, a pound of mutant flesh can be sold for 10 million? It can provide 50 people with superpowers, which is equivalent to 200,000 per person, which is barely acceptable. Alice, the concentration of spiritual energy will rise to the same level as the mysterious area sooner or later. By then, there will be a 1 in 10 chance of winning the lottery. Why are they so anxious? Wang Fumin couldn't understand why so many people would buy a lottery ticket worth 200,000 yuan. If it were him, he would rather buy some food and drinks and send them home. Even if inflation is serious, 200,000 yuan is not a small amount for ordinary people. Of course, his mentality has a lot to do with the fact that he scratched the lottery ticket. With the ability of Shine Luxing, he has a weird mental illusion when he thinks about it. Of course they are like this, Lu Tuiyu sighed. This is the only lottery ticket in life, the kind that can change class and rise to the top in one step. How could they not care? It's just a pity that the bitter fruit of failure is too cruel. Lu Tuiyu has a good mentality and reluctantly accepts the fact that he will be an ordinary person all his life. But most people can't accept it. The more people who jump over the Dragon Gate, the more superpowers there are around them, the more they can't accept it. After finishing the work of shoveling snow, the two returned to the cafeteria to eat. Damn, these people can't even shovel snow? They're all slacking off. Lu Tuiyu kicked a few pieces of gravel to the side of the road while cursing. The atmosphere of lively chatting in the cafeteria has long disappeared. In the era of the aura wave, every day there are a few lucky people around us who awaken superpowers, leap over the Dragon Gate, and ascend to heaven in one step. But for the rest of the people, deep in their hearts, the driving force for a better life has disappeared. People are looking forward to pie in the sky, looking forward to it when they work, looking forward to it when they eat, and even looking forward to it when they sleep. Everyone is thinking in their hearts, when will it be their turn? Will it be their turn? Will it be? When a person does not need any effort, only luck can change his fate, then no one wants to work hard. The atmosphere in the cafeteria is indescribably silent. A small number of people gather in twos and threes, whispering and talking in low voices. The crowd automatically divides into several camps, those who have not scratched the lottery yet, those who have scratched and failed, and those who have scratched successfully. Those who have not scratched the lottery still have a glimmer of hope, and all kinds of whispers are coming from them. Are there any of you who want to buy mutant meat? 200,000 per quota. I can help you get a cheaper quota of 180,000. Gold, silver, etc. are also fine. A thin and capable middle-aged man was selling something. 180,000 is too expensive. When the concentration of spiritual energy increases, you will naturally have superpowers. Is it necessary to buy it? A young man questioned. The thin and capable middle-aged man whispered, Hey, don't say it. Superpowers are still scarce now, and the identity is a bit useful. What's the use of it when it's everywhere in the future? Someone else asked. What if it doesn't awaken? That can't be helped. We don't lie here. If you don't awaken after eating monster meat for the first time, it means you don't have that talent. It's useless to eat more. In this fanatical atmosphere, some people hesitated. They were afraid that they didn't have the corresponding qualifications and would fall directly into the category of lower people after failing to awaken. Some people were eager to try and made up their minds there. Anyway, no matter sooner or later, this stage will come, so it is better to do it sooner. The government doesn't care about this kind of business. Lu Tuiyu sighed, got a portion of fried rice from the cafeteria, and ate it randomly. How can it be managed? How can you ask the government to manage it? The whole country is paying attention to this, and it can't be managed. Wang Fumin turned his head again and looked at the group of people sitting on the right. They were all people who failed to scratch the lottery. Not only did they lose their money, but they also lost hope in life. Their spirits were sluggish, the spirit in their eyes disappeared, and they even gave up on themselves. There is only one chance in life. If you fail, there is no way to start over. As for those who succeeded in scratching the lottery, they were naturally high and mighty. They didn't even eat at the same table, and they were discussing their future lives with great joy. What ability do you have? Night vision. The darker it gets, the better my vision is. I can see clearly. What a great ability. It's perfect for night reconnaissance. What about you? The man smiled proudly. Precision control. It's okay. I can shoot more accurately than others, and I can do other crafts more accurately. I plan to learn locksmithing. Locksmithing is good. With the ability of precision control, you can become a level 6 or 7 locksmith after a few years of training. Ordinary people can't train it in their lifetime. When the aunt in the cafeteria served the dishes to these superpowers, her hands did not shake. She even gave them an extra spoonful of meat with a flattering smile. It was as if they were from two different worlds. And the other diners, of course, thought this scene was normal. Otherwise, why would so many people sharpen their heads and want to become superpowers? Seeing this scene, Lu Tuiyu sneered, and his heart was eager to try. Lao Wang, do you know why I want to get superpowers? Why? Lao Wang took a mouthful of noodles. I just want to be a qualified troll. Now when I troll them, they think I'm jealous and envious, and I can't hurt them at all. But if I have superpowers, I will be qualified to troll them. Wang Fuman also knew that his good friend was an angry young man. He trolled from the external network to the internal network, and he felt uncomfortable if he didn't swear a few words every day. He couldn't help but smile and lowered his voice. You can't change the result by trolling, you just offend others for no reason. People with superpowers are much better than ordinary people in some areas. What can we do? Lu Tuiyu picked at the fried rice in the bowl and said in a hurry, that's not what I meant. It's just that this kind of discrimination and estrangement is getting bigger day by day. We were able to get together for dinner yesterday, but today we sat in other seats. That depends on the person. There are always people who are not like this. Wang Fuman continued to eat his meal, but the general environment is really like this. There is nothing we can do. Chapter 78. Please feel the crushing of the founding master. Lu Tuiyu's voice couldn't help but lower, and even the speed of eating slowed down. They suddenly came back again, which makes people feel unhappy. Yes, so what if they are unhappy? So what if they are back? Wang Fuman was silent for a moment, and cursed unhappily. Don't think too much. Compared with the outside world, we are still safe here. There's a bite to eat, we can still brag and fart here, and we can sleep well. A steady stream of refugees are pouring in from the border. Whatever world you are in, whatever cattle and horses you have, all they want is a full meal and a stable place to live. Don't you see what kind of era it is now? What you think and what you firmly believe in the face of the times, not worth it. Wang Fuman's words were heavy and even a little unpleasant. But he had to say this, otherwise this young friend might make a big fuss. Lu Tuiyu's face flushed, and he wanted to refute with a surge of emotions, but he just opened his mouth and couldn't say anything. He racked his brains to think, but faced with a cruel reality, he could not say anything. He lowered his head and finally just ate, unable to say anything. At this moment, the TV in the cafeteria happened to broadcast a news. The U.S. House of Representatives has officially amended the Constitution, stipulating in the 16th Amendment that the voting weight of people with superpowers will be 10 times that of ordinary people. The U.S. President made a speech on constitutional amendment. This is a great victory for democracy and the first step into a new era. This time, the amendment is undoubtedly the right choice and in line with the trend of the times. Peace and letting some power establish a new order in the new era have become the main topic of current international politics. The crowd in the cafeteria suddenly became noisy. Isn't he an ordinary person? How dare they do this? He doesn't have superpowers himself, Lu Tuiyu said sarcastically. Nonsense, they can't fall into class. Even if they are ordinary people, can't they have children? Find a few superpowered people to pair up, and the children born will soon be superpowered people. What's there to worry about? The crowd was silent. The method of changing the cage and replacing the bird is easy for the top leaders, but how can ordinary people do it? How can ordinary people find a superpowered person as a spouse? The TV continued to report, the United States announced a plan to build a large human sperm bank, giving priority to supplying reproductive cells to people with superpowers. Scientific research shows that the offspring of people with superpowers will have a greater chance of becoming superpowers. Good guy, this is really good. What does this mean? It's not that the right to have children is deprived, the law does not prohibit it, but at the level of public opinion, the offspring born from a combination with a superpower person will be better. You decide for yourself. Even an old man like Wang Fuman's face changed. Although the news broadcasts news about Americans, isn't it also a kind of alternative wind? The pressure of the times has been passed on to everyone. and only those who successfully scratch the lottery ticket seem to be calm and still gather together to talk happily. Does all this have anything to do with them? Is it related to them? It has nothing to do with them. They have even become beneficiaries. It's like two worlds. Old Lee, what measures have been taken by the large sperm bank in the United States? Should we follow suit? What great victory? These words make me sick. Won't the people over there make trouble? Don't they have guns? In the Special Affairs Handling Department, both young people and some middle-aged professors were all scared by these heavy news. Even though they were all scientific researchers, there were some things they had to care about. Li Xianfeng's face was livid, and he was trembling slightly. He sat in the center of the conference room and forced his trembling heart to calm down. What are you doing? Do you really think that you can make trouble with a few guns? Sit down and be quiet. He was silent for a long time before he sighed. This matter is not as simple as you think. Ordinary people have a 1/10 chance of becoming superpowers. This is an iron law, born, and we can't change it. If you want to increase the proportion of superpowers, there is only one way: to give birth to offspring. When two superpowers give birth, the probability of their offspring being superpowers is more than 50%. The combination of superpowers and ordinary people also has a probability of 25% minus 30%. If you were a woman, what would you think? There was silence in the conference room. Xiaozi, what do you think? Li Xianfeng looked at a young intern girl in the room. If a superpower and an ordinary person pursue you at the same time, which one would you choose? The beautiful girl named Xiaozi blushed immediately and said hesitantly, I want to find someone who is talented and has an interesting personality. It has nothing to do with whether you have superpowers or not. Oh, it seems that you are very ambitious and have a bit of literary and artistic atmosphere. Li Xianfeng smiled, but most people are secular. In their eyes, the mating rights of people with superpowers are superior to others. You can understand it as a natural Brahmin. Who doesn't want to marry a Brahmin? It's your personal freedom if you don't want to, but you can't do anything about what others think, what the common people think. This is the general trend of the times. People's thinking is the most difficult to change. If we don't do it, the people will spontaneously help us do it, and human morality will spontaneously evolve in this direction. So, while the situation has not completely collapsed, set up a sperm bank and blow the wind in public opinion. At least it's better than completely corrupting morality and regressing to the primitive age. Even if we are slow, the proportion of Americans with superpowers will far exceed ours. Their research progress will also be faster. Li Xianfeng knocked on the table heavily. If you were asked to make the decision, what would you do? What could you do? Everyone was silent and unable to refute. Several older professors sighed. Li Xianfeng continued, I know that this fact has shaken the foundation of modern civilization, but everyone should know that modern civilization is a thing of the past. We are facing a brand new world, a world where superpowers coexist with ordinary people. In this new world, our social system, social morality, and personal beliefs will change whether we like it or not. There is even the possibility of regression. The people in the room soon dispersed, and Li Xianfeng sat alone in front of the computer, covering his face with his hands and crying silently. At this moment, he deeply felt the powerlessness from the level of fate. Reincarnation, what's the use? It's useless. Under the great power of the times, everything is mixed. Society is composed of human groups. The violent changes in the external environment and the changes in the thoughts of human groups have constituted a brand new era. The wheel of history cannot be stopped by anyone. With a gray and white June snow, the whole world is shrouded in a bleak tomorrow, and the lead gray clouds are endless, covering the entire sky. The outline of the mountain intercepts the extremely cold June snowflakes. The raging wind kisses the stiff corpses on the battlefield. The miner's hat hides the cold weather in the mysterious area. The coffee cup has an El Niño in the African desert. The wildcats in the shelter stretch their bodies like ferns, and people's eyes flash with a black breath of despair and helplessness. The surging river flows eastward. Who'll reverse the spiral of civilization? Who'll stop the irreversible fate? Who'll come? I will. Li Xianfeng seemed to hear something, and he couldn't help but look up and look out a window. In an instant, the cloud split, and a crack opened in the thick black clouds, revealing the blue and clear sky behind. It seems that someone has descended from the sky, intending to reverse this cruel era. South Asia. Venkateshwara Temple, a temple that can accommodate 100,000 believers every day, has increased to 1 million people today. A large number of believers are crawling on the ground, listening to the prayers of the high priest. The emergence of superpowers is a gift from God. An elderly man, slowly floating in the sky, read to the crowd, "Anyone who awakens superpowers has received God's guidance and is favored by God. Let me baptize them." He sang and danced. People have all kinds of wishes. Carpenters wait for cars to break down, doctors hope people break their legs, and Brahmins hope donors come. Soma wine. Come out for Indra. The blacksmith has firewood by the fire, bird feathers fanning the flames, stone anvils and blazing furnaces, waiting for customers with gold to come forward. Soma wine. Come out for Indra. In this ancient land, the caste system has revived again. The crowd of believers, watching the believers who have awakened superpowers, lined up to receive the baptism of holy water. Their eyes were blank and numb. Who would be willing to become a Vaishya? Who would want to cultivate the next life? Who could resist fate? The crowd seemed to have heard something and looked up at the sky. The clouds cracked and the sun suddenly shone down. The Emperor Building, this old but strong building, withstood the earthquake. Today, the Emperor Building is holding a special auction, and billionaires gather here, toasting and talking. Host, ladies and gentlemen, there is only one lottery in life, and you can never get it back if you miss it. Our fate is as bad as the apple pie made by Aunt Karen next door. We don't have awakened superpowers, but it doesn't matter, we can decide the fate of future generations. Laughter, applause. This auction is to give everyone a ticket to enter the new era. The host clapped his hands, and rows of men and women walked to the front, like pets waiting to be selected. A group of strong bodyguards behind him, all holding guns and wearing sunglasses, were solemn. They are all refugees introduced from the border areas, so there is no need to worry about legal issues. They are all superpowered people with excellent fertility and a greater chance of giving birth to excellent offspring. Our research on abilities is still in its infancy. But it is undeniable that superpowered people are much better than ordinary people in their specialties. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start the first auction. Applause. The famous rich man Nisk sighed in a low voice, "Morality is just a plaything. Its function is to restrain the weak and serve the strong." Before he finished speaking, a mysterious voice sounded from everyone's heart. The rich people at the auction seemed to have heard something, and all stuck their heads out and looked out the window. Even in the middle of the night, even in the dark of night, people still sensed something. Near the Eiffel Tower, the temperature rose to 43 degrees Celsius, which is almost a historically high temperature for a temperate marine climate. A large number of civilians are marching and demonstrating to protest that the things they are proud of have been crushed by the times. Since the beacon of democracy revised the constitution, the rest of the Western countries have also been ready to move and have started the constitutional amendment process. On the top floor of a building, several high-ranking officials in suits and leather shoes, drinking coffee and looking at the dark crowd of demonstrators below, made a playful bet. "Hey, guess how long they can last this time? The weather is so hot, can they last a week? I bet a month's worth of coffee, they can't last a week. After venting enough, they can only go back to work obediently." How cunning, Joe. I also wanted to bet that they couldn't last a week, but you got there first. Several people laughed, and then sighed softly. Constitutional amendment is necessary. If there is reproductive isolation, ordinary people and people with superpowers will be two species. I am so glad that there is no reproductive isolation, otherwise it will be even worse. Yeah, I am glad too. There was a knock on the door. Some members of parliament want to unite to impeach you. The gentleman glanced at the beautiful secretary and laughed. This thing is not promoted by me alone. Don't make a fuss. The impeachment is just to cover up public opinion and put all the blame on me. I will announce my resignation tomorrow. Let them find someone to take the blame. Sir, is this really okay? The gentleman saw the confused look on the beautiful secretary's face, and said softly, "It is better to be ruthless than brainless. World history is a history of ruthlessness defeating brainlessness. This bill is indeed very unfriendly to ordinary people. But this is the trend of the times. God randomly selected 1/10 of the population and gave them supernatural powers. For the remaining 90%, no matter how hard they try, it will never help. We can't change this." Suddenly, the people in the room seemed to hear some sound, and they all looked out the window at the same time. The long-lost mirage appeared again, clearer than ever before. Someone stood on the beach, facing the sea, with spring flowers blooming. It seemed that a strange voice came from the mirage, clearly visible. "Today, I want to teach humans the art of cultivation. From today on, everyone can practice, and everyone will be a superpower. This mysterious language is different from any human language, it doesn't even have a sound. But as long as you see the mirage with your naked eyes, you can inexplicably understand its meaning. I call this practice, human breathing technique. As long as you are human, you can practice this technique. This technique originated from the Zhuangwu breathing technique. The specific theoretical knowledge was compiled by the sages of the Yanjiao tribe. I changed it to the human breathing technique. Although it is the first-generation version, it can also crush most personal talents. People with insight can transform it and use it for their own benefit to break through the limits of man. Don't stick to the rules and remain unchanged. With the help of the power of the mirage, I will teach you this technique, human breathing technique. At this moment, it was the morning of the Great Xia Kingdom. The sun suddenly penetrated the clouds and sprinkled down, restoring consciousness to people's cold and numb faces. People saw the scene in the sky. It seemed that the existence of the mirage was only for the arrival of this moment. More and more people came out of classrooms, buildings, and mines, looked at the sky, and then burst into loud cheers and screams. Those who won the lottery, those who didn't, those who were still hesitant, and those who were still excited. This mirage was too shocking, really too shocking. The kneelers in the temple raised their heads, the marchers on the street raised their heads, the thousands of silent people raised their heads. Countless people poured out of the buildings in a black mass, witnessing the power of reversing the times above the sky, and then burst into overwhelming cheers. Human breathing technique, everyone can practice it, everyone is a superpower. This huge cheering wave after wave swept across the entire planet. Even though most people didn't understand what human breathing technique was and how to practice it, they knew that the trajectory of world history had changed again. Human breathing technique, everyone can practice it. Everyone is a superpower. More and more people fell into endless carnival. Their worldview was corrected at this moment, and the depression that had been dull for a long time suddenly vented out, and the carnival turned into crying. Even though many remote areas were in a state of famine and war, at this moment, they felt a heartfelt hope, like the sun shining down indiscriminately. This scene will be unforgettable for many people. On that day of snow in June, on that day of extreme heat, on that day when the world was about to collapse, the founder of the human breathing technique taught this skill to all mankind indiscriminately through the mirage, curbing the human civilization that was falling all the way and approaching decay. In some religious areas, some people built temples to enshrine the blurred statues that eventually could not be seen, and worshipped them for generations. Whenever someone asks what is the most thrilling moment in their life, there will always be an elderly person who waves his hands and answers with a smile. It was not the war, famine, spiritual energy wave, or any monster. It was the day I accepted my fate. Suffering did not make me accept my fate, and illness and the death of my loved ones did not make me accept my fate. But God abandoned me and let others have what I will never have in this life. So I accepted my fate, crawling on the ground and letting others trample on me. Then on that day of accepting my fate, the sky cracked, and a man who was a god from heaven rudely stuffed what God left behind into my body. He said it was a human breathing technique, and anyone can learn it. That day, I saw the world turned upside down. The high priest fell from the sky and was cast into the mortal world. The person who was being baptized by holy water suddenly had a mental breakdown. I have never witnessed such a thrilling day. Many people went crazy, and more people fell into endless carnival. Countless people stood up from the ground, so I stood up too. People wanted to ask more, but the old man with special skills kept silent and smiled ashamedly. Because since then, he has never seen a mirage in the sky again. He also didn't know the final fate of the person trapped on the island. I only know that the trajectory of the entire civilization was changed at that moment. Even in the endless disasters, there are always people who choose to die standing up, rather than crawling on the ground and becoming a humble and resigned reptile. There are always people who choose to go upstream and curse, "Fuck your mother's God." After thinking about it carefully, this big plot is a bit depressing, so I'd better post it all at once. In the end, it should be pretty good, right? Although the final results haven't come out yet, I'll return 3 chapters first. Now it's 3/20, please give me the first order. In addition, I will explain a few details. The protagonist already knows the information about the mirage and Gaia consciousness. In the later stage, the attributes are high, and Zhang Ming can already sense a strange sense of intimacy, so he can know the live broadcast time of Gaia consciousness. The spiritual language in the mirage was repeated by Shimama, not by Lao Zhang or Gaia. That is, the protagonist demonstrates acupuncture guidance in the mirage, and Mama repeats it on the side to complete all the steps. During the whole process, the protagonist does not need to communicate with Gaia at all. Chapter 79. The people on Earth are in a frenzy. Please give me the first order, which is the first chapter of the paid chapter. Don't skip the order. It's almost over 10,000. As of 12 o'clock today, it's urgent. There's only 1 hour left. An indescribable atmosphere of enthusiasm appeared in major laboratories around the world. The sounds of various phone calls and video calls were as lively as a vegetable market. Help! Professor Guo fainted, hurry up and give him a quick-acting heart-saving pill. Professor Guo fainted in the ambulance for a long time. He sat up in shock in his dying illness, and yelled with a red face, "Send me back to the laboratory. Why did you send me to the hospital?" Go back. In the end, Professor Guo was still pushed into the hospital because the leader didn't want to see him in the morgue. The crowds in cities and villages were black, and more people poured out of the rooms and squeezed into the open space. Fortunately, each city is equipped with a large number of militia teams, which came in handy at this moment. The militia maintained order to prevent large-scale stampedes. As for the Institute of Supernatural Sciences, it was a carnival atmosphere of tears of joy. Have you recorded the scene in the sky? It's recorded in all directions. Ha ha ha! Human breathing technique. The originally quiet and busy laboratory has never been so lively, with laughter and exclamations mixed together, and all kinds of chaos, and the building is filled with a joyful atmosphere. Yes, we are verifying the feasibility of human breathing technique, and the results will be out soon. After Li Xianfeng made a phone call, he couldn't help but run to the bathroom to wash his face with trepidation. He pretended to be calm, but his bloodshot eyes and his heart that trembled from time to time betrayed his inner thoughts. The dragon gate in the sky was forced to the horizon. There is no more saying that fish jump over the dragon gate. He was actually a little scared that the human breathing technique was fake. This feeling of worry and fear was so serious that he washed his face with cold water for 10 minutes. After forcing himself to be quiet, Li Xianfeng walked into a large conference room, where experts and scholars from all walks of life, as well as senior executives at the top of the pyramid, sat. Comrades, according to Zhang Ming's description, there are 3 main points in the practice of human breathing techniques. Li Xianfeng felt his voice trembling. He tried to restrain himself, but the harder he tried, the more he felt like an old man. Of course, no one cared about this, because everyone in the conference room was in a similar state. This news was too important. Humans suddenly got a way to practice superpowers, falling from the sky, the real thing. First, try to improve your body's functions to your personal limit through self-training. Second, fast for a period of time, let your body be in a state of hunger, and then do high-intensity exercise. In an extremely exhausted state of hunger and fatigue, swallow a piece of mutant flesh and blood, or a medicine dissolved by mutant flesh. At that time, the spirit contained in the mutant flesh and blood will flow randomly in the body. Spirit is like flowing water, it will move in the direction of least resistance. Some people with innate abilities will activate their abilities because of the flow of this part of the spirit. And people without talent will naturally no longer be able to activate, and the spirit will be discharged from the body again. But for the human breathing technique, there is no requirement for personal ability. Because there is a third point, which is also the most important point. Through the 132 silver needles, this part of the spirit is guided along a specific route by acupuncture. At that time, through this guidance, the real human breathing technique will be learned. After that, every operation will collect the spirit between heaven and earth to enhance oneself. This acquired learning mode is called skill flow by scientific researchers, and the innate ability and development are called talent flow. The emergence of the skill flow that created the world has simply made all scientific researchers fall into a carnival, and they started experiments at the first time. The several teams under Li Xianfeng's jurisdiction are naturally no exception. They can't wait to find out whether the human breathing technique is true and how much potential it has. Who will win between the skill flow and the talent flow? After briefly introducing the operation of the 132 silver needles, Li Xianfeng accompanied a group of big guys, excitedly waiting for the first batch of human experiments, and several young doctors around them were arguing. If the talent flow is stronger, the influence of this matter is still limited. No. The influence of this matter is absolutely unprecedented. As long as the ability is not innate, it has completely broken the so-called class, because abilities can be learned from each other, and Zhang Ming clearly said that the breathing technique can be improved. He just gave us a usable version now, and we need to continue to improve it to adapt to the needs of the human body. Li Xianfeng did not interrupt their argument, but waited with interest. The consensus of everyone was that if humans were allowed to study human breathing technique from scratch, it would be almost impossible. The acupuncture method of 132 needles has requirements for acupuncture points and sequence. If you want to fabricate it out of thin air, or use a computer to exhaust it, it is exaggerated to say that you can't study it until the destruction of the universe. Therefore, the preciousness of this system is tantamount to an inexhaustible gold and silver mountain falling from the sky. So time passed slowly, and in the anxious discussion, the results of the experiment finally came out. It works. Of the first batch of 100 experimenters, 59 learned the human breathing technique. The remaining 41 people just didn't learn it for a while. If they are willing to spend more resources and learn more times, they will learn it sooner or later. This is fundamentally different from a life of only touching the lottery once. How is the effect of the human breathing technique? As the experiment ended, an old man asked hurriedly through a glass door. How can I say about this set of practice methods? It's not as explosive as when personal abilities are awakened, but it has a long history and is constantly growing. Moreover, it seems to be able to coexist with the original superpowers. In this way, I am already a multi-powered person. The speaker is a giant force ability user named Li Dake, a soldier in the special forces. He grinned and stretched his body. The muscles on his arms bulged. My original ability has not improved much. Once I use great strength, I will show signs of being less flexible. Let's put it this way. Threading a needle is a difficult task for me. The old man smiled and nodded. Excessive strength is inconvenient in daily life. Drinking water and breaking the bottle, playing with a mobile phone and pressing too hard and breaking the screen are all common. The body's control ability cannot keep up with the growth of strength, so there will naturally be troubles. Li Dake smiled and said, but now I have the human breathing technique, and this ability is slowly strengthening my shortcomings. In a few months, this long-standing effect may be reflected. I even think that it may be strengthened on the spiritual level. Spirit? Well, I'm not sure. Let's practice it first. You don't need to practice too much every day. After all, it will work automatically, just like breathing. Naturally, after asking several people in a row, they all said that there was a good effect. Li Xianfeng and several old gentlemen took a deep breath and put down the big stone in their hearts. Human breathing technique must have crushed the personal talents of most people. This is really a groundbreaking product. I looked at my phone again. There was a historical news that could change the world. It was a worldwide sensation. Reporters from major newspapers had already lined up outside the laboratory, asking them to give an explanation as soon as possible. There were too many anxious people. Academician Jack, please receive the reporters outside. The experimental reports of the skill flow and talent flow have not come out yet. It's okay. I almost know the results, and I can deal with it. The people who originally awakened superpowers must be very unhappy now. Now everyone has superpowers. What privileges do they have? Academician Jack, who had gray hair and a bad temper, was in a rare good mood and made a joke. Even the wrinkles on his face were relieved. The original feeling of powerlessness was really uncomfortable. Then let them accept the crushing of the new era. Li Xianfeng also laughed. The general trend of the times is as vast as the surging river, flowing eastward. Nowadays, someone reverses the times. The surging river flows all the way west and never looks back. The U.S. Supreme Court has pronounced a bill that has attracted worldwide attention. Justice Sanders Bazanjo believes that the U.S. law protects citizens' voting rights, and that people with superpowers have the same voting rights as ordinary people, thus rejecting the amendment passed the day before. The U.S. President delivered an important speech on the day. This is a classic case of the United States against the United States, a great victory for democracy, and a great victory for all mankind. We have corrected ourselves from the wrong path in a timely manner. At a time when the world is facing major threats today, all mankind should unite and cooperate to share the vision of a bright future. Let us cheer for the moment of victory for all mankind. Why are you so shameless? Anyway, no matter what, it's a great victory. Isn't that all you can say? Do you still admit openly that this is a mistake and a failure? In the cafeteria, people gathered in groups of 3 or 2 to discuss the stories that happened these days. Some people were laughing wildly, and they haven't stopped yet. Americans are indeed pragmatic and not afraid of losing face. Within a few days, The domestic political environment has taken a 180-degree turn. The speed of this super turn is so fast that even F1 drivers are dumbfounded. On the contrary, old Wojo, who was following behind, was dumbfounded. Old Wojo's control over public opinion was not very good. He was afraid of losing face and had a rigid mindset, which led to various demonstrations, riots, and chaos. While Daksha was afraid, most of them were gloating. Ordinary people wanted to find out every detail of the mirage and study it carefully. What do you think is the language coming from the mirage? It doesn't sound like Chinese or English. The phone can't record the sound. It seems to act directly on the brain. Is it some kind of supernatural language? I remember that after the survivors of a mysterious area were wiped out, a strange laugh was heard. Many people heard it at that time. It might be from the same school, Mysterious Area Number 15? Most of the information has been destroyed now. Who cares where it came from? Now, the one trapped on the deserted island is almost a founder of the school. At the level of Neubidon, the few people who were originally high and mighty and awakened superpowers also shamelessly integrated into the group again. The ability of natural awakening seems to be useless. The teaching of breathing skills proves that superpowers can be learned. The cafeteria ant's hand holding the spoon began to shake again. No matter whether you are a superpower or not, you should be given a few taels of meat, not a penny more. In fact, I gave you a few pieces less on purpose, because I gave you more a few days ago, and you have to return it today. P.S. Subsequent updates will be at 8 o'clock in the evening. Chapter 80. The strongest man in the human race is eating grass. The price of monster meat has plummeted, and the government has cracked down on the black market. I'm telling you, don't eat monster meat. It's not worth it. Yes, sell the monster meat now. Due to the existence of human breathing technique, most people don't need to buy monster meat to try to activate their innate superpowers. Of course, learning and practicing human breathing technique also requires monster meat, but most ordinary people can't learn it by themselves through acupuncture, and people can't remember the order of so many needles. This matter must be promoted by national forces, and a large number of doctors must be trained first before it can be slowly promoted. Everyone is a superpower. Under this expectation, the tense social atmosphere among the people has been quickly changed. Everything seems to have returned to the past. I don't understand. There is almost no change in the material level, but the world seems to be different, very different. Wang Fuman chewed a piece of hard beef, looked at the lively atmosphere in the cafeteria, and watched the various news on TV, and couldn't help but feel very emotional. He remembered Zhang Ming's reply, saying that he was going to do a big thing, but he didn't expect that this big thing would be so big. It's called anticipation. Lu Tuai laughed. Humans are animals that live in anticipation. Anticipation affects the economy, society, and the world. Wang Fuman asked again, what about you? Do you want to apply to learn human breathing? The physical test requirements for the first few batches are very strict. You have to run 1,000 meters within 3 minutes and do 30 pull-ups. Can you do it? No hurry, no hurry. Lu Tuayu smiled. I want to become a superpower, just to be a qualified troll. Now I am qualified to troll people. Why are you in a hurry? Oh, by the way, I wonder if your drifting bottle has been sent. I think it will be soon. He should like the seeds we sent over, right? Lu Tuayu said again. Next time we can send a miniature recorder to send more content. The recorder needs batteries. He can't listen to it when the battery runs out. I think paper is better and can be preserved forever. The two people's discussion gradually became more and more heated, and the atmosphere in the cafeteria gradually became thicker, with waves of hearty laughter. People welcomed the arrival of a new era with their excitement and enthusiasm. A true supernatural era. Mysterious Area Number 16, on the beach. While the people on Earth were in a carnival, the inventor of human breathing techniques was happily eating grass. The aroma of braised beef swept in the wind, gently spreading in the sunlight. The chewy and crispy yellow gluten, plus a few pieces of emerald green seaweed, soaked in the soft, juicy and mellow soup. And in the strong salty fragrance, there is a hint of spiciness. The extremely elastic noodles shuttle through the aroma. After absorbing the soup, take a bite and slide between the lips and teeth. This is a pack of Ken Shuafu braised beef noodles, which was produced 2.5 years ago. Do you know how delicious it is? You don't know. Do you know if it is expired? It is indeed expired. But it is a supreme treasure. Unless it is a festive day, I would not bear to take it out to eat. Zhang Ming sat on a big rock, watching the ebb and flow of the tide, The waves coming and going. You guys are only concerned with your own carnival. When can I save you? Hey hey, Zhang Ming yelled at the sky. On the beach, the mysterious intimacy disappeared after he taught the human breathing technique. It didn't disappear completely, but was in a state of being there and not there. Gaia consciousness is like an old-time capitalist, showing the quality of discarding immediately if there is no use value. Of course, there is another possibility. Gaia consciousness is almost exhausted and can no longer support the so-called mirage. Forget it. If it doesn't exist, then it doesn't exist. I'm not the kind of person who wants to be on the headlines all day long. Now there is no live broadcast, which can be regarded as leaving a chance for Mr. Wang Feng to be on the headlines. After eating ramen, Zhang Ming drank all the soup with some dissatisfaction. In fact, he only ate half full, just like eating snacks. The flesh and blood of mutant creatures are more filling. Seeing that it was getting late, a flash of lightning flashed across the space and directly ignited the firewood. The flames crackled and cooked a large pot of fish soup for the turtles. One bubble after another sounded from the pot. This big fish needs to be boiled for at least an hour to produce milky white fish oil, so Zhang Ming lay on the chair and rested leisurely. It's rare to be leisurely, rare to be leisurely. Radio, human breathing technique has been proven to have a very high popularity and scalability. Long-term operation of human breathing technique can enhance physical fitness, strengthen the five senses, greatly enhance immunity, and increase life expectancy. From this perspective, the expert team believes that the long-term effect of human breathing technique will exceed more than 99% of innate abilities. Most innate abilities can only enhance one attribute. Human breathing technique is an all-round enhancement. The national team is really not useless. They have developed a rough outline at the fastest speed. This broadcast should be reporting the results to Zhang Ming. Old Zhang listened with great interest. Even though he already knew the effect of human breathing technique, he was still very happy to listen to others repeating. He suddenly understood the fun of Shimama's repeating. Sure enough, the essence of human beings is a repeater. Radio, but because of some superpower criminals, the majority of people in society are worried. If the human breathing technique is popularized on a large scale, will it further affect social stability? There has been extensive debate at the public opinion level, but no matter what, humans cannot give up because of fear. Some experts believe that the human breathing technique should be included in the 9-year compulsory education. But the safety of human breathing technique and whether it will affect the physical development of teenagers remain to be verified. Domestic experts like to tangle with these details, and it sounds like there is some truth. However, Zhang Ming has no doubt that the human breathing technique will be promoted on a large scale and popularized to everyone in the world. Just the benefits of all-round strengthening, increasing life expectancy and easy promotion, can anyone refuse it? No. What's more, the world is not peaceful. External pressure and internal chaos coexist. These contradictions will not disappear with a human breathing technique. If other regions popularize the human breathing technique, Daksha will fall behind in the long-term competition if it is not popularized. It feels so good, I have to celebrate again. With an inexplicable sense of emptiness lingering in his heart, Zhang Ming took out his treasured 3 kilograms of rice from a suitcase. After staying on the island for 1.5 years, the rice was still slightly yellow and moldy even if it was sealed. Nothing can resist the erosion of time. If I don't eat it now, I won't be able to eat it anymore. He picked out a few moldy rice grains, took the inner pot of an electric rice cooker and started cooking. The turtles gathered in a circle, staring at the pot. They didn't know what rice was, but they wanted to eat it too. At this time, the lively domestic and international news ended, and Li Xianfeng's voice sounded again. Hello, survivors from afar, we thank you for your outstanding contribution. If human breathing techniques had not emerged, the order of the old era would have completely collapsed. We can hardly imagine what will happen in the future. We sincerely thank you for maintaining the cornerstone of modern civilization. Your relatives, we will definitely take the best care of them, but due to the gradual disappearance of the mirage phenomenon, it is difficult for us to pay attention to your specific movements. We will not give up every possibility of rescue. Okay, I know that you are a bunch of scumbags who can only talk a few words, so don't say anything. I really have to rely on myself to go home. Zhang Ming ate rice in big mouthfuls. The taste from his hometown, accompanied by a faint old smell, made him faintly indulge in it, and recalled various pasts in his childhood. Hurry up and listen to the next chapter of the novel for me, don't waste time. Li Xianfeng thanked for a long time without any special content, and played the online novel as usual. The following is the 188th chapter of Global Myth Age. In fact, Zhang Ming had read this book a long time ago, and there was an interesting character in it. So the black stone rolling around at his feet was named Shimima. Shimima was rolling around on the ground with the turtles, and even the huge turtle Scar that was as big as a house followed suit, rolling on all fours, almost crushing Zhang Ming's tin house. "What are you doing? Do you want to be beaten?" After being scolded by Lao Zhang, the scarred turtle said that he was innocent, staring with his two round eyes, wailing constantly, saying that he was wronged and hurt. Zhang Ming waved his hand, saying that he was in a happy mood today, but also a little tired and lonely, and didn't want to care too much about it. "Today I will teach you the most popular game of mankind, football, also called Kyuju. Scar, you turtles are in a team called the Daming Team." Zhang Ming found a smaller round coconut and drained the water inside. Scar was in high spirits because there was a game to play. Your name is Gochu, your team is called Fuso Team, these trees are the goals, whoever scores 2 goals wins. You can't bite with your mouth, the giant turtle named Gochu screamed and immediately coiled his tail back. As a turtle, it has amazing spiritual perception and always feels that it has been insulted by an unknown insult. But it can't tell what the insult is. Soon, under the organization of Lao Zhang, the 2 turtle teams played shale and football. For a while, Mars collided with the Earth. Various turtle shells collided, and the audience shouted. The Ming team actually rose unprecedentedly. Suppressed a Fuso team. The rise of Daksha football depends on you. Zhang Ming sat back in his chair, looking at the moonlit sky, watching the turtles play football. There was no need for any offside rules, just push the coconut into the goal. Under the blazing fire, a group of turtles had a lot of fun. But Lao Zhang, was thinking about some personal trivial matters with mixed feelings. Or, at this moment, his heart is very empty, very quiet, and a little satisfied. Other people's liveliness is just other people's, and only you know your own feelings, sweet and sour, bitter and salty. Life is lonely and invincible. Chapter 81, Changes on the Deserted Island. Recalling the unbearable life some time ago, Zhang Ming was exhausted physically and mentally. The creation of human breathing technique was completed, and he lost his goal for a while, and he didn't know what to do in the future. For more than a year, he almost forgot to eat and sleep and threw himself into it. There were many levels that he was so tired that he was bald, especially exploring the so-called human acupuncture points and using steel needles to guide the flow of spirits. He had to experiment on himself. Sometimes, he had to prick himself like a hedgehog. It is not an exaggeration to describe this difficult time as losing a head of hair. The tense nerves relaxed and he felt much more tired all of a sudden. Fortunately, it's completed. As for the next 5th and 6th versions, just to increase efficiency, humans can complete them by themselves, so I won't spend more time studying them. Thinking of this, Zhang Ming pondered the attribute panel that he had not paid attention to for a long time. Physique. 200/200, Perception. 200/200, Spirit. 102/200, Lifespan. 26/2144, your lifespan can also create a small wave in the long river of human history. Total attributes. 2744, your lifespan is so long, but you haven't even broken through the first level. It's really a world-class wonder. You have to find a way to break through the bottleneck as soon as possible. The current bottleneck of 200 points of attributes has stuck him for more than a year. The theoretical lifespan of 2144 makes Zhang Ming not know what to complain about, but just feels inexplicably fantastic. You know, the dynasty 2000 years ago was the Han Dynasty. In other words, this lifespan can support him from the Han Dynasty to the present. Of course, lifespan is meaningless. Zhang, is only 26 years old this year. He is still thinking about returning to human society as soon as possible to enjoy the sense of accomplishment of the founder, the crazy Thursdays with a meal every week, bragging in front of his parents and sister, and recharging directly to 648. These things are the major events in life. After more than 2,000 years, who would still remember me, the ancestor of the living fossil? Even if I go back, no one would recognize me. I might even become a statue and be worshipped in a temple. Thinking of this, Zhang Ming couldn't help scratching his cheek and exhaled again. As for the series of unactivated superpowers on the attribute panel, they are even more densely packed, with hundreds of them, and a large number of marine creatures have contributed strange and bizarre abilities. In addition to the activated superpowers, such as power burst, toxin resistance, dynamic vision, lightning control, and basalt breathing, there is also an additional human breathing technique. He created it without spending any attribute points. That is to say, superpowers can indeed be created and learned. As long as I am proficient in the use of spirits, things like power burst and lightning control can all be transformed to be stronger, and can even be taught to others through acupuncture guidance. Of course, human breathing technique is just an ordinary subordinate ability in front of Zhang Ming's attribute panel. The current breathing technique adds a few attributes a year. For ordinary people, there is huge room for improvement over time. But for Zhang Ming, who is in a bottleneck state, it was of no use. My attribute panel is really exaggerated by many times compared to breathing technique. Just add some points and it's done. Zhang Ming was shocked by the size of his cheat. But he would never admit that he had cheated. He had come to this point because of his own efforts. So, how to break through the bottleneck of the first stage? The answer is indeed as described by the Yanjiao people, with the help of another ability. They call it life sublimation. Whether it is human or Yanjiao people, the bottleneck includes 3 levels, namely essence, ki and spirit. Essence refers to the subtle matter in a tangible state, which corresponds to the physique attribute on the attribute panel. Ki refers to the subtle matter in an intangible state, which corresponds to the perception attribute. Spirit refers to the vitality of essence and ki, which corresponds to the spirit attribute. In other words, in addition to the Yanjiao breathing technique, Yanjiao people must learn at least 3 additional superpowers and sublimate them to break the so-called human limit. Each level takes at least decades. If you have an innate ability, one of the levels will be easier. However, there are still very few people who finally break through these 3 levels. This is an intelligent race that has been wandering in the mysterious area for many years, and has accumulated experience and lessons for thousands of years. But for Zhang Ming, the so-called life sublimation is not too difficult. He has many superpowers, and there are hundreds of unactivated ones. It is not difficult to pick out 3 for sublimation. For example, if Zhang Ming wants to break through the bottleneck of physique, he only needs to use the power burst ability of the physical system to greatly improve his physical strength in a short period of time. During this period, use attribute conversion to continuously transfer attributes to physique. As long as you try a few more times, the bottleneck of physique will be quietly broken through. The higher his control of power burst, the stronger the instantaneous power that bursts out, and the higher the upper limit of physique that can be broken through. Due to long-term research and study, the control of spirit is naturally not as awkward as when he first started. As the saying goes, if you want to master a knowledge point, the best way is to teach it to others. Now Zhang Ming has created his own human breathing technique, and he has indeed grown a lot, not in the increase of attributes, but in the control of superpowers, which is more arbitrary, which cannot be measured by numerical values. If the race value of the Earthlings is the same level as that of the Yanjiao clan, there will be at most a few hundred or a few thousand people on a planet who can break through the limit of man. Of course, the Earthlings have technology, and the progress of some research may be smoother. Anyway, at most tens of thousands of people. However, Zhang Ming did not dare to break through. Because, every time he wanted to break through this bottleneck, he clearly felt a huge and extremely cold malice, as if the entire dark world had turned into ink like black, overwhelming and pressing up. The malice came from the center of the island, from the ultimate secret of the extinction of the Yanjiao human race, to completely wipe him out from the small island. The sixth sense in the dark told Zhang Ming that as long as he dared to break through these 3 bottlenecks, he would either leave the island immediately and never come back, or die here. Before the breakthrough, I was just an ordinary little shrimp, and would not attract too much attention from those in the center of the island. After the breakthrough, I am considered a relatively powerful creature, which will arouse the hostile intentions of the other party. No wonder there are no powerful alien species on this island. Thinking of this, Zhang Ming sighed and rubbed his temples. A dilemma was in front of him. If he didn't break through, the upper limit of physique of 200 points was still too weak. A lot of attributes were piled on lifespan, which was really a waste. Having a high lifespan made him feel good, but in fact, it was useless. He has been trapped here for more than 2 years. Is he really going to be trapped for 2,000 years? If he breaks through, he doesn't want to leave the island for a while, And it is even more impossible for him to beat those things in the center of the island. The Nirgashensh left behind by Xuanwu's death is really strong, and it is a powerful species on another level. Or build a ship and find a way to leave the island. Zhang Ming had this idea. There are so many coconut trees here, so the raw materials are not a big problem. After installing the sail, we can sail far away, but it is very difficult to build a wooden boat with bare hands. The vastness of the mysterious area is not exaggerated. If the boat sinks halfway through the voyage, you will be in the vast ocean and there will be no one to help you. You must also consider things like supplies, especially fresh water and food. And the most important thing is combat power. If the combat power is insufficient, a single person crossing the mysterious area will only be killed. Who knows, he might be swallowed by a super life with a body length of 10,000 meters as soon as he sailed out of the deserted island. It's difficult. Zhang Ming imagined the many difficulties along the way and sighed sadly. According to the immortal novels, the hatred that blocks the way is a deadly hatred. The guy on the island blocked my way, it's difficult, Shimama repeated happily on the side, and the old voice echoed in the iron house. I have to admit that it is indeed quite gloating. It's difficult. Zhang Ming deliberately imitated Shimama's old tone, and his voice was deliberately sharp. Shimama seemed to pause. It had always been the only one repeating others, but this time it met its match and let out a long sigh. It's difficult, Zhang Ming repeated again, becoming more and more happy. It's difficult, Shimama yelled. So both sides repeated frantically, and it turned into a repeating quarrel between elementary school students. There was no way. The life of the founder, Lao Zhang, was too boring. In the long dark nights, he could only train Shimama to live. Occasionally, when he missed his sister, he would throw Shimama to the turtle and be alone in front of the teacher's poster. However, at this moment, suddenly, Zhang Ming seemed to sense something, and subconsciously stuck his head out and looked towards the center of the island. Extraordinary vision, nameless mist rose in the center of the island, and the rustling whispers exuded the language of terror and taboo. A very bad sixth sense suddenly formed in Zhang Ming's mind. And Shimama stopped repeating, and turned to another direction with a gurgle. The small black stone clicked again, rolled a circle, and said a sentence without any reason. Sacrifice. Zhang Ming was stunned for a moment and frowned. Sacrifice, it repeated. The old voice still had no emotion, but just dragged out the tone. Sacrifice, you mean, the turtles are going to sacrifice the monster in the center of the island again? Otherwise, they will run out to eat people. Zhang Ming frowned and clenched the ice spear. Sacrifice, Shimama's voice gradually became lower, and rolled several times on the ground. Sacrifice, Shimama kept repeating, and finally fell into deep silence. P.S. Extra chapter for the leader illusion bean paste bun. Thank you, we are already the leader of 2 books, don't give me rewards, I owe too much debt now. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82 Xuanwu passed. The next morning, Zhang Ming, who had not slept much the whole night, took the black stone and quickly explored the island. The frightening thing really happened. In the mysterious valley, the mushroom forest has expanded a lot. Fungal organisms have grown on the surrounding coconut trees, large pieces of palm leaves have fallen from the sky, the bark has turned black and yellow, and a gloomy and corrupt smell permeates the air. These coconut trees actually have a certain degree of self-purification ability. Even yesterday, they were still fine. But now, the colorful spores are slowly extending outward at a speed visible to the naked eye. Something big has happened. Seeing this scene, Zhang Ming did not dare to neglect it. While using the ability of toxin removal to eliminate possible parasites, he strode to the cave where the turtles were. There was obviously an anxious atmosphere here. There were not many turtles. The young and strong turtles might have run out to hunt for sacrifices. Only the old white turtle was crawling around anxiously. After seeing Zhang Ming, the old white turtle's expression brightened slightly, and its huge head shook, as if it had found its backbone. Do you need more sacrifices? I can help you hunt some big fish. Old Zhang picked up his ice spear and said hurriedly, the mushrooms in the valley are overflowing. Woo. The old white turtle shook its head slowly. The two sides talked laboriously for a long time, and Zhang Ming finally understood, but his mood fell to the bottom. This time, no sacrifices are needed. Because the two things in the center of the island will soon decide the winner. When the balance is about to be broken, there is no point in offering sacrifices again. Woo, woo, the old white turtle opened his mouth, and small tears flashed in his bright eyes. What it means is, they should leave, escape from this place where their ancestors have lived for generations, flee to the mysterious area, and face an unknown tomorrow. You guys, hurry up and pack up your belongings and run away. This island is doomed. But Zhang Ming was very anxious. Although there were many unactivated superpowers in his attribute panel, there was no so-called underwater breathing. Because swimming is the instinct of marine life, they have long adapted to the vast ocean and do not need to evolve supernatural powers. There is no seawater desalination. Are marine life afraid of salt water? Of course not, and they do not need superpowers to desalinate seawater, but Zhang wants it. He has not even built a boat yet. Where to escape to? Should he ride a turtle across the vast and boundless mysterious area? Just thinking about it, Shinma suddenly gurgled and rolled towards the direction of the cave Walter. Hey, where are you going? Zhang Ming gritted his teeth and chased after him, and several other turtles also crawled behind him. While rolling, Shinma repeated the mysterious spiritual language to answer Zhang Ming's questions. A mysterious history like a picture scroll slowly unfolded in his mind. In the vague mysterious illusion, it seemed as if someone from Yanjiao was speaking in his ear. Alice, even a powerful creature like Zuanwu will reach the end of its life one day. If it doesn't break through the bottleneck, it will leave this world. Just in case, we have to let 1/10 of the young and middle-aged people take the big ship and leave first, but after leaving their hometown, the power of the Yanjiao people is too limited. Our race is just an insignificant existence in the sea of demons. We have survived to this day by relying on the great power of Zuanwu. Compared with more powerful races, the Yanjiao people are not excellent. This mysterious spiritual language is really too powerful. It can not only induce hallucinations, but also communicate without distinction. Zhang Ming has only mastered a few syllables so far. At the beginning, the human breathing technique was taught across the mirage, which was actually Shimama's repetition. Lao Zhang, does not have such ability. In this mysterious illusion, a tall, gorgeously dressed Yanjiao man was talking to a young man. The young man was sad and was about to leave his hometown, with a mournful look on his face. Your teacher has taught you this, right? The Yanjiao people, who are not naturally excellent, must unite, the young man nodded. The middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes continued, if you don't unite, you will die. That's right, but that's bullshit again. You have to remember this. Unity comes at a price, the price may be you. After leaving the group, don't stand out rashly. Keep a low profile when encountering things. The young man was stunned for a moment, and said with some frustration, Dad, can't you leave with us? No, Dad is the great elder. How can I leave easily at this critical moment? This time I can only rely on you. The Tianjiao people walked forward and worshipped an extremely gorgeous altar. This altar is so majestic and magnificent. When the sun rises, the sky is full of purple clouds. Between the clouds, the morning glow spreads all over the earth. Under the shining of the clouds, the glazed tiles shine with stars, as if the beauty of heaven has fallen to the earth. Then, the sun becomes brighter and brighter, and the bricks and tiles made of white jade reflect a brilliant glazed color under the golden sunlight. There is no one around, only a few large stone statues stand. It seems that this place is not for ordinary people to worship. Only the nobles of the royal palace can come here. However, the statue placed on the altar is not a basalt, but a strange sapling. A sapling that is not too tall, only about 1.5 meters high, but it brings a feeling of standing tall. Even in the hallucination, Zhang Ming still feels that it stands tall. This feeling is really too strange, and there is an indescribable feeling. It seems that the power level of the sapling is also very high. It is an incomprehensible magical existence, so it is enshrined here. However, this sapling is withered and yellow, full of spots, and looks like it may collapse at any time. Before leaving, the father of the Yanjiao clan taught the last lesson earnestly. Where there are people, there is politics. Politics means system and order, governance means governance and rule. 1/10 of the population left, which is equivalent to new civilization. Naturally, he did not want his children to fall behind. However, this young Yanjiao man seemed to be a poor man who couldn't afford it. He had a sad face and drooped eyes, and he looked like he had no confidence in the future. Dad has become a lost man, How can we survive? How can we find the new continent? If we can't find it, won't we be buried in the sea of demons? The middle-aged man said helplessly. As long as Xuanwu successfully ascends to the realm of heavenly gods, we will have enough ways to find you again. The young man said again, Xuanwu, can you succeed? I heard from the great sage that the chance of success in gambling with the sky is only 30%, and various sea beasts will take the opportunity to appear and slaughter us. What if, can we really survive? The middle-aged man frowned slightly, with a hesitant look on his face. 30%, yes, only 30%. If it was 50%, it would be fine. 30%, it's really too low. He looked at his son's panicked face, suddenly gritted his teeth, and made up his mind. Well, before you leave, I will give you a treasure, the source of the world. The middle-aged Yanjiao man was chanting on the altar, like a prayer, like a spell, and like he was proving his status. After a while, the nearly withered tree emitted a faint light, and a shiny gem-like stone fell from the branch and fell on the altar with a pop. This stone is only the size of an eyeball, emitting a mysterious light like the sun, which makes people feel warm. Even Zhang Ming in the illusion has an inexplicable sense of warmth. But it was only a short moment, and this ray of light quickly retreated and disappeared. At the first sight of the crystal stone, Zhang Ming realized that this thing was extremely precious. From the sixth sense and even from the bottom of his heart, he even had a sense of security of returning to his hometown. This kind of preciousness is fundamentally different from ordinary supernatural wonders. The middle-aged man said, this piece of the source of the world is not heavy, and it will not affect Xuanwu's breakthrough, but it is extremely important to you. It will protect your ship, reduce the chance of being attacked by monsters, and make your ship unsinkable. Never lose it. The young man took the source of the world excitedly. Let's go. Let's go. This little historical story ends here. Shimima jumped onto the ancient altar with a click and stepped on a small spore that grew into ashes. After Zhang Ming recovered from the mysterious illusion of spirit language, he frowned and rubbed his temple again. The story about Xuanwu's death is becoming more and more confusing. You mean it's the missing source of the world that caused Xuanwu's failure to break through? Did the Yanjiao man say it didn't have any effect? Is he lying? It's not inconceivable. For such a dangerous activity, there must be some selfishness towards one's own children. What is the source of the world? Does it exist in every world? Is it on Earth? Is it Gaia's consciousness, something that comes after Gaia's consciousness dies? Shimima rolled a few times and couldn't answer. After all, it was just a repeater of history, and thinking was not its forte. Zhang Ming said helplessly, what happened next? Was the Yanjiao man caught? The island is about to sink. Don't keep us in suspense. P.S. Thank you all for your love. The first 24-hour order is about 10,300, and there is a very rare medal for 10,000 orders. I will pay off my debts as soon as possible. In addition, explain a few details. The protagonist already knows the information about the Mirage and Gaia consciousness. In the later stage, the attributes are high, and Zhang Ming can already sense a strange sense of intimacy, so he can know the live broadcast time of Gaia consciousness. The spiritual language in the Mirage was repeated by Shimama, not by Lao Zhang or Gaia. That is, the protagonist demonstrates acupuncture guidance in the Mirage, and Shimama repeats it on the side to complete all the steps. During the whole process, the protagonist does not need to communicate with Gaia at all. Chapter 83 Who took away the source of the world? As Shimama repeated, the mysterious spiritual language once again emerged in Zhang Ming's mind. Sure enough, the Yanjiao man who stole the source of the world was caught. The Xuanwu beast and my Yanjiao clan met 10,000 years ago. Our ancestors created a contract with it and the two sides cooperated and coexisted. According to this principle, the source of the world does not belong to Xuanwu, but to my Yanjiao clan. As the great elder, I took a piece of the source of the world to protect my thousands of Yanjiao people. What crime have I committed? I just wanted to save their lives. What crime have I committed? In the court, the Yanjiao high-ranking official who took the crystal stone defended his theft with red ears. Protect your people? Humph, you only want to protect your stupid son. The Yanjiao man sitting at the front of the hall suppressed his anger and roared, do you think I don't know what you are thinking? Your son has neither talent nor talent, is greedy for life and afraid of death, and forgets the greater good when he sees small profits. He is just a playboy. So you gave him a piece of the source of the world as a life-saving amulet. With that thing, he has some status anyway. Suddenly, there was silence all around. The atmosphere was extremely depressing, and everyone had some small thoughts. Finally, the ruler sighed deeply and asked a Yanjiao man nearby, if a small piece of the source of the world is missing, what is the probability that it will affect Xuanwu's breakthrough of the bottleneck? I don't know. Xuanwu has always been magnanimous and doesn't care about these trivial matters. What's more, the source of the world does belong to our Yanjiao clan, not Xuanwu's. The Yanjiao man who looked like an elder said, the probability was about 30% originally, and now that a small piece is missing, it's still about 30%. It really won't affect the overall situation. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Someone whispered, but no matter what, there will still be some impact, right? If the Xuanwu breakthrough fails, if it fails, all the people on the Xuanwu continent will be buried with it. Only 10% of the young people will temporarily evacuate the Xuanwu continent. Is that too little? We can't evacuate more people. Xuanwu is worshipped by our faith. If the Yanjiao clan loses confidence and evacuates on a large scale, how can it achieve the realm of the gods? How can it become a real world? These Yanjiao people expressed their opinions, and the court was as lively as a vegetable market. It can be seen that their confidence is not very strong. A 30% chance. In the end, it was the supreme ruler who waved his hand and said, I know what you are thinking, put an end to this idea. No more people can be evacuated, come on, take this traitor away and put him in the sky prison. The scene ended here again. For the entire Yanjiao civilization, there is a situation of impending storm. At the last minute, such a sudden change really is a big problem. Even though he didn't know how much time had passed, Zhang Ming's scalp was numb when he witnessed this past event, and even his breathing almost stopped. A 30% chance of success, a 70% chance of death. Only 10% of the population temporarily evacuated and entered the Sea of Demons for refuge. This bet was too big. It was so big that there were serious internal divisions among the top leaders of the Yanjiao tribe. The Yanjiao civilization is a huge group, and the group is composed of individuals. As long as there are individuals, there will be selfish desires, and it is impossible to consider all aspects for the overall interests. The source of the world may be a very important thing. If only one person has it and others don't, then the individual will naturally control extremely high power. Is it possible that the individual has mastered the launch button of the atomic bomb or hydrogen bomb? Zhang Ming frowned and thought. The Yanjiao tribe has left 1/10 of its population, which is not a small number. There may be millions or even tens of millions of people. As long as there is enough time, there is a possibility of re-emergence. It is also because of some reasons in terms of faith that the top leaders of the Yanjiao tribe cannot leave, but most of their children will choose to leave. Their children will be the natural ruling class of the new civilization. With one more source of the world, such an important political bargaining chip, its influence is self-evident. After figuring this out, Zhang Ming almost understood why the Yanjiao people in the previous scene were angry because of a little influential source of the world. It may really be insignificant, but it is also the first domino. Is Xuanwu not intelligent? Zhang Ming couldn't help asking, such a big thing, doesn't it care about it? Shimama was silent and didn't answer. It seems that it really doesn't have the kind of wisdom similar to that of humans. Zhang Ming touched his chin. Otherwise, you, the omniscient Shimama, wouldn't be silent for so long. Xuanwu, no wisdom, Shimama's old voice repeated. But what did you, the omniscient Shimama, come from? Zhang Ming stopped talking halfway through this sentence, and thought of the key clue again, and asked, what happened later? Shimama didn't keep the secret, and continued to speak the complex and mysterious spiritual language. The hall was as dark as usual. The sun could not penetrate the tall hall. Now it was just morning, and it seemed even darker. The elders and ministers stood in order in the hall according to the arrangement of yesterday. The waiting time passed very slowly, but in fact, it was only half a cup of tea. Everyone knew that something big happened last night. They whispered to each other, and tried to lower their voices so that others would not hear. Who took away the source of the world again? A gloomy voice sounded from the side door of the hall, and the faces of all Yanjiao people changed. Who is it? Check it for me. Check it hard. Who is it? Who took away the source of the world? After yesterday's incident, the altar was heavily guarded. In the entire Yanjiao civilization, how many people could take away a piece of the source of the world without being noticed? Thinking of this, all the Yanjiao people couldn't help but feel cold all over, as if they fell into an ice cave. The scene ended here again. The second domino fell. Zhang Ming was silent. Mushrooms on the ground grew one after another, and withered one after another under the suppression of some mysterious power. He suddenly said in a joking way, "Could it be the dog emperor who took it himself? Look, the great elder took a piece, so he must take one too. If he wants to give it to his own son, he must send someone to chase him. He must let his son become the emperor, not the great elder's son." Right, of course. It could be someone else. Don't you Shimama know? Shimama remained silent. It doesn't need to speak. This little stone that once witnessed a complete decline of the Yanjiao people is still watching the flowing history. Tragedy and comedy are sometimes just different perspectives. The difficulty of rising and the sudden collapse, how ridiculous. A new picture appeared again. The number of world sources has been reduced again and again. No one knows who did it, or who did it is already tacitly known. In a world where supernatural forces exist, the emperor's power is not the greatest, and his status is not always solidified. In the supernatural age, individual power is the ultimate foundation. Those with the most powerful superpowers, after breaking through the limits of human beings, often form their own forces and possess powerful political power. Several old ministers said worriedly, "Your Majesty, if the number of world sources decreases, Xuanwu's breakthrough this time will be difficult, even if our Yanjiao clan and Xuanwu are only in a cooperative relationship, not completely symbiotic. But after tens of thousands of years of getting along, the fate of both sides has been closely related. Xuanwu died, and my Yanjiao clan can only survive in this sea area. The source of the world can't be reduced anymore, then." The number of the source of the world has decreased again. The people in the hall were silent. The speed of the domino's collapse continued to accelerate, like a derailed train, rushing towards the unknown abyss. Even the one sitting in the highest position just had a gloomy face, said nothing, and rubbed the horn on his forehead. Who did it? Who didn't do it? Maybe everyone did it, but they just sat here tacitly suspicious. Since everyone took it, I can only take one piece and pretend that I didn't take it. Your Majesty, only 10% of the elite fled to Xuanwu continent for refuge. Isn't it too little? At this rate, the probability of Xuanwu's breakthrough is really not high. Someone coughed lightly and put forward this point that had been put forward long ago. Asshole, Xuanwu needs the strong faith of my Yanjiao clan to break through to the realm of the gods. I see you want to escape yourself. Come on, take him away, Your Majesty. Calm down, Elder Man is also considering the continuation of my Yanjiao clan. Your Majesty, calm down, the number of world sources has decreased again. Less again. I don't know how many times it has decreased. When the Yanjiao civilization was about to take the final step, the dominoes fell faster and faster, and suddenly collapsed. Just like a free fall, they suddenly lost trust in each other. It was not the bottom layer that collapsed, but the top layer. The less the source of the world, the smaller the probability of Xuanwu's breakthrough, and the more people want to escape. Once this concept is formed, it will immediately become unstoppable like an avalanche. The stolen source of the world can never come back. Those that have not been stolen are coveted. The situation in the court collapsed rapidly, and several high-ranking Yanjiao people who were loyal to Xuanwu committed suicide in despair. The Yanjiao clan is dead. They hit their heads against the beams and pillars, leaving only a pool of bright red blood. Then, the bodies were thrown into the blue sea, and the waves rolled them away. But for the lower-level Yanjiao people, they were still immersed in the fanatical joy that Xuanwu is about to break through the bottleneck and enter the realm of the gods. So, on this day, a strange rumor appeared. Xuanwu wants to eat people. Xuanwu will sacrifice blood to the Yanjiao clan when he breaks through the mirror of the gods. Chapter 84 The Last Great Sage. Zhang Ming's face did not look very good when he heard this story. In his mind, he even had a dense feeling as if thousands of ants were biting at the same time. Shimama rolled on the altar, and several turtles heard the movement and crawled over to watch. In fact, they could not understand Shimama's spiritual language because their experience in life was too limited. Without the corresponding worldview, they could not imagine the former glory and complicated human relationships of the Yanjiao clan. Only the old white turtle quietly lay on the doorstep and waited, observing their discussion. After a long while, Zhang Ming regained his composure and rubbed his temples. Have you been wondering why such a vicious rumor appeared? If the previous theft of the source of the world is still acceptable for the next generation, or for the continuation of civilization, then the spread of such rumors is a complete betrayal to Xuanwu, who is about to believe in God. So you, Shimama, must be very surprised why there is a huge reversal all of a sudden. However, from a human perspective, you will find that the emergence of such rumors is nothing big. Shimma stopped scrolling, as if expecting Zhang Ming's answer. Why? Let me help you analyze it. Zhang Ming gently tapped the altar table with his ice spear. First of all, the source of the world has been continuously stolen, resulting in the fact that the top leaders of the Yanjiao people no longer have the basic consensus to fight to the death. At the original 30% probability, they were all hesitant. Later, the less the source of the world, the slimmer the probability of success. Instead, a new consensus was formed: escape. They want to escape and don't want to gamble on that pitiful probability anymore. Whether it's the emperor, the elders, the ministers, or the nobles, they all want to escape. This is the group choice of smart people in the prisoner's dilemma. You see, it's precisely because they are all smart people that such stupid things happen. If they were all fools, it would be easier for them to unite and gamble for that 30% probability. Shimma stopped rolling. Zhang Ming paused and continued to explain. However, they did not dare to defect openly because the ship was too big to turn around. For such a big event, the entire civilization has been preparing for so long. How can they just give up? No matter how strong the Yanjiao clan is, the number of ships is limited, and the population that can escape is also limited. I estimate that 1 or 2% of the population is almost the limit. Even if the ancient civilization has mastered superpowers, its productivity can never compare with that of a true technological civilization. The desire of these high-level officials to escape is getting stronger and stronger, but they also know that if they defect directly, the riots at the bottom and the crazy soldiers will tear them to pieces. So, they must find a reason. They must go all the way to the end, simply spread rumors to eliminate the mass base. As long as the people at the bottom become chaotic, they have a reason to escape. Anyway, Zuanwu is stupid and doesn't care much about things. He's even dying. So what if he offends them? They want to escape, so they spread rumors. They claim that Zuanwu wants to eat people. This is a complete betrayal. However, from the perspective of intelligent civilization, this matter is a bit complicated. But it is reasonable. Shimma rolled on the altar and repeated over and over again. They just want to escape, so they spread rumors. They claim that Zuanwu wants to eat people. This is a complete betrayal. The old voice echoed in the room, with a feeling of sadness and misery, causing the turtles around him to shrink into their shells. Ahem, Lao Zhang coughed and said with some sympathy, if things are really as I expected, Zuanwu is really miserable. It is so powerful that it can hold up a civilization with its back, but it can't calculate the distance between people's hearts. Zuanwu didn't interfere. I don't understand why. Of course, this matter is even more strange, just like crossing a death calamity. Maybe Zuanwu was blinded by the secrets of heaven, or was disturbed by the sea of demons and couldn't interfere at all. Anyway, there are still many strange things. There are loyal and brave people in the group, as well as treacherous people. But in the end, it is always a scourge that will last for thousands of years. This is civilization. The air fell into silence, and Shimma didn't move, as if he was dead. Zhang Ming was silent for a moment, and then said, I'd like to trouble you, Lord Shimma, to tell me the final story. The two beings in the center of the island have already decided the winner. Lord Shimma, if you can't give us effective advice, we'll have to pack up and run away. Zhang, I'm dying, and can only rely on you, Lord Shimma, to save me. Lao Byron nodded in agreement. The little white turtle also repeated it in a pretentious manner, but was kicked out by Lao Bai and rolled like a ball. Great Sage, the highest honor of the Yanjiao clan. Only heroes who have made outstanding contributions to the entire civilization can deserve the title of Great Sage. In the long history, there are only 12 Great Sages. Now, the last Great Sage of the Yanjiao clan is lying on the hospital bed, watching the rapid collapse of the entire civilization with his breath dying. He is old, his teeth have all fallen out, his hair is gone, he can't lift his arms, and he can't move his legs. Even if one breaks through the limits of human beings, he still cannot escape the ravages of time. The former hero has become a patient who may disappear at any time. He has been recuperating in the sanatorium for many years, away from the political vortex and the right and wrong, but he has also lost the ability to correct the course of civilization. A tiger without teeth cannot hurt people, and influence will naturally weaken when one is no longer in a position. Politics itself is such a cruel thing. The great sage suddenly laughed, as if recalling the past. At the beginning, our ancestors encountered it. It was seriously injured and dying, as if it had had a fierce battle with some monster. There was a big crack on its back, and it was about to sink. It was not big at that time, less than 1% of it now. Of course, there were not many of us, struggling on a few broken ships, maybe only tens of thousands of people. Our world was destroyed by an unknown mystery and became the lost people. We can't even record it. Once we record it, it will come looking for us. Fortunately, our ancestors took away the origin of the world. Our beliefs condensed into that small tree, so, the two sides hit it off, and Xuanwu became our new world. When the old man said this, the wrinkles on his face were like deep ravines, shaking slightly, and tears shook out of his eyes, but it actually paid a price over the years. In just 10,000 years, it grew so big and consumed a lot of life. Otherwise, it wouldn't have aged so prematurely. How dare they, how dare they, how dare they, the great sage lying on the bed roared in anger, with veins all over his face. But he was too old. At this moment, he still couldn't get up from the bed to resist the damn tide of the times. In the room, countless students were crying bitterly, because in the outside world, countless rumors spread across the continent. Xuanwu wants to eat people. Xuanwu wants to sacrifice blood to the Yanjiao people. The day of promotion to the realm of the gods is the day when the Yanjiao people will be exterminated. The source of the world was stolen, the ruling class fled, and a large number of people fled in panic on various fishing boats. Even small fishing boats can't hold out for long in the Demon Sea, but as long as someone takes the lead, others will continue to follow suit and flee, and soon a snowball-like trend will be formed, which can't be stopped at all. Help me out, and then you should escape as soon as possible. After the great sage roared, he closed his eyes in pain. But these students present are all civilians. Where can they escape if they want to? The battle-hardened Yanjiao had no other options, and his voice dropped again. Xuanwu wants to cut off the ego, self, and superego, break through its own bottleneck, enter the realm of the gods, and create its own world, even though such a big change has occurred, but its lifespan has come to an end, and this knife must be swung down. In its current state, it can at most cut off its own corpse. Now that the faith of the Yanjiao tribe is gone, I'm afraid it can't cut off the good corpse and the evil corpse. I'm ashamed of it. The students carried the old man out of the room. But I still want to fight for the chance of survival for the Yanjiao tribe. At this point, I want more Yanjiao people to escape from here. The good corpse and the evil corpse are hostile to each other. Once they appear, I'm afraid they will fight fiercely and devour each other. Maintaining a good balance of power between the good corpse and the evil corpse can buy more time and allow more people to escape to the Sea of Demon Gods. At this time, the sky actually showed a dark red paint color, as if a pair of scarlet hideous eyes fell from the sky, staring at this huge creature floating in the Sea of Demon Gods. Xuanwu is dying. His lifespan is over. It is dying. Countless gluttonous eyes stared at it. A huge corpse that is about to break through the realm of the gods. How tempting. It is dying. The more important contradiction does not come from the outside, but from the inside. The great sage struggled several times while lying on the bed. The dark red sky seemed to be a heavy mountain pressing down on everyone. The darkness like ink swept in from all directions, and his eyes were about to lose sight. Today is the day of his death. The old man commanded the students to arrange the hall to trap the good corpse and the evil corpse fighting each other, and smiled bitterly. Let's go, you guys go quickly. Human power is limited. If you don't leave, it will be too late. Teacher, I still have some treasures, all of which are rare items. You should take them all away so that more people can survive. Some students left, and the Yanjiao people were divided into several different factions, torn apart in the overwhelming disaster. Another part refused to leave and was willing to accompany the great sage. After all, only a few people can leave, or maybe these students are determined to die, so death is death. Chapter 85 Shimima, you are Xuanwu. The attack from the outside world has begun. Xuanwu is at a critical period. The original Yanjiao people need to unite as one to resist this external attack, but now the whole society has completely collapsed and turned into a massacre. In the vision of the great sage, the whole world dimmed and was about to return to the final nothingness. His entire life, like a revolving lantern, passed through his mind. From being born as a commoner, to awakening his peerless talent, to making great contributions and being recognized by the world for his achievements, to old age and physical weakness, retiring from politics, and cultivating countless students. And now to the last moment. The general trend of the times cannot be controlled by one person. At the last moment, life is regretless. Now, Xuanwu's evil thoughts must be far greater than his good thoughts, and he has to make the final preparations. I apologize to Xuanwu on behalf of my unworthy descendants. If the good corpse and the evil corpse have spirits, please remember me and don't make things too difficult for my Yanjiao clan. Although, this is just a luxury, the old great sage had a last moment of light and his face became ruddy. At the last moment, he miraculously stood up, bowed slightly, and then jumped towards the huge building. This jump used all his strength. In the end, a trace of bright red blood was left on the gray-brown wall. After listening to this story, Zhang Ming was silent with a hint of shock. The story of heroes and bears mixed together is indeed very sad. So that's it. The two super lives in the center of the island are the horrible products left after the death of Xuanwu. No wonder the balance has been maintained for so long. From a certain perspective, the great sage has indeed succeeded. Alice, he is really too old and has been away from politics for decades, otherwise he might really be able to turn the tide. As a group, the composition of the Yanjiao civilization is really very similar to that of humans. There are people who are greedy for life and afraid of death, and there are also people who are generous to die. Of course, there are also the ignorant masses who are kept in the dark. These people are like headless flies and have no opinions. Of course, it's no wonder that the working people don't have enough information. There are many things that can only be guided by public opinion. But soon, Zhang Ming smiled again. He found a different perspective. The ending of the story is already determined, but no matter how you think about it, there is still an important subject missing, Xuanwu. Xuanwu seems to be just a background board in the whole story and has never really appeared. Does Xuanwu really have no thoughts? Will he really let the Yanjiao people do whatever they want? Zhang Ming really doesn't believe it. The little white turtle and the old white turtle are right in front of him. Their wisdom is indeed not as good as that of humans, but they are not that stupid. In other words, Shimama, this guy, actually has some secrets. Zhang Ming cleared his throat and speculated. According to the description in the story, Xuanwu wanted to prove his truth, but obviously failed. The two monsters in the center of the island are the product of its failure to prove its truth. One is the good corpse and the other is the evil corpse. The two are enemies and maintain the delicate balance of the island, because of the catastrophic accident. The evil corpse is stronger than the good corpse. In the past, these turtles continued to offer sacrifices and use their own vitality to provide strength for the good corpse, but now the evil corpse will eventually defeat the good corpse, so the balance cannot be maintained. Even if it is a temporary sacrifice, it is not meaningful. Is that what you mean? The old white turtle didn't understand such complicated words, and its head shrank. Shimama rolled around on the altar, and it always felt that it had a sense of gloating, as if this matter had nothing to do with it. Of course, it is also possible that it was playing dumb there. Some guys are obviously very concerned, their ears are almost erected, but they pretend to be indifferent. Zhang Ming swallowed his saliva and asked, the question now is, how long can the good corpse that is about to be devoured hold out? Can I break through the bottleneck in time? If not, I can only escape. The old white turtle understood some of it and cried "Awu" twice, which was probably the time for 3 suns to rise. That is, 3 days. After 3 days, if there is still no way out, we must leave this island and survive. However, Zhang Ming was not so anxious. 3 days was more than enough to break through the bottleneck, even if all of us add up. Even if I break through the 3 bottlenecks of spirit, energy and spirit, I can't beat a hair of the evil corpse. What can I do, unless you, Shimama, go crazy? There is only a slight possibility, right? But do you have the ability to explode the small universe? The stone was silent. Zhang Ming said with a smile, should I call you Shimama, or should I change the name? For example, Xuanwu. As soon as this sentence came out, the room became quiet again. The small black stone stopped rolling, as if dead, motionless. Zhang Ming took a few deep breaths and waited patiently for the other party's response. He was not aimless. Because Shimama knew too much? From the history, language, and writing of the Yanjiao people, to the mysterious and complex spiritual language, and to some secret stories, it seemed to know everything. Even Shimama was worshipped on the altar by the Turtle clan at the beginning. Isn't this just worshipping ancestors? What else can it be? Of course, it is not ruled out that Shimama is really a repeater who knows everything. But, there is another possibility, it is Xuanwu. So, in the story just now, Xuanwu is just a background board-like existence. This guy doesn't want to describe his true thoughts at all. In the silent waiting, the black stone suddenly jumped out. Let's call it Shima from now on. It was the sentence that Lao Zhang said when he named it. It started to repeat itself, pretending to be dead. Zhang Ming swallowed his saliva and almost guessed the answer. Even if Shima is not Xuanwu, it is also closely related to Xuanwu. It may be one of the products left by Xuanwu, its own corpse. Of course, it can't be as powerful as Xuanwu, otherwise there would be no need to be a piece of obscene stone, rolling on the ground. Lao Zhang pondered for a while, cleared his throat, and said, "Let me put it this way, there are many things worth discussing in the tragedy of the Yanjiao people. Of course, this is from my perspective as an outsider, just listen to it." The lying stone mama rolled again, as if there was a little bit of a tension. Really only a little bit. First, there is a 30% chance of success. And everyone will prosper. There is a 70% chance of the clan being wiped out. This bet is too big, so big that it's a bit exaggerated. If it were me, I might not accept it. Xuanwu is old and dead, and I can't be buried with him. Even if they escape to the Sea of Demons, it won't be so easy for them to die suddenly in a short time. Even those earthlings in the mirage have lived for a while. The Yanjiao people, who have a lot of experience in all kinds of strange things, won't die so easily, right? Shimima agreed. Not so easy to die, Zhang Ming suddenly said, but where does this 30% chance come from? Why do the Yanjiao people know that Xuanwu has only a 30% chance of breaking through the bottleneck? The power level of the Yanjiao people and Xuanwu is very different. How did they know this key information? I don't understand. Didn't Xuanwu tell them honestly? Xuanwu wouldn't be so stupid. Old Zhang touched his chin and shook his head. If that's true, Xuanwu has to take the blame himself, and can't blame the Yanjiao people. If I were Xuanwu, I would tell them that there is a 99% chance of success. Just provide your faith and I will take you all to heaven. If I fail, it must be because you are not pious enough, not my fault. It must be your fault, not mine. Shima was shocked, and she quickly became hot like magma, and was so shocked that she almost glowed. How could you be so mean? Old Zhang was so excited that he just let himself go, although I don't know what the faith in the mysterious area is, and whether there are any restrictions. In my understanding, faith is a tool of rule. On our blue star, religion is actually quite popular, but it is just a tool for maintaining stability. I'll tell you a few jokes from hell and you'll understand. The priest likes little boys, and the Pope is an atheist. If Xuanwu treats the Yanjiao people sincerely and wants to influence them with sincerity, then I can only say, well, how can I put it? Between life and death, there is only a thought difference, and how many people cannot be ungrateful? How can there be so many heroes? Shima rolled rapidly, repeating loudly in a somewhat crazy manner, how can there be so many heroes? How can there be so many heroes? Zhang Ming coughed, and said, and the second point is that the Yanjiao people chose to take a gamble at the beginning. After all, if they leave Xuanwu, they have nowhere to go. Even if they don't die suddenly in a short time, from a longer time perspective, the fleet will still be easily destroyed. They have also made a backup plan, letting 10% of the elites leave on a large ship. In case of failure, the inheritance of the Yanjiao people can also continue. This plan seems to have nothing wrong, but it has laid a great foreshadowing for future failures. The crazy Shima stopped rolling again. Zhang Ming sighed. As the saying goes, if you burn your boats and break your cauldrons, the 120 kin passes will eventually belong to Chu. You must first put yourself in a desperate situation before you can truly survive. But now there is a way out, so you can't break your cauldrons or sink your boats. When selecting 1/10 of the population, who doesn't want to be selected? Who is willing to stay here and suffer unwarranted risks? How is the population selected? Is it by lottery or democratic election, or is it appointed by those dignitaries? You didn't describe the details of the selection of the population, or you didn't pay attention to it, right? In fact, this detail is very important. The various quarrels in the court are the true way of thinking of an intelligent civilization. Unfortunately, Xuanwu may not have paid attention to it, and the seeds of chaos were left at that moment. Today's update is here. Chapter 86. Today, I want to break through the limits of human beings. The Huma turtle cave was divided into black and white. Shima lived in the dark past, while a few ignorant turtles who yawned and could not understand complex language lived in the bright present. As for Zhang Ming himself, he lived between black and white. He finally understood why Shima was crazy, because it was really crazy. Shima was indeed a poor little stone, and its past was indeed tragic enough. Zhang Ming finally sighed and explained, in short, those high-level people are actually the most eager to escape. I don't believe that they didn't want to leave when they were selecting the population, but their positions and social classes destined them to be unable to escape. So, in the process of implementing the plan day by day, their desire to escape increased day by day, but this desire would not be expressed at ordinary times, because advancing and retreating with Zhuangwu is a kind of political correctness. They dare not expose the fact that they are cowards, because once exposed, they will be torn to pieces by the people below. Later, suddenly someone committed a crime against the wind, so political correctness broke a crack, and the crack became bigger and bigger, and things suddenly reversed. It turned out that everyone was a coward, and everyone wanted to escape, so, it was also wrong to let 10% of the elites leave. Without this escape plan, the Yanjiao people can only gamble their lives. With this escape plan, their desire to survive rapidly expanded, and eventually overwhelmed everything. Zhuangwu may not pay attention to the undercurrent in it at ordinary times, but this matter is not accidental, but an inevitable phenomenon. Shimma was hit so hard that she couldn't even roll. She repeated a sentence in boredom. An inevitable phenomenon. Zhang Ming laughed and said, of course, Zhuangwu did one thing right. Shimma rolled again, as if expecting something. That is, at the moment of death, the good corpse and the evil corpse maintained a basic balance, and this island was preserved. It should not be enough to rely on the means of a great sage to maintain the balance. I think Zhuangwu's own will also played a key role. Finally, the most powerful person in the human world, Comrade Zhang Ming, came here. Wait until I, old Zhang, prove the realm of heavenly gods and take you, Shimma, to take off. What belief in becoming a god? Brother will directly prove the truth with force. Zhang Ming laughed and raised his arms to show his biceps. To be honest, with 200 points of physical strength, which is the limit of human beings, his body is strong and well proportioned. Unlike those professional bodybuilders who have taken drugs, he has a natural sense of strength. Shimma was stunned, speechless, and shocked. He rolled around on the altar with a crackling sound. It had never seen such a shameless person. Do you know how bad you are? You still use force to prove the truth. Could it be that the necessary quality for proving the truth is to have a thick skin? Commonly known as, proving the truth with a thick skin, the king of strong mouth. Zhang Ming cleared his throat and made a gun-shooting motion. Shimma was actually a bit heartless. He was not too worried that the stone would really collapse. He had experienced a tragic past. How could it collapse after so many years of recalling it? Then we have to find a way to deal with the two things in the center of the island. You tell me how to deal with them first. Compared to organizing his own language, Shimma is more accustomed to repeating what others have said. It actually doesn't like to use its brain. So much so that it was silent for a long time before it stumbled out a few words. Repeat, what does repeat mean? Zhang Ming communicated with it for a long time with a headache, and it was really repeating. Because Shimma's ability is to repeat, that is, spiritual language. Shimma wanted to use the mysterious spiritual language to restore the scene of Zhuangwu, intending to break through the realm of the gods in history, deceive this piece of sky, and then attract the terrifying heavenly punishment. Let the heavenly punishment suppress the two monsters in the center of the island. Zhang Ming rubbed his temple with a headache and said, what the hell is this bullshit plan? Even if it succeeds, how can we survive? Although I don't know what the heavenly punishment is, even those high-level monsters will be killed by the heavenly punishment. How can the small shrimps on our island survive? What if this island is wiped out? What's the point of this plan? Shimma said inexplicably again in annoyance. Put the color I love. Zhang Ming was silent for a while. Huh? It's just to scare it away, and it won't let the heavenly punishment really fall. Is your repetition so awesome? Okay, if it fails, the young potential seed who wants to prove the way with force, Emperor Zhang Ming, can only hang here. Zhang Ming actually didn't have too many choices. He had to keep this island. He hasn't expanded to the point where he can cross the Demon Sea. He needs to grow for a few years. He talked to the old white turtle for a few words. The old white turtle's eyes were fixed and he made up his mind. He began to call on his people. This is a war. A war for the survival of the race. It was noon when he swam out of the turtle cave. There was not a single cloud in the blue sky. The golden sun was scorching the steam, and the entire ground was hot enough to steam eggs. A large number of birds were circling in the sky, which meant that this day was different. These sensitive creatures sensed the crisis in the center of the island, but they were unwilling to leave their hometown rashly. Where can they go after leaving their homeland? After eating a little lunch and replenishing their energy, Zhang Ming came to the familiar beach with a large backpack on his back. After a year and a half of wind and sun, the wreckage of the plane decayed much faster than expected. It was like the skeleton of a dragon, rusting from the inside to the outside. However, Zhang Ming had already taken out most of the useful things, including the wires, electromechanical equipment, metal sheets, etc. He removed about 10 tons of metal sheets alone, which would be enough for shipbuilding in the future. The remaining heavy objects that were not easy to remove would rust away. Hey Gaia, Gaia consciousness of the earth, are you still there? Zhang Ming swallowed his saliva and shouted at the sky. Today, I want to break through the limit of human beings, which is a big step for human civilization. Shouldn't I broadcast it back to give humans some inspiration? The turtles also looked at the sky and shouted, They didn't understand the situation, but just cheered along. Only Shimama quietly stuck to Zhang Ming's butt, motionless. Shimama. When the power of Gaia consciousness appears, you can use spiritual language to repeat a sentence for me. The limit of human beings, the limit of human beings. Shimama was bored and repeated in spiritual language, sounding unmotivated. And then yell again, build a ship, louder. What if humans can't hear you? Build a ship. However, Zhang Ming shouted for a long time, but the familiar intimacy still did not appear. If you don't come out, I will break through directly. Don't blame me if humans perish. Zhang Ming was not depressed at all. He picked up the ice spear, and the lightning flashed rapidly on the tip of the spear, entwining into a series of surging silver snakes. There were also several turtles with the strongest combat power beside him, Lao Bai and several of the largest super-large turtles. As for the small turtles such as the little white turtle, they all hid in the ocean and watched from afar. Their combat power was not high, so there was no need to join the battle. It may take some time to break through the bottleneck. I want to break through in the ocean, which is farther away from this island. Scarred turtle moved his huge body and crawled over. Sitting on the back of the super-large turtle Scar, wave after wave of waves kept surging up. In a blink of an eye, the familiar island was only a tiny black dot on the sea level. Human beings are creatures that grew up on land. Without the reliable land, the feeling of being submerged by the deep sea suddenly surged up. The fear of the wilderness and the oppression of the sky, the farther away from the land, the greater the pressure. Even if the turtle under his feet swims very steadily, the fear instinct from the depths of his genes still exists. The Scar turtle turned his head, looked at Lao Zhang with his black eyes, and cried "Arwu," as if to express that you are okay, brother. Why do you feel a little nervous? Just here, don't worry, buddy, I have a good psychological quality. Zhang Ming waved his hand. You swim more steadily, and your combat power will surge later. Don't scare you. The Scar turtle waited and watched. Zhang Ming did not hesitate, and directly used the power burst. This is the first ability he got after coming to the deserted island, and the degree of control is also the highest. Especially in recent times, he has also made targeted improvements to the power burst to make the spirit flowing in the body more adaptable to the human body. Under the control of consciousness, a mighty force circulated in the body. Every muscle in the body was greatly strengthened under the blessing of the spirit. A wisp of white mist emanated from the pores, and the body temperature also rose sharply. Zhang Ming knew that the all-round power explosion would not last long, so he immediately used his innate ability, attribute conversion. He added more than 2,000 points of lifespan to the physique attribute little by little. With the accumulation of strength, it was like a thin skylight was pierced. The upper limit of 200 points was easily broken. Almost at the same time, a cold chill enveloped Zhang Ming's sixth sense, as if he was being stared at by a prehistoric beast in the distance. The warning of death came on. The sixth sense warned frantically that if he did not stop breaking through, the darkness like black ink would surround him. Zhang Ming bit his tongue fiercely. I'm afraid of your grandma. You're still so sensitive even after running into the sea. If you have the guts, run to the sea. How can I fight with you if I don't break through? Fate sublimation is also called ability merging, which is the orthodox breakthrough technique of the Yanjiao people. There are three major levels of spirit, energy and spirit. In the history of the Yanjiao people, less than 10 people have a completely broken through 3 levels. Chapter 87, Master ascends to heaven in one day. However, Zhang Ming's breakthrough this time was very different from that of the Yanjiao clan. The Yanjiao people used the Yanjiao breathing technique as their main ability. Zhang Ming used his own talent, attribute conversion, as his main ability. Although the two methods have similarities, the details are very different. Simply put, the Yanjiao breathing technique, after being simplified, only has about 10% of the essence of the Zhuangwu breathing technique. And, attribute conversion, as a higher level ability, has higher compatibility and potential than the breathing technique. With a continuous improvement of the physical body attribute, the surging spirit in the body has gradually shifted at the root level. The power burst is being constantly swallowed up and merged. A sense of sudden enlightenment surged in his heart. At this moment, Zhang Ming vaguely sensed his own soul. He actually had a feeling of his soul leaving his body. This feeling was like having a lucid dream, extremely clear, and his perception was greatly improved. He could even see the contraction of muscle cells in his body. Whether humans have souls or not, modern science seems to be difficult to detect. It is more like a religious statement. Some people say that after experimental verification, the weight of the soul is 21 grams, while others think that the experiment is completely wrong. Now, Zhang Ming sensed the existence of the soul. This answer is really a bit skinny, just like a mathematical formula, it is difficult to describe with conventional words. If you use the simplest sentence, soul is I. Who am I? Who am I? Plutarch, a philosopher in the 1st century AD, raised a question: if the wood on Theseus's ship is gradually replaced until all the wood is not the original wood, then is the ship still the original ship? Looking at humans, this paradox also exists. Most of the cells in the body are renewed once every year, and the longest renewal time is 6 to 7 years. In other words, after 6 to 7 years, will I still be me? Now, Zhang Ming has the answer: I is still me. This mysterious understanding lasted only a few seconds, and when he came to his senses, the breakthrough of the bottleneck of physical body had been completed. 201, 202, 203 attributes are constantly transferred from lifespan to physical body. Zhang Ming was breathing heavily, his face was ruddy, and he clenched his fists slightly. The oversurging power made him feel at a loss, but he was still not satisfied. Physique was forcibly increased to 585. Then, it was stuck again. The main reason was that the control of power explosion was still not enough, and it was impossible to support a greater increase. The column of power explosion became power explosion, merged, which was quite different from the past. After a little understanding, what was the so-called difference? Power explosion became stronger and more arbitrary. He did not dare to waste time and began to follow suit, breaking through the two attributes of perception and spirit. Zhang Ming had many perception abilities. In addition to the activated toxin resistance and extraordinary vision, there were a lot of unactivated ones, such as eagle eyes, dynamic vision, super smell and so on. After thinking about it, it was more reliable to merge toxin resistance because he was about to go deep into that canyon and needed a stronger toxin resistance ability. Moreover, he has the highest proficiency in toxin resistance and uses it every day, so the effect after merging will be good. Spirit abilities are relatively rare and the most mysterious. Zhang Ming simply cannot activate things like feces lever that change psychological cognition. But he has a best option: lightning control. The discharge technique from the golden eel is essentially a spiritual ability: heart, fire, thunder and lightning. When extremely angry, the lightning stimulated is particularly thick. Zhang Ming doesn't know what the specific principle is, and it is the best choice to put it in the present. In this way, bottlenecks began to break through one by one, and the malice lingering around Zhang Ming became greater and greater. In the history of the Yanjiao people, a rare person who broke through all three levels of spirit, energy and spirit appeared. The existence of the center of the island cannot tolerate the appearance of a powerful life form, and it issued a silent threat. At the same time, a subtle sense of intimacy finally came late and was projected on Zhang Ming. Ah! Scarred Turtle yelled again. It noticed that Lao Zhang was getting stronger quickly, and also felt the malice coming from the island, which was almost freezing its body. Don't worry, I will ascend in one day and kill that monster. Lao Zhang noticed the existence of Gaia and shouted to the sky, ship. I want to build a ship. Shimima, quickly repeat in spiritual language, ship. I want to build a ship. Shimima also repeated lazily, ship. I want to build a ship, the limit of human beings. You are repeating it. This is my last chance, Earth. Zilla Mountains. As an area with frequent earthquakes in the world, in the past year or so, it has magically become one of the areas with the least earthquakes. The largest earthquake was only 5.2, which is definitely within the acceptable range of modern industry. What is even more surprising is that Mount Everest is constantly rising. It has jumped 12 meters in just 1 year. Can you be sure that this area is the central zone of Pangu continent? Well, judging from the current plate movement, it's about 80% certain. The entire western region is the least affected, and the magnitude of earthquakes is not high. It is the best location for future cities. As the climate warms, the ice and snow melt, and the weather becomes more extreme, we also need to transform several basins into inland lakes to cope with possible droughts. The lakes are not small. Several large rivers must be forcibly diverted to fill the basins. Right, Alice, in this era, how can we survive without moving mountains and filling the sea? Each generation has its own long march, and moving mountains and filling the sea is our mission. Li Xianfeng is accompanying several leaders to inspect the central land of the so-called Pangu continent. In the past, who would have thought that this would become the most stable place in the future? With global warming, precipitation will increase significantly, and the original desert may become fertile soil. In addition, Pangu continent is not strictly sutured. After the original plain was flooded by the sea, it would become an inland sea, so low-cost sea transportation is still useful, and the docks of some inland cities can be built in advance. At this time, a short old man suddenly turned around and said with a smile, "Xiao, how is the research on human breathing technique going?" Human breathing technique is the biggest public opinion hotspot at present, no one else. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as attracting worldwide attention. All supernatural research teams at home and abroad are studying the human breathing technique that has suddenly appeared, and they are working 24 hours a day without stopping. Therefore, Li Xianfeng quickly replied, "Currently, 40,000 people have participated in the experiment of human breathing technique, of which 20,000 people learned human breathing technique in the first experiment. The rest of the people repeated the experiment in the laboratory, and within 4 times, about 90% of them learned this skill." "What about the remaining 10%? asked the old man. "For the accuracy of the experiment, we have included subjects from all walks of life. Not only professional athletes and soldiers, but also various elderly, infirm and disabled people, the worse the physical condition and the various underlying diseases, the smaller the probability of learning. This is normal," Li Xianfeng replied. "Just as Zhang Ming said, to learn human breathing techniques, you first need to strengthen your body and strengthen your physique. But for ordinary people, as long as they undergo reasonable training, the problem is not a big deal." The old man nodded. "As long as it can be popularized among the entire population, it will naturally be a good thing." Li Xianfeng explained excitedly, "This is a superpower that can be cultivated and grown. Its bottleneck upper limit is much higher than that of most people's abilities. Its characteristics are the all-round strengthening of human cells, enhancing physical strength and perception. In addition, the whole set of methods given by Zhang Ming, which uses acupuncture to guide the flow of the human body's spirit, is also very worthy of study. We call it acupuncture guidance technique, which is equivalent to providing us with an effective scientific research tool, and Zhang Ming also proved that superpowers can be learned from each other. Of course, this requires a deep personal study of the spirit. Apart from Zhang Ming, no one can currently impart their abilities. But in any case, we believe that the value of guidance is only slightly lower than that of human breathing techniques. If the breathing technique is worth 100 points, this guidance technique is at least 90 points, and the rest of the research is successful, less than 5 points. The little old man smiled slightly and said, "So you think that human breathing techniques are something we will never be able to research in our lifetime? Guidance techniques will take decades or hundreds of years, and someone must first practice to Zhang Ming's level before it can appear." Li Xianfeng said with a trace of shame, "Yes, Zhang Ming has indeed made a very significant contribution. This is a big step in human history. Without this big step, we are still in a state of headless flies." The old man smiled slightly and asked another middle-aged man, "Old Ma, what about public opinion? Has the pressure been relieved a lot? In the past, everyone was waiting to touch the lottery ticket. Those who couldn't touch the lottery ticket almost lost all hope and lost their motivation in life. But now, everyone has been pulled back to the same starting line. Even if the original superpowers complained a few words, the larger number of people have regained their enthusiasm. They are eagerly looking forward to the day when human breathing technique will be widely popularized." The old Ma smiled and said, "In fact, there is also a talent gap in human breathing technique. Eating the flesh and blood of some mutant creatures can also accelerate the practice. The price of mutant creatures is still very high now, Well, as of now, there are still not many mutant creatures on the Earth. Some rich people collect them privately. Anyway, no matter what, giving the masses a smooth way to rise is enough to restore order to society. Human beings are such realistic animals. From the imperial examination to the college entrance examination, if birth determines fate and hard work is useless, most people will just lie down and lose their subjective initiative. If hard work can determine fate to a certain extent, then most people will take action. Even if they fail, they will only think that they are not as good as others. In fact, they know in their hearts that hard work alone is not enough, but there are always people who really succeed by relying on hard work. What else can we say? Chapter 88: A real high-intensity battle from the mysterious area. It's a pity that the mirage never appeared again after that. Li Xianfeng sighed and said, Gaia consciousness may really have no power left. We have no idea what a great hero, Comrade Zhang Ming, is doing. We are not even sure about the content of the broadcast that needs to be sent. The old man instructed, no matter what, the broadcast must be sent on time, and even more satellites can be mobilized to broadcast for a longer period of time. Li Xianfeng was in a dilemma, but what to broadcast? Half an hour of news every day is enough, and you can't broadcast if you are the one and old uncle. Survival knowledge has been broadcast for a year and a half, and it has been repeated several times. If it is repeated again, Zhang Ming will probably curse. There is not so much content to broadcast. Broadcast online novels? Li Xianfeng rubbed his temples with a headache. The group inspected a huge construction site. On the huge open space, hundreds of construction machinery were busy working. The roar of excavators and bulldozers was deafening, and the heavy trucks shuttled back and forth, stirring up billowing smoke and dust. Although Daksha lacks oil, several large oil fields were not damaged by the earthquake. With the current situation that the consumption of oil by the public has almost reached zero, the energy consumption required by these cars can still be supplied. Suddenly, a faint voice rang out from the sky, "Build a ship, I want to build a ship." Everyone raised their heads at the same time, and then their hearts jumped heavily. The mirage that had disappeared for a long time actually reappeared. However, this time the picture was very blurry, far from being as clear as it was at the beginning. Li Xianfeng quickly got the news, and his pupils dilated slightly. It seems that only the surrounding area of Mount Everest has a mirage. There is no other place. Is this a manifestation of Gaia's continuous weakening? What important information does Gaia want to convey? Li Xianfeng subconsciously paid attention to the picture in the sky. The limit of man. Even though the mirage did not make any sound, everyone at the scene heard this sentence. It was exactly the same as that day before. The old man was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Young man, you are very ambitious. Do you want to build a ship by yourself and cross the mysterious area? The next broadcast content is settled. You have to think of a way to let him use the materials on the island to build a reliable big ship. He built it randomly. Once it sinks in the ocean, it will be over. However, it is obvious that the extremely weak Gaia consciousness created this mirage not to convey the word shipbuilding. More important information, the limit of man. And the real high-intensity battle from the mysterious area. The breakthrough of the 3 levels of the limit of man made the monster in the center of the island have great malice. More and more seabirds circled and fled from the terrifying island. Zhang Ming was also very anxious, but there was no way. The speed of attribute conversion was limited, only 1 point per second, and there was no way to go faster. And because he broke through 3 levels in a short period of time, Zhang Ming felt that the muscles in his body were like being pierced by countless sharp needles, and he felt a dense soreness. However, time waits for no one. Finally, in the 3rd hour, accompanied by a foul smell, Zhang Ming squinted his eyes and saw a monster rushing out of the beach on the island. The bodies on the plane were eaten by it. Zhang Ming frowned slightly. Under the scorching sun, a rotten giant with a height of more than 50 meters and covered with white hair was wandering anxiously on the beach. It looked hideous and terrifying, long and strip-shaped like a centipede, with many legs. The chitin on its body exuded a mysterious texture like metal. It had no mouth or limbs, only a large circle of metal-like straws around its body. In addition, countless wriggling white-haired colonies stuck to its skin surface. Is it? Shimama, is it? Kill it, and we can take back the island. Lao Zhang, who had broken through the bottleneck of the limit, had a surge in self-confidence. He felt that he was a little strong. Even his 6th sense in the dark felt that this monster was not as strong as he imagined. Lao Zhang didn't know whether he was inflated or his 6th sense was confused. He really had such inexplicable confidence. Be careful, don't rush. Test its ability, mainly use long-range attacks, Zhang Ming swallowed and reminded himself. Well, eat something before the battle, eat well so that you can fight on the road. Energy does not appear out of thin air, nor does it disappear out of thin air. Zhang Ming grabbed the dried fish in his backpack, stuffed it into his mouth viciously, and swallowed it frantically. Although the eel meat can no longer increase attribute points, it is the best food for providing energy. Just a few bites will fill you up. He glanced at the attribute panel again. Physique 574/585, already merged with a power burst ability. Control degree 27.74%, perception 574, already merged with a toxin resistance ability. Control degree 28.66%, spirit 1061, already merged with a lightning control ability. Control degree 13.64%, lifespan 26/558, where's your lifespan? Where did your 2000 years of lifespan go? Did you sacrifice it like that? Only 500 years are left. Total attributes 2788. There is actually someone in the world who broke through the 3 levels in one day. I have to admit that you are a little bit powerful now. The attribute panel is a little different from the past, and it has started to praise it, except for lifespan, which is still mourning there. There is no time to think too much at this moment, because the rotten white-haired monster has already rushed into the ocean, and dozens of long legs are sliding like paddles, rushing over at a very fast speed. The old white turtle raised its long neck, howled "Narwoo," and looked at Zhang Ming, probably meaning fight or flee. If you want to fight, you have to fight on land. I'm not good at fighting in the water, and I need to rest for a while. Zhang Ming rubbed his arms and thighs and commanded hurriedly. He had just broken through the bottleneck and consumed a lot of physical energy. He had to rest for a while anyway. You guys swim around and get to the land. The turtles began to swim frantically. The scarred turtle's paws paddled, raising layers of huge waves. Splash! Splash! The white-haired monster chased after it. Its swimming speed was even faster than the big turtle. At this moment, the distance between the two sides was about 10 kilometers. The chase between life and death really began at this moment. Under the clear blue sky, with countless seabirds screaming in fear, the terrifying chase was passionately staged in this vast ocean. The splashing waves appeared milky white foam under the impact of the huge force. Zhang Ming took out several bone-throwing knives from his backpack and threw them fiercely, but the effect of throwing them several kilometers away was not great. He was just taking the opportunity to relax his mind and adapt to the current surge in combat power. Swish! Swish! As time went by, Zhang Ming clearly felt that Scar's swimming speed had slowed down. Swimming at the highest speed is actually very strenuous, similar to a 100-meter race. Even with the endurance of a turtle, such crazy swimming will soon reach its limit. Scar was just struggling to persist. Take a break and escape to other places. It's coming for me. Zhang Ming jumped lightly and jumped onto another big turtle that had some strength left. The Scar turtle also turned a corner and swam in another direction. The white-haired monster really didn't care and chased Zhang Ming. The big turtle under Zhang Ming's feet also swam wildly. In this way, the white-haired monster played a relay race with a group of turtles. Whenever the turtle under his feet was exhausted, Zhang Ming would immediately replace it. Zhang Ming wanted to consume the physical energy of this white-haired monster. If so many turtles played a relay race, they could force it to death. But obviously, time was not enough. The sun would set in 2 hours. Looking at the gradually red sunset, Zhang Ming did not want to fight it at night. After feeling his body again, he found that he had recovered almost completely. In addition, the speed of the white-haired monster had also slowed down, so he issued the landing command. Don't be afraid, I've rested well. You just need to rush to the beach, and I'll do the rest. The big turtle under his feet roared and sped up again, waving his feet to create huge waves. When he was about 1 kilometer away from the beach, Zhang Ming's expression condensed and he sensed the spores floating in the air. He subconsciously held his breath, but soon the spirit in his body flashed slightly, eliminating some of the toxins he had just inhaled. This is the power after merging abilities. Originally, toxin resistance needed to be actively called, and it was quite awkward to use. But after merging, it seemed to become an innate ability, as simple as breathing. The same was true for lightning control. The bean sprouts that were originally as thick as fingers turned into silver-white and thick silver snakes, entwined on the ice spear. The white-haired monster chasing behind was only about 2 kilometers away. At this moment, several giant turtles had already landed on the beach. They really couldn't swim anymore. Seeing the white-haired creatures attacking them crazily, they could only turn their heads and charge with howls. With a bang, the white-haired monster collided violently with several of the largest super-large turtles. After colliding with several huge creatures weighing unknown tons, they all flew backwards, and countless spores like snowflakes fell down one after another. The super-large turtle roared in pain, and a lot of white hair stuck to its shell. Don't fight it in close combat. Zhang Ming took a light step and jumped off the turtle's back. Under his feet was solid and reliable land. He clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and burst out with terrible power. He was nervous and excited. With a power burst, his muscles swelled slightly, and Zhang Ming made a standard throwing motion, inserted his legs on the beach, and then threw the ice spear with a hey. Die. That's all for today. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89 Trash. Die. The ice spear made a terrifying sonic boom like a cannonball. Silver-white lightning and thunder, coupled with a unique freezing ability, drew out the white frost in the air, like a thunder dragon roaring. The power of this spear was so great that it completely exceeded Zhang Ming's psychological expectations. He even lost his balance and almost flew out with it. With a loud bang, the whistling of the ice spear hit one of the monster's long legs. The intense cold and the burning of the strong electric current coexisted. Under the combination of cold and heat, a large hole was directly poked in the surface of the monster, and all kinds of juices spurted out of the wound. The surging adrenaline made Zhang Ming's whole body hot, but the thoughts in his head became clearer and clearer. Now I have the strength of an excavator, but not the tonnage of an excavator. It's hard to control the center of gravity. I have to take it easy. If I fall at a critical moment, I'll be in big trouble. After a wave of physical consumption, the monster's movement speed has slowed down a lot. Is its only ability white hair? Glancing at the spirit value, he entered the inexplicable horrible upright ape ecstasy state, and his spirit soared. Such a big creature cannot be killed with one blow, and Zhang Ming did not want to fight. He quickly stepped back and jumped onto the giant turtle with white hair all over his body. Hey, are you okay? Suddenly, a ball of rancid liquid sprayed out of the mouthparts of the white-haired monster. Be careful. Zhang Ming dodged backwards in a hurry, but the big turtle on the side was unable to dodge and was sprayed with liquid on its back. Seeing the white hair on the turtle's back growing more and more, it struggled in pain and roared loudly. The old white turtle on the side also called out a few times, and the giant turtle seemed to regain consciousness and turned into a stone at the fastest speed. This is the innate ability of the turtle family. When they encounter danger, they will turn into stone to stop the erosion of poison. Even Zhuangwu turned into stone after his death. But the situation is not good because he lost a combat power at the beginning. The old white turtle screamed again and used his innate ability telekinesis to retrieve the ice spear that Zhang Ming had inserted. Zhang Ming jumped high and jumped onto the coconut tree, taking over the parabola projected over. Thank you, you let these big turtles withdraw. Don't fight with this guy, its white hair is poisonous, be careful of its venom, we will attack it from a distance. Zhang Ming jumped onto a big tree and threw the ice spear again from a high position. The tip of the spear mixed with lightning crossed the sky and hit the opponent's body again. This kind of long-range attack is extremely effective. Although the old white turtle is not strong, its telekinesis is quite useful, and it can retrieve the spear thrown by Zhang Ming. The cooperation between the two sides soon became tacit. After throwing several spears in a row, several blood holes were poked in the white-haired monster. The monster was like a zombie. After several legs were injured, its movement speed became slower and slower, and the amount of venom it sprayed was also decreasing. Zhang Ming was very determined. As long as it lasts for a while, no matter how strong this monster is, it will be worn down. We will retake this island. Shimima rolled on the ground, watching the two sides fighting fiercely, and tried to organize its language. After fiddling with it for a long time, it finally uttered a sentence. Trash. What? The spear that Zhang Ming was about to throw just paused for a moment. The old voice echoed between heaven and earth. Shimima roared, as if the whole island heard this voice, "Trash! Trash! Trash! Earth, Himalayas!" The battle between Zhang Ming and the hideous white-haired monster shook everyone's heartstrings. Even the old men in high positions held their breath and stared at the screen without blinking. Humans can actually be so strong. Last time, the battle between Zhang Ming and the golden eel was also shocking, but it was also within the acceptable range. To be frank, can a person beat a gun? A company of special forces, 120 people holding machine guns and firing wildly, even the strongest superpowers can be swept down directly. At worst, a missile will kill them. And this time the battle level has been raised by an order of magnitude. No, it seems to have been raised by 2 orders of magnitude. The spears thrown by humans can easily reach a sonic boom, just like a cannonball. And at that speed, ordinary people can't aim at all, let alone shoot and hit. In addition to using weapons of mass destruction such as thermobaric bombs and poison gas bombs, ordinary special forces will undoubtedly be slaughtered if they are hostile to them. The limit of man, this keyword, unconsciously echoed in the minds of every follower. Is this the limit that humans can reach? Or, beyond the limit? Since the mirage is distributed near Mount Everest, its influence is relatively limited, but we still have to control public opinion, several officials whispered. Nepal should also be able to see it. For foreign countries, I will try to contact them and let them control public opinion to prevent group consensus from affecting the occurrence of disasters. What if Zhang Ming really sacrifices himself and the consequences an avalanche? Old Zhang, who used to appear frequently in the mirage, was already very famous. After teaching the breathing technique, he has become a household name. It's okay, he fought very smartly and should be able to win. The white-haired monster has been injured in many places, and it will be worn out to death if it takes a while longer. One of the military instructors breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the white-haired monster is killed, he will completely occupy the deserted island, and it should be right to develop in peace. Right, but how did this guy become so strong? When the Earthlings were still studying the human breathing technique and had not yet popularized the human breathing technique, someone had already broken through the human limit. This fact can't help but make people feel absurd and stunned. So much so that in the room, apart from some whispered discussions, everyone was thinking about a few particularly important questions. First, are only such strong humans qualified enough to explore the mysterious area? Second, how to break through the limits of human beings? Third, if similar monsters invade on a large scale, can the Earth resist? These should be what Zhang Ming wants to convey. Ding-ling-ling, a phone suddenly rang. Li Xianfeng swallowed his saliva and frowned slightly when he saw that it was a satellite phone, but he still answered the call quickly. Professor Peter. Now is not the time for academic discussion, right? There is a reason for this, Li. We have obtained the information about a mirage from the Nepalese side, so there is no need to trouble you to send it. This should be the last message that Gaia Consciousness can send, Peter Greer said in a low and hoarse voice on the phone. Well, let me reveal a little secret first. This little secret will be made public soon, so it doesn't hurt to tell you in advance. At the top of Mount Everest, our climbers discovered a very magical ice crystal tree. It seems to be condensed from snowflakes. It is only about 1.5 meters high, but it is as ingenious as a real tree. This tree shatters when touched, but it will soon condense again. We suspect that it is the substantial incarnation of Gaia Consciousness, because at the top of Mount Everest, this mirage is the clearest. Li Xianfeng's pupils shrank slightly, and he touched the hair at his temples. In this day and age, there are still people climbing Mount Everest. He simply didn't know how to describe these lunatics. Are they really daring or are they just courting death? Anyway, the Mount Everest camp on the Great Shia side has been closed for a long time. Peter seemed to have guessed his thoughts and smiled, but you don't have to worry too much. The ice crystal tree is just a phantom. It can't be taken away or destroyed, unless we use a nuclear bomb to destroy the highest peak in the world. The tree will disappear. It symbolizes the existence of Gaia Consciousness. The moment they saw it, the climbers all felt a sense of intimacy and security, as if they were back in their mother's arms. This feeling is completely opposite to the feeling of entering a mysterious area. In the absence of sufficient intelligence at present, we sincerely hope that this ice crystal tree can be carefully protected and no insignificant climbers are allowed to disturb it. Otherwise, if it really affects Gaia Consciousness, it will not be a good thing for all mankind. Li Xianfeng frowned and looked at the leaders around him. There has always been a saying that the north slope is difficult and the south slope is easy when climbing Mount Everest. The north slope is on the Daksha side, and the south slope is on the Nepal side. So more people go to climb the world's highest peak through the south slope. Even in Nepal, foreigners climbing Mount Everest is considered an industrial chain that creates foreign exchange. With the popularization of human breathing techniques, human physical fitness continues to improve. As long as there are no natural disasters such as avalanches, the difficulty of climbing Mount Everest will continue to decrease, and more people will be able to climb the 8 or 9,000 meter peak. So in this case, it is also good to protect it in advance. Otherwise, who knows what weird way some genius will come up with to destroy the incarnation of Gaia consciousness. At that time, the Gaia consciousness standing on the Earth's side will disappear, and humans will lose protection and have to face the endless monsters in the mysterious area directly. Li Xianfeng turned his head and asked the leader who was listening on the side. Agree, the old man nodded slightly. Then let's do as you say, Li Xianfeng replied on the phone. There are only a few people climbing Mount Everest here, but we still need to send the necessary scientific expedition team members. No problem, then we'll meet on Mount Everest to study Gaia consciousness together, Professor Peter said again. Zhang is really too powerful. I can't wait to meet him in person so that we can witness his battle together. Perhaps, we can gain a new understanding. Chapter 90, Black Tortoise's Malice. Trash, trash, Shimama kept yelling on the ground, asking Zhang Ming not to waste time entangled with this white-haired monster. Zhang Ming jumped onto a big tree, gasping for breath, the blue veins on his forehead jumping, and his whole soul was almost destroyed by the word trash. He had worked so hard for so long and fought so hard, but he was just entangled with trash? Soon, Zhang Ming realized that he was really fighting against a trash, because there were several smaller white-haired monsters limping out of the valley. The real owner is still in the center of the valley. Ah, the old white turtle shouted loudly, his face a little solemn. At the same time, he waved his forelimbs and squinted his eyes. It means that he should take Shimama to the center of the island and execute the plan. They, a group of turtles, will contain this group of white-haired trash and cover him. This is the only way. Dong 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 footsteps sounded, and several larger turtles, under the command of Lao Bai, shrank their heads and launched another charge. These giant turtles are huge in size, and they charge like a raging train. Boom, a few loud noises, the turtle shell several stories high at the white-haired monster, sparks flew everywhere, yellow sand and dust like spores were raised all over the sky, and then fell down one after another, landing on the turtle shell. Even though the white-haired monster was huge and powerful, it was knocked over in a short time. The old white turtle had a hideous look on his face, and used his telekinesis to control the 10-ton wreckage of the plane and smashed it fiercely on the other side. Pop, a loud noise, the wreckage of the plane completely fell apart, and sparks flew everywhere. If you can't beat them, just flee to the sea. Don't fight them. Zhang Ming didn't know how long the turtles could hold out. With the cover of the giant turtle suicide squad, he quickly jumped down from the tree, picked up the stone mama and rushed towards the center of the island. Between the wind and lightning, Zhang Ming ran wildly, facing the whistling sea breeze, and ran 10 kilometers away in a flash without taking a breath. The dense jungle was silent, as if it had turned into a dead place overnight. The only sounds that could be heard were the breathing and the sound of the sea breeze. The spore forest that originally entrenched in the inner ring of the island expanded rapidly, and even Zhang Ming's iron house was almost covered by this layer of spores. A hot and tingling feeling penetrated from the skin to the bone marrow. More and more spores parasitized on his skin. Zhang Ming could only use all his strength to operate toxin resistance to resist the invasion of this tingling feeling. Ahead was the mysterious valley with hundreds of meters high buildings. A streak of bright red blood covered the surface of the building, showing the spiritual fluctuation of escape. That was the last trace left in the life of the great sage of the Yanjiao tribe. The dense colony smelled the breath of living people and slowly wriggled, like the blooming red spider lilies, confusing people's minds. In the past disasters, countless Yanjiao people rushed into this mushroom forest and turned into blood. My meat must be delicious, why not just eat myself? The obscure and condensed mumbling was like a bloodthirsty leech, eroding Zhang Ming's mind. But the moment these distracting thoughts came into being, a series of silver flashes boomed and dispersed all kinds of messy distracting thoughts. No wonder lightning control is a spiritual ability. It really works on the mind. Zhang Ming came back to his senses and shook his head heavily. What should I do after arriving at that valley? Throw you over there, and out at and, Shima said a complex spiritual language. The general meaning is, these things are formed after Xuanwu died and was contaminated by evil thoughts. As long as you enter that building and put it on that small tree, the task will be completed. Evil thoughts pollution. Zhang Ming took a deep breath, and the ice spear gently moved forward, and a large area of bacterial colonies was cut in half. The fishy juice and the silver-white electric current flew in parallel, mixed with a burning smell. Occasionally, there are some skeletons like the corpses of Yanjiao people, struggling to run out of this oil and want to eat people. But they have been dead for a long time, and their bones are brittle. Even if they are contaminated by Xuanwu's evil thoughts, they can't become a big climate. They were cut in half by Zhang Ming's spear. Heading into the mushroom forest, the crooked trees, various bacterial colonies, and the smelly and rotten little monsters are almost drowning him. The whole scene has a sense of dense fear of 1 against 10,000. The closer Zhang Ming gets to the big building, the more he feels a trance of losing his mental value. If it weren't for the thunderous sound in his mind, Zhang Ming would have gone crazy and collapsed in this obscure and dark canyon. Shimama, that tree, are you sure it's in there? Shimama repeated a strange spiritual language, as if repeating the grief of a certain Yanjiao person before his death. They can't take it away. They can only steal the origin of the world. How can they take the whole world? The land under our feet is our world. Why have we believed in it for so long? The eternal history echoed in Zhang Ming's ears. I can't care so much. After seeing that tree, I'll throw you away and run away. I really can't hold on any longer. The hallucinations in his mind became stronger and stronger, as if pale and invisible hands grew out of the ground and grabbed Zhang Ming's clothes. Even though he knew that these were mental hallucinations, he had the heart fire and lightning to dispel the hallucinations. But ants bite elephants to death, and there were too many fungi. What's more, he didn't have the size of an elephant. He was just an ordinary human who had just broken through the limit of man. It was unknown how long it had been before Zhang Ming finally used his spear to cut a bloody path through the spore jungle. His blood was almost boiling as he came to the front of the giant building. Spirit 455/1061. Kill, 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 kill. The terrifying upright ape faced an unimaginable strong enemy and was bloodshot. Kill them all. Zhang Ming did not lose his mind. He just gritted his teeth and pushed open the thick and simple bronze door carefully. A thick layer of dust came towards him. He seemed to have witnessed a long history. Thousands of years of time seemed to have turned the village into country, the clay into stone slabs, and the civilization into dust in an instant. Strangely, there was no imagined sea of corpses and fire in the hall, nor were there any strange creatures like meatball tentacles. Instead, it looked very clean. Without a single corpse. There was not even a mushroom spore. Zhang Ming swallowed his saliva. The more abnormal the situation, the more it showed that this place was extremely dangerous. Supervision, his eyes glowed slightly, greatly improving his perception. In the center of the hall, about 50 meters away, there was a sickly little tree. It was indeed withered, but it stood tall and exuded a faint sense of intimacy. This strange sense of contradiction had been seen in Shima's spiritual language illusion. The Yanjiao people called it the source of the world, and Zhang Ming thought it might be something like Gaia's consciousness, just with a different name. But then, Zhang Ming's eyes suddenly enlarged because he found that he was blind. A coldness like ink wrapped him up. The darkness was so thick that even if the sun was still hanging in the sky, it was pitch dark in an instant. Even if he used supervision, he could not penetrate this deep darkness. Although supervision has not been merged into an innate ability, it is still one of the superpowers, and now it has completely lost its effect. In this case, no matter how brave Lao Zhang was, he had a thick layer of goosebumps all over his body. Then, Zhang Ming found that he had lost control of his body, as if something had pressed his shoulders. A cold force came from his back, and he could not move. It is more likely that I have suffered a mental attack and my vision has been forcibly deprived. This should be an illusion. Zhang Ming gritted his teeth and tried hard to make himself angry. The lightning in his mind flashed wildly. Finally, Lao Zhang recalled the most infuriating thing. The veins on his forehead jumped and he yelled, "Why the hell hasn't the rescue team come yet?" Grass mud horse. The silver-white lightning turned into purple gold at this moment. With a light boom, the darkness in front of him was pierced by the purple lightning. Zhang Ming regained control of his body, took a step back, and exited the ancient bronze door, breathing heavily, with sweat dripping from his forehead. The power levels of the two sides were too different, and he didn't even know where the enemy was. It's just that this powerful existence is devouring another thing and can't get away for the time being. Otherwise, he would have died in the attack just now. Hey, Mama, is that the small tree, the one opposite the door? Zhang Ming felt that the invisible malice was staring at him, and he didn't dare to use his supervision again. The black stone in his hand was getting hot, as if it was accumulating violent energy. Hey, Mama, come back. I can't bear the pressure here. If I stay here, I will die. I'll just throw you over there, right? Mama shook slightly, as if she agreed. Zhang Ming took a deep breath, focused all his attention, and threw it gently in the direction of the small tree. The black stone drew an arc and fell near the small tree with a click. Zhang Ming heard the stone rolling again. The sound was very crisp. I'm leaving, it's up to you. He didn't dare to look inside, took a few steps back, and left the huge building. Then, Zhang Ming heard a spiritual language that was so grand and vast that it was unimaginable, announcing to all directions. The North Pole, Zuanwu, has a lifespan of 1,214,311 years, and his fate was formed by the Zuanwu breathing technique. 10,000 years ago, he was worshipped by the Yanjiao clan. Now that his lifespan has come to an end, he wants to gamble with the heavens and achieve the realm of a god. Chapter 91 The End of the Mountain and the Sea. Zuanwu, at this moment, seemed to be resurrected. The earth began to rise, and the Zuanwu continent, which had sunk in the mysterious area, seemed to have returned to the time when Zuanwu was alive. It once held up the entire world. The world should not be submerged in the sea. Zuanwu continent is not just an island. It is a real continent, it is a world. The magnitude of the earthquake became larger and larger, and the grand sound became louder and louder, echoing between heaven and earth. The North Pole, Zuanwu, has a lifespan of 1,214,310 years, and his fate is formed by the Zuanwu breathing technique. 10,000 years ago, he was worshipped by the Yanjiao clan. Now his lifespan is over, and he wants to play with the sky and prove the realm of the gods. Under this vast and boundless spiritual language, Zhang Ming had a mysterious hallucination in his mind. He couldn't even tell whether this huge earthquake happened 10,000 years ago or now. In short, he could only hold his spear and run all the way, not knowing how many mushrooms he had cut. He could only run. In Zhang Ming's mind, there appeared a scene of the huge and boundless Zuanwu playing against the sky 10,000 years ago. Zuanwu wants to sacrifice the Yanjiao clan with blood. Run. Run, nonsense, the monsters are coming, hold on. The great sage crashed to death in the auditorium. Countless Yanjiao people panicked. The Yanjiao clan on the turtle's back suddenly collapsed. Some people defected, some people persisted, and some even died for it. However, Zuanwu's lifespan has come to an end, and he must play against the sky. In the boundless sea of demons, his huge head like a plateau rises high, looking at the vast sky, revealing vicissitudes of eyes like the stars in the night. At the same time, the sky quickly changed from the original blue and white to a bright orange-red, like a touch of bright red blood, smeared on the sky. Zhang Ming couldn't tell at all whether this was an illusion or a real thing. With the outbreak of the earthquake, the entire continent was climbing towards the sky at a speed of tens of meters per second. In just 1 minute, the original small island turned into a real continent stretching for thousands of kilometers. The entire submarine continental shelf was lifted up by a mysterious force. A large number of fish and shrimps jumped in the dried corals, and the already dilapidated houses of the Yanjiao people on the seabed collapsed one by one. The seabirds were frightened and moved away from the Zuanwu continent. Even the daring crabs hid in the mudflats and trembled at this moment. The past history seemed to be reproduced at this moment. Zhang Ming, who was running wildly, raised his head blankly and looked at the red sky. At this moment, the sky also turned into a bloody color, with thunder and lightning, and the story of the ancient times began to repeat itself. The sea turned blue and black, forming a terrifying vortex with a diameter of thousands of kilometers. Has the world been deceived by Shima's spiritual language, or is the world really going to be punished by heaven? And he seemed to have become an ordinary Yanjiao person 10,000 years ago. In the powerful confrontation at the world level, he was at a loss and could not do anything, watching the rapid collapse of the whole world. He even saw a child from the Yanjiao tribe, crying and rushing towards him, crying very sadly, "Mom is dead, Dad is dead too." He stretched out his hand, trying to grab the child, but he caught nothing. He saw a building collapse, crushing a woman to death. He stretched out his hand, trying to grab the woman, but he caught nothing. He saw an old man fall to the ground, unable to stand up again. He couldn't catch anything, nothing. In that mysterious illusion, countless Yanjiao people were wailing, children fell to the ground, and soldiers were fighting against a large number of monsters that fell from the sky and crawled out of the ocean. The nobles tried every way to escape. Even if it was too late to leave now, they were still trying every way. Escape, escape. Endless panic appeared on this continent. Zhang Ming took a deep breath. Even though he knew that this was an illusion created by Shimama, he was immersed in it and could not forget it. He could only escape, just like the great sage of the Yanjiao tribe said, escape, escape. The dark red sky became more and more hideous, but the surrounding broken walls and ruins had already fallen and become a sad past. There was no war, no sad things, just history. He seemed to be traveling between ancient and modern times. History overlapped at this moment, and then quickly separated, leaving only contemporary explorers to witness the stories of the past alone. The stars are brilliant, and the mountains and rivers are endless. The splendor of time tells of endless sadness. I remember that naughty children crossed the ridges of the fields to play, and the elderly were also safe. But now, the crying children have become dry bones, the prosperous civilization has become dirty. The ancient city walls, the rotten pillars and beams, the end of the mountains and the sea is the burial of the world. I listened attentively, and someone was singing. Forget, forget. Zhang Ming kept running forward in the violently shaking earth. Along the way, he met several shivering turtles. They were really scared at this moment, collectively shrinking their shells and not daring to move. Get up, follow me, go. The turtles seemed to have seen the backbone, and they climbed up one by one and followed Zhang. It's true that these turtles run very fast. Who says turtles can't outrun rabbits? The earthquake has been continuing, and the entire Xuanwu continent is actually floating on the Demon Sea. Zhang Ming almost understands what the God Realm is. Xuanwu wants to become a world. Although it is huge and can support a civilization, it is not a real world after all. If it wants to become a world, it must have a race to worship it. And that little tree may be a treasure left over from the original world of the Yanjiao people, something similar to Gaia consciousness. If Xuanwu wants to become a new world, it must integrate the little tree or some other steps. Zhang Ming is not very clear about the real details, but the general process should be about the same. But becoming a new world is so difficult, it is a qualitative change in the level of power and realm. Even the Demon Sea does not allow it. So, Xuanwu died. But now, the three things left by Xuanwu, self-corpse, good corpse, and evil corpse, have reunited and restored some of their former strength. Especially Shimama, who also has the spiritual language ability of history reappearance, so it brings the possibility of the fox pretending to be the tiger. It wants to deceive the world and let the world fight back. And the strongest on the island is naturally Xuanwu's evil corpse, and this evil corpse will bear the greatest pressure at this moment. Can Shimama fight? Of course Shimama can't fight, otherwise it wouldn't be a repeater in the turtle cave. However, it has inherited the memory from Xuanwu, and it has a lot more means. Zhang Ming jumped onto a big tree and looked at the magnificent scene of the whole continent rising. In these countless scars, he saw one historical detail after another, and in these star-like fragments, he saw the footsteps of civilization moving forward in suffering. We cried when we came to the world and cried towards eternity. The scarlet and even dark red sky became more and more dull, and the closer to the sky, the more suffocating and dull it felt. He continued to run away, the farther the better. Along the way, it seemed that many Yanjiao people were following him to run away. The spores around were withering at a very fast speed, indicating that the evil corpse was gathering its own strength to cope with the terrible pressure in the sky. Even the white-haired multi-legged monsters fighting with the turtles fell to the ground one after another. Without the power of the evil corpse, it was just a rotten corpse that had been dead for an unknown period of time. A group of turtles suffered heavy losses in the war, and several turtles turned into stones. Because of their large size, they could not be moved. At this moment, there was no way to rescue them carefully. Zhang Ming asked hurriedly, "Are you okay? Can you save them?" "I can't care, let's go." The old white turtle was silent for a while, did not answer, spread his feet, and ran towards the turtle cave with the living turtles. The cave was filled with turtles of all sizes, including a pocket-sized white turtle. When it saw Zhang Ming coming back alive, it cried "Arwu," as if to say hello, and then looked nervously at the sky in the distance. This scene was too terrifying. The scattered clouds gathered together to form a huge purple-black cocoon. It seemed that something was about to be born from the cocoon. Zhang Ming was terrified. Every time the cocoon expanded, his sixth sense produced a stronger alarm. What is the heavenly tribulation? The cocoon expanded wildly, reaching a diameter of hundreds of kilometers in just a few minutes, and it was still expanding infinitely, crushing the entire atmosphere. Zhang Ming's eyelids twitched, and he vaguely felt that the purpose of this thing was to swallow the Xuanwu continent directly. Then, just when he was about to be unable to withstand the huge pressure, the continent, which was only half suspended, sank with a bang, and fell back into the ocean like an elevator falling. Mama, plus the other two things, even if they were gathered together, they were not the real Xuanwu. The real Xuanwu is dead. They can't possibly fight against the whole world. So halfway through the repetition, Mama didn't dare to repeat it anymore. After the continent landed again, an unimaginable huge tsunami was formed. The surging seawater poured back all of a sudden, submerging large tracts of land, and the marine creatures jumping around on the ground were instantly swept away by the waves. The turtle cave was naturally also affected. Seeing the large amount of seawater pouring in, rising higher and higher, squeezing the air, Zhang Ming was very anxious. He has a very high physique, is good at swimming, and can dive for a long time, but he doesn't have underwater breathing skills. Without air, he will die. The sinking of such a large piece of continent has caused a terrible tsunami. God knows how long the seawater backflow will last. Old turtle, save me. I will drown. Seeing the seawater surging wildly, Zhang Ming grabbed Lao Bai's neck and begged. Lao Bai turtle had a wrinkled expression on his face, as if he was a little speechless. He used his claws to pull a few times in the mud and took out his great collection, a huge shell. It looks like a stone covered with moss, about 2 meters in diameter. Zhang Ming had passed by the stone several times, but he didn't realize it was actually a shell. After opening the shell, his eyes lit up. There was a space inside, about the size of a 20 square meter, 3 meter high room, 60 cubic meters of air. Based on the calculation that 1 cubic meter can be breathed for 3 hours, there is no problem breathing for a week. Zhang Ming was shocked and said happily, "Old turtle, you actually have this space magic weapon." Chapter 92. Is Zhang Ming still alive? Facing the surging tide, Zhang Ming did not have time to beg the old turtle, and hurriedly got into the shell. In the dark environment, only a silver-white pearl flashed a dim light. It was cold in the palm of his hand, and there was a feeling of telepathy. This should be a strange object to control the switch of the shell, but there is no need to open it now, otherwise the seawater will pour in and it will be a cold song. Alice, what happened today? It's really too bizarre. Zhang Ming sighed deeply. The water in the mysterious area is really too deep. The more you understand it, the more you can understand the mystery and horror. The way home seems to be farther away. When can he go home to brag in front of relatives and friends, and eat a meal at KFC? Forget it, don't think about it. I was already mentally exhausted and my limbs were weak. I felt even more dazed when I thought about these sad things. It's better to think of something more interesting. Hey, I saw a large gooey duck when I was running for my life just now. It looked delicious, but it must have been washed away by the sea now. That fat fish, is it a pufferfish? It is said that pufferfish meat tastes very delicious. I should be able to eat some now, right? The liver of pufferfish has the most pufferfish toxins. Have one, and jellyfish can also be eaten after breaking through the bottleneck. I wonder how it tastes. Zhang Ming fantasized about it because his good friend, the turtle, loved to eat jellyfish. Just like sucking bubble gum, he rolled and sucked, and ate the jellyfish. He hesitated several times and didn't dare to eat it. In one's life, only food and love should not be let down. Alone, there is no love, so I can only imagine what delicious things are to live a life. I wonder how Mama is doing, whether she survived or not. Alice, this world is really crazy. Have the images been sent back from the human side? Just survive and grow. Don't think that everything will be fine just because you have a hydrogen bomb. Surviving is the best way. Humans are no longer at the top of the food chain. You must realize this. This world is very deep. Earth, Himalayas. Supernatural Research Division. Silence and a strong sense of panic appeared in this well-equipped room. Every researcher was stunned in place, so that for a while, only the increasingly heavy breathing and the sound of the computer fan could be heard in the room. At first, everyone was still interested in commenting on the method of breaking through the limit of human beings, whether guns and cannons can defeat white-haired creatures, how many rocket launchers can turn it into ashes, can Zhang Ming beat a regular army, and so on. But later, when the entire submarine continental shelf rose up, everyone held their breath, and the whole person's worldview suffered the strongest impact. What is this? Even after entering the supernatural age, people have come into contact with many strange phenomena, from super-powered people, to strange objects, to huge superlife. Even though human cognitive ability has been greatly improved, it seems that no matter how strange the things are, they can accept them. But what is this? A continent suddenly rose from the bottom of the sea. From mountains to lakes, from basins to plains, this is not an underwater continental shelf, but a giant turtle that has been dead for a long time. An unimaginable and vast giant turtle. Now, the giant turtle has risen. But even stranger things happened afterwards. The whole world changed color, a giant cocoon appeared in the sky, and a dark vortex formed on the ocean, as if to flatten the entire continent. The last scene everyone saw was like this, because the mirage disappeared abruptly. This kind of high-level battle scene no longer allows the Gaia consciousness from the Earth to sneak a peek nearby. Why did it disappear later? Academician Jack, with gray hair, asked in a hoarse voice. What about mirage? How is Zhang Ming? Seeing half of it but without the final ending. Not only Academician Jack, but also the senior executives, are now full of curiosity, doubts, and uneasiness. Could it be that the Americans are playing tricks and destroyed the saplings on Mount Everest? Make a phone call and ask. As everyone recovered from the tense state, the discussion in the room gradually became heated. There is a very important proposition worth discussing. How did this turtle, which is as wide as a continent, die? If a similar terrorist phenomenon invades the Earth, can the Earth defend itself? Does the hydrogen bomb have such great power? Obviously, the hydrogen bomb does not. Hydrogen bombs only have destructive power, and it is even more impossible to make a continent rise up from the bottom of the sea. This magnificent power belongs to the supernatural world and has exceeded the cognitive limits of human beings. No, how could it be us? We also want to know the final outcome. Zhang, how is he? He should be fine. We have no idea what happened. Professor Peter Greer on the other end of the phone was obviously in an extremely excited state. He spoke very fast and spoke in English. Of course, we also want to know if destroying the mirage will do us any good. Professor Peter paused, as if he was talking to someone else. After a long time, he came back again. Some climbers said that the ice crystal tree on Mount Everest has indeed disappeared. But it is definitely not us who did it. I said last time that the ice crystal tree will break when touched. In fact, it is just a phantom. It will condense again after a while, but this time, it doesn't seem to condense again. I suspect that Gaia's consciousness was strongly disturbed during the peeping process, so that it was damaged. After all, the power level of the warring parties is somewhat beyond our cognition. Got it? Li Xianfeng sighed. This is similar to his idea. No matter how strong Gaia is, it is not a real god. The mysterious power on the island is so powerful that it can destroy the world. It is impossible for the Gaia consciousness on the Earth to peek at it. As for whether Zhang Ming is alive or not, in the last scene, he saw Zhang Ming and a group of big turtles hurriedly hiding in a cave, so the possibility of him being alive should be quite high. This guy is really tenacious. Perhaps only such a person can survive in the mysterious area. Ordinary soldiers rashly enter and lose their lives. Many experts were deeply afraid of the beginning of people's exploration of the mysterious area. Li Xianfeng cleared his throat. Then everyone, we must fully dig out the information of this data and make a reasonable safety assessment. Chapter 93 Innate and Acquired Abilities. Therefore, after a long period of discussion, people call this kind of supernatural individuals that are completely beyond the cognitive limit, and even the ultimate weapon hydrogen bomb may not be able to deal with them. Demons. Demons have the ability to destroy the entire world. In the mouths of scientific researchers, the mysterious area has another name. The Sea of Demons. Because of the new cognition, human exploration in the mysterious area has been banned on a large scale, and only some of the most basic scientific survey activities are retained. Originally, the human leaders wanted to use the spiritual energy of the mysterious area to activate superpowers on a large scale, but now with a human breathing technique, activating new abilities is not very meaningful. What's more, the human leaders are more worried that large-scale human activities will attract the attention of unknown external demons. The current Earth world is still in a hidden state. If something really finds it and attracts a large-scale invasion, it will be more than worth the loss. Although this decision is a bit slow and will miss some opportunities, the major countries in the world quickly passed a corresponding decision. Humans who have always been unable to reach a consensus have reached a consensus, which is really a miracle on Earth. Mysterious area, Turtle Cave. Zhang Ming, who was hiding in the big shell, was bored and had a good sleep. After waking up, he began to study the mysterious pearl in his hand. There seemed to be a vague consciousness in the pearl, as if it was alive. In fact, most supernatural objects are like this. Even if they are non-living things, they will be tainted with a little subtle spirituality if they have a spirit. They are not real life, but they can communicate with living things. This pearl has a total of 4 options: open, close, transparent, zoom in and out. Open, close, is naturally the function of opening and closing the shell. Zoom in and out will only change the external volume, not the size of the internal space, and can only be reduced to a diameter of about 1 meter at most. Zhang Ming imagined the scene of traveling around with a shell on his back. As for transparent, Zhang Ming chose the transparent option, and suddenly, the entire ceiling became transparent. The turbulent water filled the turtle cave and submerged all the murals left by the Yanjiao people. Several larger turtles blocked the water flow on the periphery and formed a large circle, and the smaller turtles hid in the circle. The big shell where Zhang Ming was also in the protective circle. The greedy Xiaobei was enjoying the moss on the shell happily, as if it was separated by a convex lens, which looked strange and interesting. So that's it. After choosing transparent, you can observe the scene outside. Zhang Ming greeted Xiaobei a few times, but the other party did not respond at all and just gnawed the moss by himself. But the outside can't observe the inside. They are very smart. It is said that turtles can breathe with their buttocks in the water. Even if they stay in the water for a long time, they will not suffocate to death. This shell is really a good treasure. It has its own space and can be enlarged and reduced. If I want to cross the mysterious area, it is a rare space treasure. Why is this shell not mine? Damn it! Lao Zhang became greedy and tapped the floor lightly with his ice spear, making a crisp dang-dang sound. He had a hunch that even if he tried his best, it would be difficult to break this shell with the ice spear. This thing is very hard, worthy of being a supernatural wonder. It's a pity that the old white turtle is so stingy. If it weren't for the life and death crisis this time, he might have kept this treasure hidden and refused to take it out. Forget it, it doesn't matter if you don't give it to me. Let's find a way to catch one in the sea. We should have backbone. Zhang Ming said some sour words to himself. In fact, he was very greedy. He wanted this shell too much. After tinkering with the strange shell, he began to study his attribute panel. Physique 374/585 has merged with a power burst ability. Current control degree 25.73%. Perception 374/574 has merged with a toxin resistance ability. Current control degree 28.66%. Spirit 355/1061 has merged with a lightning control ability. Current control degree 13.64%. I have already slept, but there are still only more than 300 points of spirit value left. At the lowest point, it may be only more than 100 points. This shows how dangerous this battle is. It can be said that it is a matter of life and death. However, in a safe environment, this value is slowly recovering, and Zhang Ming can be regarded as a long sigh of relief. Lifespan 26/558. Total attributes 2788. After the high-intensity battle, there is indeed a great harvest. Zhang Ming ate the dried meat in his backpack while recalling it carefully. After breaking through the 3 bottlenecks of human limit, it is not an exaggeration to describe it as a reborn. Throwing objects can easily reach sonic booms, and the attack and defense are integrated, comparable to Superman. This is the peak combat power of the Yanjiao people. As long as the technological civilization does not use weapons of mass destruction, this peak combat power is close to invincible. Of course, in the long history of the Yanjiao people, people who break through the 3 levels are rare. Zhang Ming is still a little proud. And the upper limit of the spirit value has reached an exaggerated 1061, which is nearly twice that of the physique and perception. This matter has also been described in the information of the Yanjiao people. The stronger the auxiliary ability is, the higher the upper limit can be reached after the breakthrough. In other words, lightning control is one level higher than power burst and toxin resistance, or even 2 levels higher. The actual application is also the same. The lethality of lightning is huge, and it can also dispel various illusions in the mind. Of course, nothing is absolute. Simple abilities can improve proficiency faster, consume less energy, and recover faster. Stimulating lightning requires mental energy, and it takes less than 1/3 of it to recover in a whole day. Power burst, current control is 25.73%, and the current corresponding physical upper limit is 585 points. If you practice to 100% control, the upper limit of physical is 2109, which is not bad. Lightning control, practice to 100% corresponding to the highest upper limit of 7779. Zhang Ming was silent. It seemed that his attribute points were not enough. He looked at the life column. Life 26/558, lifespan. Don't come over here. What will happen if I remove my abilities from the merged state? With a hint of curiosity, Zhang Ming thought about it and directly removed the power burst. Suddenly, he felt a sense of loss at the soul level. It was as if an important item in his life had been lost. Annoyance, irritability, and disappointment all surged into his heart. This feeling was so strong that Zhang Ming didn't know what was going on. Then, a flash of lightning flashed in his mind, and all the negative emotions disappeared without a trace. The physique attribute did not change, and it was still 585 points, indicating that the bottleneck that had been broken through would not come back again. But when he used the power burst that had not yet been merged, he once again felt a sense of unfamiliarity and blockage, and the increase was not as great as before. Zhang Ming took a deep breath and realized something in his heart. I almost understand. The burst of power is acquired through learning. If it is not combined, no matter how much research is done, it is impossible to achieve the level of using arms and fingers. The room for improvement is quite limited, and the ability after the merger is transcribed by the soul and becomes an innate ability, which greatly increases the room for improvement. Innate ability can be used without thinking, so it is really much more powerful. As for the disassembly just now, I lost an innate ability, and naturally regretted it from the bottom of my soul. Acquired abilities require concentration and thinking. For Lao Zhang, who can't do two things at the same time, it is really annoying. He just doesn't want to use his brain. Thinking of this, Zhang Ming forcibly dismantled the toxin resistance and replaced it with supervision. Sure enough, the supervision has been greatly enhanced and can be used at will. Zhang Ming found that a faint halo was flowing in his eyes. Supervision, current control degree 6.1%, total upper limit 1892 is not as good as 2003 of toxin removal. He could even see the free spirits in the air, floating dust particles, and various wriggling mites and bacteria with his naked eyes. Even his arms were densely packed with bacteria. The microscopic world is too scary, a little bit hard to adapt to. Zhang Ming quickly exited the magical perspective of supervision. After thinking for a long time, he now only has 3 innate skill slots. No matter how he tries, he can't merge the fourth superpower. Among a large number of optional lists, he can only choose 3, which makes Zhang Ming unsatisfied. Compared with innate abilities, acquired abilities are really not powerful. After disassembling the ability, reinstalling a new one requires a lot of time and physical strength. Zhang Ming estimated that the attempt just now may have taken 5 or 6 hours, which consumed a lot of physical energy. In the battle, I can't tear it apart, otherwise it would be a death wish, so I have to pick out the 3 best combinations. After thinking about it for most of the day, he spent more than 100 attributes and activated 10 abilities in a row, such as Eagle Eyes, Regeneration, Super Immune, Blood Activating Constitution, Fast Steps, Nuclear Blast Punch, Stone Skin Glands, Super Strength, Turtle Breath, and the rotting digestion that he had been thinking about. The amazing thing is that Zhang Ming still thinks that the first 3 combinations, Power Burst, Toxin Resistance, and Lightning Control, are the best options at the moment. On the one hand, after following him for so long, he has the highest control over these 3 abilities. He spent a lot of time fine-tuning the flow of spirits, making it easier to use. On the other hand, these 3 combinations are indeed both offensive and defensive, and have withstood severe tests in battle. For example, the Nuclear Blast Punch obtained from a certain mantis shrimp sounds like a bluffing name, but it is actually a physical ability, similar to Power Burst. The upper limit of the physical strength of nuclear punch is only 2094 points of physical strength, while the upper limit of power burst is 2109. The difference is not big. On the contrary, the physical strength of stone skin gland, which is worth 20 points of attributes, has an upper limit of 3102 points, which is much higher than the others. It is a defensive ability that has the effect of strengthening the skin and internal organs. But in battle, the combat power level is not as good as power burst, so after thinking about it for a while, Zhang Ming gave up temporarily. The others are just acquired abilities. Although the effect is a little worse, they can be used when needed, and they are not useless. Oh, it would be great if there were more innate abilities. Thinking of this, Zhang Ming couldn't help but sneer, feeling that he was greedy. The Earthlings are still tinkering with a human breathing technique, and there is not even an individual with 100 full attributes. He is already complaining about the problem of not having good acquired abilities. If this is not called greed, what else is greed? Relying on human breathing technique is the foundation. Can we disassemble the abilities at will after breaking through the bottleneck? Zhang Ming couldn't help but have a magical academic question. He took his own attribute conversion as the foundation, and only after breaking through the bottleneck could he flexibly disassemble various abilities. Based on human breathing technique, can abilities be disassembled? This question is very important. If it cannot be disassembled at will, it means that the Earthlings must carefully choose 3 abilities at the moment of breaking through the bottleneck. Otherwise, once they are merged, they cannot be disassembled, and they can only regret it for life. Anyway, he was bored, so the great researcher comrade Zhang Ming started to operate the human breathing technique and studied it tirelessly. Time passed day by day, and in a blink of an eye, a week had passed. Zhang Ming opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air from his chest. Nothing was researched this week. Instead, the food he brought with him was eaten up, and his stomach was crying with hunger. As the backflow of seawater slowly receded, the Xuanwu continent once again returned to peace. It was time to open the shell and go out to see what the situation was. The little white turtle saw Zhang Ming coming out of the shell and enthusiastically invited him to eat a big, fresh fish stranded in the cave. The scales on its body were colorful like a parrot. Oh. Have you seen this fish before? Zhang Ming cut a few times with his spear and ate a few bites of sashimi. He was still not used to eating raw food, but he was really hungry now, and there was no firewood around, so he just ate a piece and was done with it. Attribute +1. This fish is poisonous. Zhang Ming's face changed slightly, and he felt the alarm of the neurons at the tip of his tongue. But soon, he found that even the toxin resistance was not working, and the trace toxins from the fish meat had disappeared. With a physique of more than 500, he is already fearless of many toxins. It can be said to be a classic example of attribute crushing ability. After discovering this, Lao Zhang was in a good mood. He used his fingertips to release a little electricity, took a bite, and his eyes lit up immediately. This feels strong enough. Lightning and poisonous fish meat, crisp and numb, just like eating chili peppers. Do you want some electricity? The turtles called out one after another, all wanting some. After a meal, the turtles huddled on the ground. Attribute +2, gained the ability Venom Gland, very satisfied. At the request of some readers, one chapter of 2,000 words is 10 points, and another chapter of 4,000 words is 20 points. There is really no other way to give the subsequent third chapter 15 points, but it should be enough for the chapter with 50 points. Chapter 94 My wife is missing. Swimming back to the shore from the turtle cave, the sky was still so blue and clear, and the endless waves soothed the reefs on the shore. For the sea, it seemed that nothing had happened. But after a shocking change, many coconut trees collapsed and lay on the ground in a mess. This messy appearance made Zhang Ming sigh deeply. Perhaps it will take decades or even hundreds of years for the traces of the battle to be smoothed out by time. On the beach, the already dilapidated wreckage of the plane was really washed away by the huge waves this time. This relic of human civilization that brought Zhang Ming to the island, in the end, left no trace and completely disappeared in the long river of history. Old Zhang couldn't help but feel sentimental. The plane is gone just like that. Instead, a group of lively fish were stranded in large and small puddles, and some marine life such as shells and seafood also remained. Zhang Ming was not in a hurry to catch these seafood, because his good comrades, the stones transformed from giant turtles, still stood on the beach. Woo, woo, the turtles surrounded the boulders and kept calling. It was just a pity that two of the turtle boulders, Perhaps because the earthquake was too violent, or perhaps because they were too seriously injured in the battle, directly cracked and turned into stones forever. The old white turtle walked forward slowly, checked for a while, and shook his head silently. The stone cracked and could not be restored, so it must be dead. War always requires sacrifice. The turtles also know the meaning of death and the pain of separation. For a while, the beach was filled with a whimpering of "Arwoo, Arwoo." Zhang Ming clasped his hands together, bowed slightly, and sighed, "Have a good journey, I will cook for you in the next life, everything has an end. Even the ultimate life form like Xuan will die one day." These giant turtles paid the price of their lives to protect their hometown and to cover Zhang Ming's actions. Is it worth it? This question suddenly popped up in Zhang Ming's mind, and he suddenly recalled the scene of the collapse of the Yanjiao civilization. From an individual perspective, of course it is not worth it. Life is everything to an individual. Without life, there is nothing. However, from the perspective of the population, this sacrifice is worth it. If the turtles are forced to leave the deserted island, they may live a miserable life of hunger and starvation. They can't find a suitable habitat, and they can't even lay eggs, leading to chronic extinction. But now, as long as they have a familiar home, the entire population still has room to thrive. From this perspective, this sacrifice is worth it. Several other turtle boulders did not crack, but were slowly being released from the petrified state. Hard substances like limestone fell off the surface of their skin, revealing the dying super turtles inside. Among them, the turtle named Scar almost rolled down his tears when he saw Zhang Ming, and screamed "Arwoo." It said it wanted to eat some spicy crab meat to ease the suffering process. It was really exhausted, so tired that it couldn't even lift its neck. Zhang Ming couldn't help but pick up a big fish and stuffed it into Scar Turtle's mouth, comforting it kindly. Okay, when you recover a little, I'll treat you to spicy crab, don't be picky now, just eat something and recover your vitality. You are very brave and have played a big role. Thank you, comrade." The super large turtle felt a fish jumping in its mouth, "Arwoo," and slowly climbed up from the ground. It turned its head and looked into the distance, perhaps expressing its condolences for its dead companion. The turtles didn't have any special rituals to worship the dead, but just slowly pushed the stones that their companions had turned into the depths of the ocean. Born in the ocean, buried in the ocean, the disappeared life may temporarily dissipate like smoke in clouds, but under the wash of this wave, yin and yang are harmonized, and the soul gathers into shape. May eternal life gradually revive in another world. The fear of death may be the original source of religion. You pick up some seafood here, I'll go see what happened to Shimima. If the plan fails, we still have to leave here. Zhang Ming walked forward. The ground was wet and the bushes were leaning here and there. Even his tin house, which was located on a higher ground, was partially soaked by the backflow of seawater. The seawater has actually flooded here. Under the strong earthquake, even the coconut trees collapsed, and the tin house was naturally not spared. Zhang Ming lifted up pieces of tin sheets with fear and started searching, his hair almost standing up. Finally, he found his radio in a pink suitcase. Fortunately, it was not wet. Old Zhang held the radio and was almost scared to death. He was not so panicked even when he beat the evil corpse of Xuanwu. What if the radio is gone? He can only rely on Shimima to listen to the radio. But what if Shimima is gone too? This big box should have floated in the seawater, and the things inside are basically dry. Fortunately, my usual habits are good enough. I put the radio in the box after using it. Actually, I was afraid that it would be stolen by the turtle. Turn on the power switch, and the radio can be used normally. With a sigh, Zhang Ming suddenly thought of something and looked in the direction of the airline chair. Where is my wife? My wife is gone. The teacher posters sent by the drift bottle were washed away by the seawater. Lao Zhang wanted to cry but had no tears. The voice of Spirit Value -10,086 sounded in his mind, and he cursed the damn God loudly. He was already so miserable, and God wanted to take away his spiritual entertainment. What kind of life is this? Zhang Ming couldn't help but think of the classic saying of a famous writer, God, you, kill me. Of course, he didn't get discouraged for too long. With the thought of if my wife is lost, I will ask the drift bottle to send a few more. Lao Zhang quickly cheered up. Holding the ice spear in hand, he groped carefully towards the central area of the island. The purpose of their battle this time was to protect this island from being occupied by the Black Tortoise evil corpse. If the evil corpse was still there, he could only take the turtles and run away. The whistling mountain wind brought a hint of salty and humid air, and the ground gradually became dry. The sixth sense did not send a strong warning, but Zhang Ming did not dare to take it lightly. He jumped onto a big tree and looked far away for a while. The gap between him and the black tortoise evil corpse was too big, and any negligence would bring the most cruel ending. It's hard to imagine how powerful the real realm of the gods is. Can the earthlings beat this thing? Zhang Ming didn't know the answer to this question. Just those spores that spread on a large scale and absorb human life are enough to make the earthlings eat a pot. He was lucky to survive. First, toxin resistance and lightning control both have restraint capabilities. Second, the black tortoise evil corpse's attention was not focused on its strong minion. A moment later, he came to the canyon. The spores all over the mountains had withered and turned into large pieces of flying ash. The corpses of strange monsters were piled on the ground, and the smell of decay was coming. A lonely, half-collapsed giant building still stood in the center of the canyon, and the bright red blood faithfully revealed the obscure escape spiritual fluctuations. As if protected by a mysterious power in the dark, this giant building has actually stood firm in the earthquake until now. All history is the history of people, and the history of the Yanjiao people has really ended. But with Zhang Ming coming here, the history of people has embarked on a new journey again. He took a deep breath, struggled for a moment, and finally called out in a low voice, "Hey! Shimama, are you still alive? Hey! Are you still alive?" There was no response in the building. Zhang Ming walked slowly in the ruins, mobilizing his whole body's perception and sensing the movements around him. In the end, he once again bit the bullet and pushed open the bronze door of the lobby. To be honest, if it wasn't for confirming the results of the battle, he really didn't want to come to this ghost place again. He saw Shimama and the sickly weird little tree. "Hey, Shimama, are you still alive?" Zhang Ming called a few words from a distance. The Shimama brand repeater was motionless. It was as if it was dead. There was no way. Zhang Ming once again used his supervision to scan the surrounding environment. He really didn't sense any major crisis, nor did he suffer any attack. Gathering his courage, he tiptoed into the hall, picked up the small black stone, and slipped out. "Are you really dead? Can a stone die? I don't see her broken into two halves." He tapped it twice with his fingers, but there was still no response. He couldn't help but feel sad. Although Shimama was a stupid repeater, he was also the only one who could speak human language on the deserted island. His wife was gone. The repeater was gone too. This battle was really a big loss. Suddenly, Zhang Ming came up with an idea and blurted out, "Hey, the story of my first love and my girlfriend has a final ending. Do you want to know how I broke up with her?" Shimama immediately got excited and moved lazily. "Do you want to know how I broke up with her? Why didn't you reply just now?" The veins on Zhang Ming's forehead jumped, and he immediately threw this lewd guy out viciously. "Pa!" The stone was thrown far away. But Shimama had already turned on the fanatic mode, and in less than a second, he rolled back lewdly, raising a huge amount of dust along the way, repeating frantically, "How did I break up with her? Why should I tell you? Do you have any secrets to exchange with me?" Lao Zhang said unhappily. "How did I break up with her?" Shimama roared in pain. Chapter 95 Treasures from Time. After struggling to communicate with Shimama for more than half an hour, Zhang Ming almost figured out what happened at the end of this battle. Did the black tortoise evil corpse escape directly? Zhang Ming squatted on the ground, looking at the white clouds in the sky, his face a little confused. This ending is really sad. After fighting for a long time, the opponent actually ran away. But if you think about it carefully, the escape of the black tortoise evil corpse is also an expected result. No matter what, it is also something born after the death of the black tortoise. It is the strongest here and the main target of heaven's punishment. In the horror scene a week ago, it was the one who was under the greatest pressure. It is not surprising that the black tortoise evil corpse escaped as long as it is not stupid to the extreme. And Shimama just used the power of the little tree to make the whole continent rise, and repeated the scene at that time with his own spiritual language. It itself has no combat power, and it is even more impossible to beat the black tortoise evil corpse. It just used the power of heaven and earth to intimidate the other party. Will it come back? Zhang Ming asked worriedly, without restraint. If it comes back again, we won't even have time to escape and will be killed. Shimama rolled on the ground for a few times, not knowing what it was saying. Did the evil corpse of Zhuangwu devour the good corpse? The answer to this question was also unclear to everyone. Zhang Ming asked for a long time before he slowly put his mind at ease. The evil corpse of Zhuangwu did not have real intelligence. It was equivalent to a collection of animal desires, appetite, mating desire, and desire to survive. It was not very rational. Even if it was its own descendants, it would kill and devour them. The good corpse of Zhuangwu was a collection of obsessions and beliefs before death, and had a higher level of rationality. Therefore, the descendants of Zhuangwu were actually protected by the good corpse. The two monsters were enemies and devoured each other. But Shimama was a collection of the self of Zhuangwu, with relatively complete memory and inheritance. It was really just a piece of stone, with extremely high defense capabilities. It could not be broken or chewed, and there was no way to digest it. The life-saving ability of the turtle ancestor could only be described as exaggerated. Therefore, the other two beings did not have such a strong desire to devour it. Shimama thought for a long time, and then said something inexplicable. This is spiritual language, which is automatically translated into the corresponding meaning in Zhang Ming's mind. You mean, the evil corpse of Zhuangwu has escaped from this world? Is the probability of it coming back very low? Zhang Ming frowned and recalled some information broadcast on the radio. After entering the mysterious area, it becomes very difficult to return to the world. At least that's the case on Earth. Gaia consciousness will deliberately hide the world to reduce the possibility of being discovered by terrifying beings. Although the sapling is dying, at least it is still alive, and it should have similar hiding functions. Without the threat of the terrifying existence, can we defend this deserted island? Even if the top demons cannot find this world, there are always some lucky guys who sneak in. It's a bit difficult to rely on me and a group of turtles, right? Well, I will leave here in the future. Those turtles are too weak to beat a golden electric eel. They will still be driven away from here. Shimama did not answer. The strong prey on the weak and the fittest survive. This is the competition rule passed down from ancient times. The descendants of Zhuangwu occupy the best living place. If they do not pursue progress and self-destruct, they cannot blame others. It is Shimama. It is already dead. I don't care so much. Zhang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. If the turtle ancestor is not worried, then what should he worry about? After studying the sapling, in fact, this tree is illusory, visible but not touchable, like a holographic image. Fingers swipe across the branches and pass directly through. You are the Gaia consciousness here. Give me a piece of the source of the world. I want it too, please. Old Zhang was begging the tree. The sapling didn't answer. Zhang Ming begged for a long time but it didn't work. Instead, Shimama repeated it mockingly. Brother, I will prove my truth with my strength. This was Zhang Ming's boast in the past, and it was repeated exactly as it was. Forget it. If you don't want to give it, then don't give it. Old Zhang stood up without a care, patted the dusty corner of his clothes, and suddenly took advantage of the tree's inattention to grab it. But this time, he still grabbed nothing, and his fingers went straight through the branches. After all, it was just a phantom. Shimama laughed and became even happier. Brother, I will prove my truth with my strength, Zhang Ming explained shamelessly. When drinking milk tea on Earth, you have to poke it in with a straw when the milk tea is not paying attention. Don't you understand? Since it was safe here, he looked around curiously. There were quite a lot of wooden cabinets inlaid on the wall, which looked like bookcases. Blowing away the dust on the bookshelf, under the sunlight, several centimeters thick dust flew wantonly, disturbing the wildness of the wine of time. These dusts, like butterflies dancing, exposed the hidden treasures of civilization. Huh? Zhang Ming was surprised to dust a few times with his hands. Under the thick dust in the cabinet, there were still books left. These books seemed to be made of some kind of silk, but they were much heavier and tougher than silk. They were filled with dense text. Zhang Ming held his breath and turned a few pages. Put it aside for the time being, because most of the text in it was incomprehensible. But it can be confirmed that this is a very valuable document. I found a treasure again. I have to make up a story for Shimama so that it will translate. It's really troublesome. When Lao Zhang thought of this, he had a headache. He walked around the side again. This huge building should be the most important place for sacrifice and inheritance for the Yanjiao people. It has a special terrain, dry environment, ventilation, and light protection. In addition, the materials of the books are very special, so it has been fortunately preserved to this day. But there is no need to rush for the time being. Zhang Ming has plenty of time to be a real archaeologist. He picked up the stone mama rolling on the ground, ran to the beach, and held a race survival meeting with the turtles. Everyone, assemble. I have something important to announce. Amid the roar of the old white turtle, Almost all the turtles, big and small, gathered on the beach, looking quite spectacular. There are 15 giant turtles as big as 3-story buildings, 87 turtles as big as large trucks, and about 300 adult turtles with reproductive ability. The number of small turtles of various kinds is about 600. There are only 6 turtles like the old white and the little white, who have special bloodlines and are very smart. The little white is the smallest among them and has a relatively pure bloodline. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96 Racial Survival Conference. From this perspective, the mortality rate of the sea turtles is not low. The newly hatched turtles are very likely to die, get sick, get injured, or be hunted by other species during their growth. Therefore, over the years, the entire turtle group has only about 1,000 individuals. How should I put it? This population is not as large as the crabs on the mudflats next door. It is very easy to become extinct. Ahem, Zhang Ming cleared his throat. This was his first time attending such a formal race survival meeting, and he was quite nervous. He said to the old white turtle, the guy entrenched in the middle of the island is likely to have run away, and the probability of returning is not high. After hearing the news, the old white turtle face actually showed a human-like surprise expression, and shouted excitedly, "Our woo-woo, we won." All the turtles shouted "Our woo-woo," and some of them rolled on the ground. It can be seen that they are very excited. They have defended their own hometown. Zhang Ming looked at their noisy and cheerful appearance and waited patiently for a while. It was not until the turtles stopped making noise that they slowly said, "But without the 2 powerful beings in the center of the island, ask yourself, can you defend such a large island? Various monsters will find ways to occupy the places with the most food, and more races will hunt here, land in the vast ocean, what a scarce resource. You have to consider the difficulties you may face in the future, instead of just focusing on the present." The old white turtle was silent for a while, and then translated it again in turtle language. Yes, it must think about the various challenges after the disappearance of the ancestors' protection. The future is not that easy. Soon, the turtles also fell silent, and the beach was quiet for a while. Only the sound of waves never stopped. Those super large turtles looked at Lao Zhang with their eyes rolling, as if to express, "Don't we still have you? Aren't we comrades in arms? Won't you help?" Zhang Ming sighed and said, "Your ancestors were so powerful. They almost broke through the mirror of the gods, and their backs could support an entire civilization. What a great power this was. You, who also have the talent for the black tortoise breathing technique, just stay in the cave and be a little tyrant. Nature is very cruel. Your ancestors have protected you for so long, and now this protection has mostly disappeared. In the future, it will continue to disappear until the day it is gone. What should you do then?" Zhang Ming stood in front of the turtles, looking at their confused looks, and said loudly, "In our human group, there is an old saying, heaven moves forward, and a gentleman strives for self-improvement. Whether it's a human or a turtle, when you encounter difficulties, you have to rely on yourself in the end. Only by strengthening yourself can you solve the problem. Don't always think about relying on others. For example, I just came to this island. I was just a rookie, lonely and helpless, and I had a mental breakdown at any time. I couldn't even eat enough. At that time, I really could only rely on myself. Now, I have grown up and improved. I can easily kill many monsters. I know I am still not strong enough. I will continue to work hard, year after year, day after day to train myself." His voice became louder and louder, as if he was making up his mind. "I am trapped here. No one comes to save me, but it doesn't matter. I plan to build a big ship by myself and drive it back myself. There are countless difficulties in the middle, but I have such determination. My friends, one day, I will leave here, so, don't think about relying on me. This time will not be long. It will be as short as 3 to 5 years, and as long as 7 to 8 years. I will leave here. It is very difficult to survive in this world. You must learn to rely on yourself. From now on, from this moment on, strengthen yourself and become a truly intelligent race. I will help you, come on." After Zhang Ming finished speaking, regardless of whether the group of turtles could understand or not, he turned around and left directly. This is Zhang Ming's true words. The Zuan Wu clan is wasting their talents. They are the authentic descendants of Xuanwu, and they are born with the authentic Xuanwu breathing technique. Every turtle can do it. They have strong innate physiques and multiple abilities such as anti-poison and petrification. With such a high racial value, it is really not right for them to be like this. The peaceful life has eroded their fighting will. They only need to sacrifice to their ancestors to get protection. In this case, who is willing to risk their lives to fight? It can be said that the old saying is verified: there is no most powerful ability in the world, only the strongest ability. If you don't study hard and train hard, you will just squander your talent and waste your time. Zhang Ming is actually a little worried about the future of these guys. But for many things, it's useless to say too much. You can only do your best and let fate know. Alice, I really can't let them go, Zhang Ming said to Shimama, who is sticking to his butt. I'm leaving. Will you follow me or stay here? They are also your descendants, right? Shimama didn't hesitate and replied directly, will you follow me? Huh. This guy is so cool that he patted his butt and left directly. You are you, I am me. Don't confuse these two concepts, understand? Do you understand? Shimama didn't know what she was talking about. After returning to the vicinity of the Iron House camp, he looked for his wife for a while. After finding that he couldn't find her, Zhang Ming was a little disappointed and helpless, so he started doing housework. The items soaked in seawater were exposed to the sun, and the clothes and shoes had to be washed again to prevent them from being soaked by sea salt. As for the ingredients soaked in water, those that should be dried, and those that should be fed to turtles should be fed to turtles. If it really doesn't work, they can only be thrown away. It stands to reason that the drifting bottle will be sent soon. It's really time to start building a boat. He also dealt with a few stranded big fish, picked up a bunch of fresh seafood, and put them in a big puddle. At 6:30 in the evening, the radio sounded on time. Listeners, hello, everyone, I am Li Xianfeng. Today I will bring you the first-hand domestic and international news. Zhang Ming lit a fire, and there was a rustling sound in the grass. He turned his head and found that the turtles appeared again. The leader was the old white turtle, followed by several giant turtles. One of them had a disfigured neck, cut by something sharp, with a large wound several centimeters deep, oozing bright red blood. These giant turtles dragged a very ugly fish that was about 10 meters long to Zhang Ming. The mouth of this fish was extremely large, with hundreds of sharp teeth, and a lantern-like glowing object on its head. Zhang Ming recognized this ugly fish as a major overlord in the harbor area, but now it was collectively captured by the sea turtles. It seemed that the words during the day still touched them a lot. The sea turtles' execution ability was also good, and they immediately took the risk to capture the overlord of the Bay Area. Is this big fish given to me? Zhang Ming had a smile on his face. He was not happy about this gift. But the sea turtles finally showed some enthusiasm. This is a good thing. The old white turtle nodded and looked at Zhang Ming. Let's share the food. I can't eat it all by myself. Just leave me 30 kilograms of meat. Come here, the injured turtle. I'll take care of it for you. Zhang Ming peeled open an antibiotic capsule, dissolved it in clean water, cleaned the wound, and finally applied some medicinal iodine. He had very limited medical supplies, so this was the only way. Don't go to the sea these days. It's better to keep it dry. The huge turtle with a scar on its neck endured the pain and didn't move during the whole process. It also knew that this was for its own good, and it was actually quite obedient. Invisibly, Lao Zhang's majesty was even higher than that of the clan leader Lao Bai. Radio, a magical ice crystal tree appeared on the top of Mount Everest. It can be seen but not touched. We have enough reason to suspect that it is the substantial incarnation of Gaia consciousness. Approaching this ice crystal tree will produce a peaceful, warm sense of security, which is completely opposite to the feeling of entering a mysterious area. When the mirage shattered, the ice crystal tree also dissipated. We don't know what this situation means, nor do we know whether it will reappear. However, if you in front of the radio can hear the broadcast, it means that it is only damaged, not dead. Because you can hear the broadcast, it is largely due to the existence of Gaia consciousness. The radio continued. So, what exactly is Gaia consciousness? After extensive research and evidence collection, we believe that it is a group of creatures that are good at calculations and have subtle predictive abilities. Unlike individual humans, Gaia consciousness has no emotions and no self-awareness. It's like an AI playing Go. It can calculate the optimal strategy for a certain step, but it cannot understand the specific meaning of Go. It has reason, but it thinks differently from normal life. Its only purpose is to allow the whole world to survive future disasters. The appearance of the mirage is to bring enough enlightenment to the strongest species born on Earth, humans. Admittedly, we did learn a lot from the mirage, but after completing this goal, the mirage will probably never appear again. What's more, Gaia consciousness no longer has enough power to monitor the movements in the mysterious area. The subtext of this sentence is that you, Zhang, have been squeezed dry of your value, and Gaia refuses to broadcast live. Without Gaia's help, we will not see you in the future. There is no way, sorry, you have to stay on the deserted island for a while. However, Zhang Ming frowned. He heard a key piece of information from the radio. Has a small tree appeared on the Earth? He asked Shimima. Does every world have something similar? How did you make the entire Zuanwu continent float again? Shimima rolled on the ground, saying some unclear words. The general meaning is, not everyone can use the world will. Zuanwu wants to be promoted to real world, and chooses to merge with the world will of the Yanjia world. After the promotion, not only can it become the world will, but it can also retain self-awareness and mobilize the power of the world. This is much more powerful than the unconscious world tree. However, the entire fusion process was only partially successful and ultimately ended in failure. As a legacy of Zuanwu's death, Shimima can also manipulate the world tree in small quantities, allowing the entire Zuanwu continent to float. It is just a fox borrowing the power of the tiger, that's all. As for whether there are world trees in other worlds, it does not know, but in Zuanwu's ancient and vague memory, the world where the world tree was born was rare. Only the world that was originally extremely prosperous could give birth to a more intelligent world will. I see, so the Yanjiao people and humans are actually quite lucky. If the sky falls, there are still 12 people to support it. Gaia consciousness, as the tallest one, is actually miserable. Zhang Ming took a few bites of freshly grilled fish and sighed beautifully. Although this fish is extremely ugly, the meat is tender and has no fishy smell. After the fish fillets are roasted until brown, sprinkle some chili powder on them, making them delicious and refreshing. Radio, the safety of human breathing techniques is being widely certified. Some experts believe that the study of human breathing techniques should be after the age of 18, otherwise it may affect the bone and muscle development of adolescents and cause unknown pathological characteristics. Zhang Ming didn't know what to say. These experts have been tinkering with it for so long, why are they still tinkering with safety certification? Of course, there is no way to blame them. A country is so big that even the best things must be handled with caution. If it is promoted on a large scale without understanding it at all, it can only be said to be an act of insanity. Li Xianfang talked about a lot of domestic and foreign news, and said with some sadness, looking at the whole world, wars and contradictions are increasing. We can't make land out of thin air, nor can we make food, let alone stop it all. The emergence of human breathing has changed a lot, but it is not enough. I have been thinking, what is the era? What is history? The changes of the times are sometimes like streams, sometimes like rivers. Drops of rain, streams, merge into rivers, and finally, flow into the sea. Even if the widest rivers are changed, countless streams cannot be changed. This may be the so-called power of the times. Zhang Ming nodded silently, and also sighed in his heart. Witnessing the decline of the Yanjiao people, he felt the same. As a result, Li Xianfeng said again, if we can find some kind of supernatural plant, a plant that produces 100,000 caddies per mu, we may be able to solve the problem of insufficient food. If we can discover another world, we may be able to solve the problem of insufficient living space. Chapter 97 Shipbuilding. Hey, what's going on, Li Xianfeng? Zhang Ming rolled his eyes. Don't push your luck. You only have one listener. Do you really think I can hear you? This thing is really impossible. There are no seeds. I want to eat white rice myself. It is impossible for Zuanwu continent to be moved here for you. You are dreaming. Zhang Ming has no sense of moral guilt. He has done enough for mankind. The problems of internal wars, racial conflicts, religious conflicts, these disputes that have existed since ancient times, will he use his head to solve them? Li Xianfeng, even if there are seeds that can produce 10,000 kilograms per mu and a new continent, will humans stop fighting? We will still fight. With human breathing skills, will there be no classes? There will still be. The world is like this. Even Thanos doesn't have the power to correct it. Zhang Ming laughed at himself, picked up the ice spear, inserted it into the belly of the big fish, and gently scratched it. The spear blade flashed with cold light, separating the fish skin and fish meat neatly. He cut them into pieces and distributed them to the surrounding turtles. As for the fish skin, after tanning, it can be used to make sails, preparing for the future sailing. When dissecting the big fish, Zhang Ming also found that the glowing pearl on the head of the ugly fish seemed to be a supernatural wonder, only the size of a ping-pong ball, emitting a mysterious halo. The pink halo was eye-catching and soul-stirring, and in Zhang Ming's heart, a sudden appetite was generated. It was as if something was screaming hysterically in his mind, to eat the glowing bead. Eat it. It's delicious. Go eat it, eat it. This hypnotic power is quite strong. Humans with a spirit value below 100 may not be able to resist and fall into a state of gluttony. But for Zhang Ming, it didn't work. A flash of lightning flashed in his mind, and he broke free from the inexplicable appetite. This ugly fish relies on the temptation of the bead to attract other small fish. Good stuff. The fishing artifact. Zhang Ming accepted it with joy. Radio, dear listeners, it is no longer meaningful to repeat the common sense of wilderness survival. The species of organisms in the mysterious area are fundamentally different from those on Earth. Although past experience is important, there is no need to stick to the rules. It is better to adapt to the situation as it arises. Therefore, from today on, we will introduce the basic knowledge of shipbuilding. Our goal is to build a wooden sailboat that can withstand 7-foot-8 waves and sail with wind power. Due to the large amount of knowledge, it involves multiple subjects. If necessary, please record it with paper and pen and review it frequently. We will repeat each knowledge point for 3 days. We will repeat the difficult knowledge points related to calculation for 5 days. The broadcast time per day is about 2 to 3 hours. Please pay attention to it. Zhang Ming took a deep breath and smiled. The Earth met his last requirement, shipbuilding. Ships are not so easy to build. If you hold the idea of just digging a canoe to cross the mysterious area, you can only say that you have lost your mind. The national think tank has carefully planned a shipbuilding route for him using ready-made materials on the deserted island. If you don't listen, you are a fool. He immediately took out his treasured notebook and ballpoint pen and listened carefully. In the following days, the situation on Earth became more and more corrupt. Every day, some not-so-good news was broadcast, and occasionally the progress of the popularization of human breathing techniques was broadcast. After listening for a while, he got used to it. The turtles were really brave and good at fighting. They ran to the depths of the ocean every day to select suitable prey. It can be seen that under the leadership of the tribe leader Lao Bai, they are training themselves in a planned way, enhancing their hunting skills, and reducing the chance of casualties. As for Comrade Zhang Ming, he naturally lived a simple and unpretentious 007 life. He always felt that he was back in high school. From the moment he opened his eyes every day, his work was full every day. He didn't even work so hard for the college entrance examination. There are a total of 3 things to do every day. The first thing is to improve the control of superpowers. Although he has broken through the limit of man, he is not invincible in the world. There are still many powerful enemies that are difficult to defeat. Only by constantly improving the control can the attribute upper limit be increased. Of course, this can only be improved slowly through hard work, accumulation over time, or a flash of inspiration. It is similar to the practice of martial arts and martial arts novels. The second major thing is, of course, shipbuilding. Building a large ship alone is a long-term project, and it cannot be completed overnight. For example, Zhang Ming must first polish a complete set of metal tools, pliers, saws, axes, hammers and other basic tools, right? Just polishing this set of tools will take a long time. Another example is the issue of scale. If you build it casually, you don't need to pick up details, but if you want to sew various parts tightly, scale is necessary. The body size of an iPhone 13 is about 147.77.5371.5 mm. Through this ratio, a relatively accurate wooden ruler can be carved. Zhang Ming has extraordinary vision. Although he does not have particularly deep attainments, it is enough to measure the size. As for the mass of an iPhone 13 is about 173 grams, which is not as intuitive as the length. However, a scale can be used to make standard weight components, and integer multiples of 173 grams are generally accurate. With these tools, we have a solid foundation for shipbuilding. Of course, there is a third major event, which is to follow Master Shinma and learn the writing of the Yanjiao people. Read the mountains of ancient documents. This batch of precious information is placed in the auditorium, and it is not realistic to pack it all away, unless he can rub out an aircraft carrier by hand to accommodate the books in that building. Therefore, it is the right way to put as much as possible into the brain. These three major events, accumulated together, are simply unbearable. The fluttering hair, like dandelions, keeps falling down. Once upon a time, there was a sincere love in front of me. She was my first love girlfriend. Whenever I was tired of studying and didn't want to work hard, she would say, "I like boys with good grades." Then I regained my enthusiasm, but now no one encourages me, and no one praises me. I can only work independently. The hard-working Lao Zhang was struggling to calculate a math problem related to shipbuilding, and his mentality collapsed. The most painful thing in the world is math. If you can't do it, you can't do it. Shimama rolled around on the side, repeating frantically, "I like boys with good grades." Zhang Ming was disgusted by Shimama, and shouted painfully, "Shut up, do you know how I broke up with her? As long as I can solve this math problem, I will tell you the last story." Shimama stopped immediately, and her whole body exuded a fanatical heat. Zhang Ming has been hiding this topic, which has an extremely fatal attraction to the gossipy Blackstone. Then, Shimama fell into a long period of pain because Zhang Ming really couldn't solve this math problem. Sure enough, human happiness is built on the suffering of others. The more Shimama suffered, the happier Zhang Ming was, inexplicably happy. In the end, he spent 3 full days, his eyes red, working out that math problem. Zhang Ming took a deep breath and felt that his life was complete. And Shimama was so excited that she yelled like shit. Zhang Ming looked at this guy who had been clinging to his butt and couldn't be shaken off, and said proudly, "Well, actually, it's very normal for boys and girls to break up in the human world, because in the human world, men and women are matched and reproduced one-on-one, unlike turtles, so many interesting ideologies are born." The first time she broke up, I felt that the whole world was shattered and life had lost its meaning. A future without her was not the future I wanted. Isn't it corny, but isn't that what high school students are like? I was so young at that time. I cried for several hours in a row, from the afternoon to dinner. My eyes were a little swollen from crying later, and I couldn't stop at all. After crying for a long time, I felt that the matter was not a big deal. They broke up so unclearly, so I thought about asking her again if there was any possibility of turning things around. But before calling, I cried for a long time again, because I thought, what if we really broke up? Now I understand. It turns out that girls will have a lot of push-pull, reluctance, and emotional testing projects. Many times, she just wants to know if you care about her, but in the end I couldn't bear to give it up. I wanted to try again. I felt that it was better to be shameless and trouble others than to cry here alone. She had calmed down by then and had been waiting for me to call her. When she heard me say that I had been crying for the whole afternoon, she was a little happy and said to me with a smile, "You are so silly, why didn't you call me earlier?" That day I told her, no matter what problems arise in the future, let's talk it out and never mention breaking up. "Okay," she said. "Okay." Zhang Ming closed his mouth at this point and looked at the Blackstone with a half-smile. Shimama rolled anxiously on the ground. "How come you stopped talking halfway? What happened next?" "What happened next?" "Gone." The Blackstone turned red like magma. "You can't break the contract. Can't you guess how we broke up?" "You're so stupid," Zhang Ming said unhappily. "After the first time, there will naturally be a second time. There are many conflicts between people, but I no longer feel that the world is broken. I seem to be a little used to the third time. I don't care about the fourth time at all. It's a breakup. I won't lick it. Get out. It's annoying." So it's the same with the damn rescue team. I don't believe they will send anyone to rescue me. No matter how difficult it is. I still want to build a boat myself. Zhang Ming was refreshed, cursing, and took a step towards the ocean. Only Shimama was left lying on the ground stupidly. Why did it happen like this? It didn't understand. Additional chapter for the leader Yunfu Zhuansu. He is also the leader of 2 books. Thank you, I still owe everyone 12 chapters. Chapter 98, A New Message in a Bottle. As time went by, the sea turtles fought with mutant monsters around the island every day, and continued to grow in the fights again and again. Several big turtles were injured in the hunt and were recuperating on the beach. When they saw Zhang Ming coming, they said "Awu" as a greeting. Today, they caught another giant octopus. "Oh, this giant octopus is very rare. Did you catch it together?" "Not bad," Zhang Ming was in a good mood because he had another free meal. Many turtles crawled over and opened their mouths to ask for credit. Only the old white turtle lay alone on one side, looking at the coastline in the distant direction, with a melancholy look on his face. Only when you are really independent can you know the difficulty of survival. More and more powerful sea beasts are approaching this sea area, but during this period, Zhang Ming still did not choose to help. It also knows that it cannot ask for help unless it is really necessary. They must rely on their own strength to grow. The old white turtle's kind eyes are cast on every turtle on the beach. Zhang Ming was helping them dissect this strange sea beast that they didn't know whether it was a squid or an octopus. In its mind, the battle plan that Lao Zhang had formulated for them echoed. First, when you encounter a powerful enemy, observe its abilities from a distance. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. Second, after confirming that its abilities cannot cause a one-shot kill, then slowly fight a war of attrition. Constantly consume its physical energy. Once its life is in danger, immediately turn it into stone. Third, wait until the opponent's physical energy is exhausted, then rush in and kill it. This is the battle plan carefully planned by Zhang Ming based on the innate condition that turtles add most of their attributes to defense. The core is consumption. Not to mention, relying on this consumption tactic, it really killed enemies that dared not approach in the past. Looking at the giant turtles that are getting stronger and sharing the squid, Lao Bai's eyes became more and more kind, and his body swayed. Another question inexplicably came to mind: why couldn't I think of this battle plan before? In a war of attrition, our group of turtles is actually not weak. Let me tell you, this giant squid tastes great whether it's stir-fried, hot pot, or grilled. But it tastes terrible when eaten raw, just like a ball of mud. Learning to use fire can reduce a lot of diseases. Zhang Ming was not polite either. He cut off an octopus tentacle and grilled it on the charcoal fire. The octopus claws actually had sharp structures like hooks. No wonder these turtles suffered some skin injuries during the fight. After a meal of octopus meat, his eyes lit up. Attribute +3. A meal actually added 3 points of attributes, and the taste was okay. So Zhang Ming kept an extra claw weighing more than 100 kilograms, ready to take it home and freeze it to eat slowly. Then, an octopus icon appeared on the attribute panel. Acquiring new abilities can no longer arouse Zhang Ming's interest. Most of the abilities are a bit useless, and he is not willing to spend attribute points to activate them. He just glanced at it habitually. Memory library, not activated, allows you to open the memory library and organize your memories. You can easily search for the content you have seen in the library. This ability requires 90 attribute points to activate. So expensive. Zhang Ming's heart skipped a beat. He hasn't encountered such an expensive superpower for a long time. Life is so dramatic. When you look down on acquired abilities, suddenly a superpower that looks pretty good pops up. The more complex the ability, the more attribute points it consumes. But expensive and useful are two different things. Most abilities cost about 10 attribute points. Small abilities like regeneration and supervision are cheap and easy to use. Lightning control requires 60 attributes, which is very powerful and is Zhang Ming's main combat power. Zuanwu breathing requires 96 attributes to activate, but it is quite useless to Lao Zhang. The attributes he gains from eating every day are much more than breathing. But breathing is useful to all mankind, so it is not a waste. This memory library sounds interesting. Even if it's a useless ability, 90 attribute points are still affordable. Let's try it after we go back. After dinner, he helped the injured turtles disinfect their wounds. A giant turtle is as big as a house. Even if he deliberately saves money, the medicine he got from the plane's life-saving kit will still be consumed very quickly. So Zhang Ming made some wood ash bandages, a simple and effective natural prop. The old white turtle saw it and remembered it in his heart, muttering something to the tribesman. Wood ash keeps the wound dry. The alkaline environment can also inhibit bacterial growth and reduce the risk of infection. Zhang Ming explained the basic principle of wood ash, and seemed to be teaching, as if talking to himself, we have to find a way to make wine. As long as there is alcohol, the probability of wound infection will continue to decrease. As for the production of antibiotics, it is almost impossible, but how to solve the problem of the strains used for brewing, he was a little worried. Not all yeasts are suitable for brewing. If the strains are mixed, it will only brew a jar of poisonous soup in the end. Various difficulties were placed in front of him. While Zhang Ming was worried, He also had an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. He was guiding the Zhuangwu tribe to become a civilization, although the whole process was a bit primitive. I also thought of a management plan for you, called the gradient plan. The baby should be cultivated from a young age. The most critical time is when the body grows. You need to reserve some flesh and blood of mutant creatures for the little turtle to eat, instead of just catching some small fish and shrimps to fill its stomach when it is hungry. Just as Zhang Ming was talking freely and using his imagination, suddenly, he saw a glittering object, which flashed at him against the waves. Your letter. Zhang Ming's heart suddenly rejoiced. The drifting bottle he had been waiting for more than a year finally came back. He hurriedly treated the wound of the turtle and ran away. Only Lao Bai shouted anxiously, "Ah, you finished introducing your gradient plan." Zhang Ming bent down and picked up the brown drifting bottle. He opened it and found that it was filled with small plastic bags and a few white letter papers with densely written small characters. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Ming found that his emotions were a little unstable. Since he broke through the human limit, his mental value soared to more than 1,000, and he rarely had mental instability. But now, a small drifting bottle reminded him of the past, the bustling human world. Chapter 99: The Gift Brought by the Drift Bottle. In the past, Zhang Ming was just an ordinary office worker. He looked forward to getting off work when he went to get off work, and became a dead otaku after work, playing games, reading novels and animations in his rented room. He didn't even know who his neighbors were. Although the distance between people is only a wall, it is actually a world apart. But now, he is really separated from human civilization by a world. The only thing he can confide in is this drifting bottle. A primitive letter can actually make people so excited. It's really unpredictable. Hello, Brother Zhang. I'm Wang Fumin. I'm glad that you can send the message in the bottle back. This means that we have a reliable and long-term way of communication, although the time for delivery is a bit long, maybe 14 months. I still hope to help you solve some problems. In the past year, Lu Tuiyu and I have become militiamen in the border city, digging trenches and building walls every day. The fighting on the border is getting more and more intense. A large number of refugees flee to our side every day. If it is not necessary, we are really reluctant to point our guns at our fellow human beings. Food is continuously shipped out for humanitarian support, but it is not enough for people outside to eat. The sea level is rising. Fortunately, with the increase in precipitation, some inland deserts can be cultivated again, and the food balance has been barely maintained. How long this kind of life will last, no one knows. Of course, this is just a little emotion of mine. Compared with your difficult life, we are already very happy here. There is also a special little thing. After eating the crab meat you sent, neither of us activated our superpowers. It's a pity. A society where people with superpowers are high and mighty seems to be coming tomorrow, which makes people feel lost and at a loss. It may be difficult for you to imagine the current situation, right? Some things I have seen and heard. The seeds in the drifting bottle are mostly obtained from old farmers. There will be no problem of variety degeneration. You can save the seeds yourself and then sow and plant them. If you have any other needs, you can tell me in your reply. Wish you a happy life. Wang Fumin. Most of Wang Fumin's letters describe personal trivial matters. In the era of superpowers, the original social rules have been broken, and the little people can only go with the flow in the great era. Looking at the lower right corner of the letter paper again, the date of writing of this letter was before he taught the human breathing technique, so it is not surprising that he had such regrets. Zhang Ming had heard similar news on the radio, but at this moment he still sighed. It's okay. Now that we have human breathing techniques, the class issues between ordinary people and superpowers have been solved a lot. If we want to truly solve them, only the so-called communist stage can do it. He took out small plastic bags from the small bottle with surprise, which contained seeds of common crops such as wheat, corn, rice, green vegetables, and brassica rapa. The labels also had general planting instructions. Wheat, dry the seeds 3 days before sowing. The appropriate sowing depth is 3 centimeters. The maturity time is about 8 months, and it requires 400 to 600 millimeters of precipitation. Be careful not to let it be blown down by the wind. Green vegetables. Dry the seeds and sprinkle them on the soil. The requirements for the environment are not high, and they can be eaten in about 20 days. You have to wait until they bloom to keep the seeds, and select the ones with the best growth conditions. Brassica rapa, commonly known as rapeseed, can be used to extract oil from seeds. The tender stems, Leaves and peduncles are used as vegetables, the seeds are used as medicine, which can promote blood circulation, disperse nodules and reduce swelling. The leaves can be applied externally to carbuncles. There are also onion seeds. Onions usually sprout in 3 to 5 days and can be eaten in about half a month. When they are just planted, they should be exposed to less sunlight, and then more light should be added after the growth is stable. They like a humid environment during the seedling stage, so water them in time. The black seeds made Zhang Ming happy and grinned. Even his hair stood up. Nowadays, seafood is the main ingredient. It is really hard to live without onions, ginger and garlic. Finally, there is a small bag of yeast powder. Yeast is needed for making wine and steam buns. It is recommended to grow grain first and make wine. The yeast and the lees can be reused. The basic winemaking method is copied below. If you need anything else, please let me know. You are very helpful, Lao Wang. I will definitely treat you to a drink when I go back. Zhang Ming was moved to tears. He held a bag of seeds and trembled all over. Is there any better gift in the world than this? No. Each seed, weighing less than 10 grams, is recorded in the happy time, existing like a speck of dust, but more precious than anything else. Zhang Ming wanted to get up and farm immediately, and live a happy life of natural civilization, harmony and prosperity. Most of the space in the drift bottle was filled with these seeds. Zhang Ming was like a fool, laughing non-stop, confusing Shimama who was stuck on his butt. Shimama wanted to repeat his silly laugh. But he always felt that simple repetition would not only fail to annoy Zhang Ming, but would make him happier. The repeater was so anxious, it was so anxious that it couldn't mock Zhang Ming. After taking out all the seeds, there were 2 thin pieces of letter paper inside. Zhang Ming couldn't wait to take them out and read them carefully. One of the letters was written by Lu Tuiyu. Lu Tuiyu and Wang Fuman have completely different personalities, and naturally different writing styles. Hey, Lao Zhang, hello. What good things are there on the island? I see there are a lot of mutant creatures on that island. Have you found any rare things? Just bring some. Send some treasures over, and we will be financially free. Okay, no kidding, Lao Wang is preparing various seeds for you. I'm not idle here either. I took some time off and visited your parents. The ticket fee is so damn expensive. It will take up most of my welfare allowance for half a month. It's not too much for you to reimburse it, brother. Zhang Ming scratched his scalp, feeling adrenaline rising and his pupils dilated. He finally heard news about his parents. Some things, it's not that he doesn't want to know, but he can't do anything about it even if he knows. What was the result? Guess, nothing. Your parents moved away a long time ago? Neighbors said that your parents were taken away by the government. The neighbors are discussing that the person in the mirage on number 16 might be you. But it's not a big problem. The figure in the mirage is blurry and you can't see the real face. There are probably tens of thousands of candidates on the internet. I strongly suspect that the government has created a fog bomb. As long as there are a lot of rumors, even if there is a real person mixed in, no one will believe it. This is also good. It can be regarded as a kind of protection. Zhang Ming slowly breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't have any special thoughts about being famous. He was on a deserted island. What's the point of being famous? In fact, if he was too famous, his family would be easily hated. Who knows, spies, killers, crazy scientists and the like would kidnap his relatives and demand a ransom from the government. As long as his family was well protected, he would be satisfied. Lu Tuiyu continued in the letter, I have inquired about many places. Your parents and your sister may have gone to Tipin City, an industrial city in the west. It is a key development city at present. It has a high terrain and few earthquakes. There are also natural resources such as coal and steel around it. Whether it is life or work, there is a relatively high guarantee. It may be the capital of the future, so, you don't have to worry too much. Of course, I won't go to this western city. Because the ticket is too expensive, our vacation is also limited. If you don't reimburse me, we can only drink Northwest Wind next month. There was a blank behind the letter. In the end, there is still no specific information about the parents. Lao Zhang felt lost in his heart. When he came to his senses, he found that the stone mama stuck to his butt was as hot as magma, and he quickly threw it out. What are you doing? Go away. I won't tell you no matter what you say. The angry Shimama had no choice but to bully the other turtles. When Zhang Ming wanted to put down the letter, he found some words written on the back. Lu Tuiyu wrote in the letter, now that I'm here, damn, it's so annoying, I can't find your family, and I didn't complete the mission, so I'm upset. But I gritted my teeth and bought a train ticket to Tipin City. How about it? A surprise, right? I might as well give you a chance. I have to get to the bottom of this matter so that you don't have to worry about it all the time. Zhang Ming's adrenaline was so high that his face turned red. It's a big city, and I'm unfamiliar with the place. It's very difficult for me to find your family. If I go to the police station to inquire, since your family is protected by the government, they might catch me as a spy or something, and it will be very troublesome to explain it. Because I don't want to reveal the secret of the drift bottle to the government, but I have a good idea. Since your sister is going to take the college entrance examination, can't I just go to the school to look for her? I'm such a genius. According to the government style of doing things, your sister will definitely be arranged to the best local high school. It can't be a very bad high school, right? So, I followed this idea and found your sister, a transfer student who has been in school for 2.5 months. To be honest, she's quite cute, a short-haired girl, about 1.6 meters tall, not too tall, and a little chubby. High school students are really full of energy. Zhang Ming's temples were throbbing with blue veins. Would this guy want to seduce his own sister? What kind of two-dimensional adjective is this? How can you describe it like this? How should I describe the relationship between Zhang Ming and his sister? It's just so-so. We have nothing in common, no common hobbies, and even have to fight for the remote control when watching TV. In the two-dimensional world, my sister may be the cutest creature in the world. But in the three-dimensional world, my sister is the most hateful creature, no doubt about it. However, I miss the most hateful creature after not seeing it for too long. Lu Tuai continued in the letter, I don't want to expose the fact that the message in the bottle exists. After all, it is Lao Wang's thing. I can't reveal it to your sister at will. It's a matter of principle, so I lied to your sister. I am a staff member of a state agency, and I am trying to use a large drone to contact you in a mysterious area and ask her to write a letter to you. Then, she actually believed it. Her eyes were red and she was wiping tears. You can see that she misses you very much and is worried about your safety. Then, I went to your house for dinner again. Your parents are employees of state-owned enterprises and are small leaders. In this era, those who have a job in the system are doing well. I witnessed it with my own eyes. You can rest assured. Okay, the above is the small effort made by an ordinary person in a great era. After I finished these things, I took a bus back. My vacation is quite limited and I can't stay here for too long. It's really frustrating that I didn't awaken my superpowers after eating crab meat. But it doesn't matter. There are always some things in the world that I can do. Remember to reimburse, Lao Zhang. Don't be stingy. Zhang Ming's blood pressure soared after reading this letter, and he felt a vague sense of sadness, so that for a moment, his mind went blank. Sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty. It's really like drinking water, cold and warm only by oneself. As a lonely person outside the civilized circle, a sad person who can't cross this natural chasm no matter how hard he tries. Suddenly, he found that there were people in the civilized circle, running around for him, shouting loudly on the other side of the natural chasm, "We are here, hey, do you hear me?" Even letters were sent to him. They were specific people, not abstract people. People were willing to do this. That was friendship, running thousands of miles away, spending a lot of money, just to help him confirm the survival status of his family. That was a huge favor, nothing to question. From this point of view, Lu Tuai was indeed a man of temperament. No wonder Wang Fumin, the owner of the drifting bottle, was willing to share the big secret with him. Zhang Ming took a deep breath. He felt that his mental state was a little unstable, so he could only pause and calm down a little. The next letter was written by my younger sister, and there were quite a lot of scribbles and corrections, which means that she was in a very nervous state when she wrote a letter. Brother, today someone said that he was a state official and could deliver the letter to you. Whether he is true or not, I am willing to write a letter to you. Anyway, he doesn't want money and I won't lose anything. Our whole family misses you very much, scratching all over, as if because he is embarrassed. At first, when I saw you beating crabs on the Mirage, I suspected that it might be you. Because the scene of beating crabs is exactly the same as when you beat me with a stick when you were a child. Later, after receiving the government notice, we were all shocked. Mom burst into tears and Dad was crying too. We thought you were dead, but now it seems that you are living a good life. We worried for nothing. Please hold on until the day when the National Rescue Team arrives. There really is a rescue team. Chapter 100, The Troubles of the Unlucky Star. Zhang Ming wiped his eyes and was still there. Rescue team, rescue team. What the hell, I've been waiting for so long. Do you know how deep the water in the mysterious area is? Even I, who broke through the 3 bottlenecks of human beings, dare not take risks. Then, my sister wrote some small things in life. For example, after transferring to another school, I met a very interesting best friend named Wang Chenchen. She hung on her like a koala every day. She was very interesting. And the upcoming college entrance examination. My sister wrote in the letter, the college entrance examination is coming soon. The most popular subject is supernatural biology. The score requirement is very high. But I'll tell you secretly that I took advantage of you. It seems that there are extra points for the college entrance examination, 20 points. I hope I can do better in the exam and go to an ideal school. By the way, there is another boy in the class who wants to pursue me. It's really annoying. He has a superpower, runs very fast and has great strength. I think his ability is useless. Can his strength be compared to that of an excavator? As expected of my sister, she has the same idea as me. Zhang Ming nodded slightly. But he just thinks he is superior to others. He usually looks at people with squinted eyes. When he sees a pretty girl, he wants to flirt with her. He doesn't read books. If you were here, you might smash his head with a stick, just like you smashed those crabs. Okay, let's stop talking about gossip here. I have already written several thousand words. The state employee named Lu said that the capacity is limited and he won't let me write more. Otherwise, I can write tens of thousands of words. Best wishes, and I hope to receive your reply as soon as possible. This letter was written more than half a year ago. There are no mirages now, and the emergence of human breathing techniques should also solve the trouble of my sister being pursued by stupid eagles. But if nothing unexpected happens, my sister should go to college? I wonder how she did in the exam and what kind of school she went to. Zhang Ming was full of expectations. He really wanted to receive the next letter quickly and know the ending of the story. He checked the drifting bottle again. At the bottom of the bottle, there was actually a small note, as if it was specially glued. There were a few lines of tiny handwriting inside. I'm Wang Fumin. I'm just asking you something. I've actually awakened my superpower, the Star of Destiny. Basically, the more miserable my life is, the stronger I will be. I want to ask, is there a connection between superpowers and fate? Will this power bring me tragedy in life? How should I avoid this tragedy? Zhang Ming frowned slightly and gently rubbed his temple. Old Wang said at first that he had no awakened abilities. But now, he said that he had awakened the Star of Destiny. It was obvious that he didn't want to expose this fact to his companions, so he secretly added this note. Is there a connection between fate and superpowers? Zhang Ming didn't think that the two had a particularly strong connection, because most abilities can be learned from each other. It's just a slightly more complicated use of the spirit. But that's most of it. There are also a small part that can't be learned or taught. For example, his attribute panel cannot be taught to others. Because Zhang Ming himself didn't understand the true nature of the attribute panel. As for the emergence of the ability, the Star of Destiny, it's a bit unpredictable. Mama, what do you think? After awakening a special ability, will one's destiny definitely shift in a certain direction? Mama was not there. Zhang Ming then remembered that this bitch had gone to bully the turtle. Will the Yanjiao people have corresponding historical records? I'll go to the auditorium to look for it tomorrow. Zhang Ming wanted to write a reply quickly and throw the drift bottle out. The sooner it was thrown out, the sooner it could be sent back. He really wanted to get the next reply. However, when it came to some key issues, especially the questions from his friends, he could only delay it temporarily. It didn't matter if he was late for a day or two. So, a sleepless night of tossing and turning passed in a hurry. The next morning, as the sun just showed its head above the sea level, Zhang Ming took a small packet of seeds and went to the center of the island. The valley where the Yanjiao people's buildings remained was called the Mysterious Valley by him. The sea breeze here is small, the terrain is flat, the soil is quite fertile, and there are no overwhelming coconut trees to block the sun. It can be said to be a holy place for farming. Since the disappearance of the evil corpse of Zuanwu, the weeds in the Mysterious Valley have become more and more numerous, and the plants have grown wantonly, frantically occupying this fertile land. In a blink of an eye, some weeds have grown as high as the knees. The farming genes of the Daksha people are stirring, and Zhang Ming pulled out some weeds and hummed happily. After soaking the seeds in warm water, Pour them into several dry mineral water bottles and dry them in the sun for a while. With the cover of the mineral water bottles, there is no need to worry about the problem of these seeds being blown away by the wind. A group of idle little turtles followed Zhang Ming's buttocks and looked at the mineral water bottles curiously. Zhang Ming earnestly warned, "These things are very important to me. You take good care of them and don't let them be blown away by the wind." Xiaobei, the leader, held the mineral water bottle, squinted his eyes and basked in the sun, lazy and comfortable. The other little turtles formed a circle and protected Xiaobei, which looked quite funny. The climate of this island is mild, with the highest temperature not exceeding 30 degrees Celsius and the lowest temperature not less than 10 degrees Celsius. The precipitation is also quite abundant. As long as they are properly cultivated, most plants can survive. The giant auditorium has stood for thousands of years after the sinking of the Zhuangwu continent. It is not likely that I will plant some fields here and it will collapse directly. Zhang Ming took Shimama into the hall and read the text materials left by the Yanjiao people. The solemn auditorium is the highest level ceremony venue of the Yanjiao civilization. After entering it, you will have a sense of tranquility and solidity. Even studying here is easier to calm down and more efficient. Its building materials are made of Zhuangwu's shell, which contains a trace of mysterious power. According to the literature, every time Zhuangwu grows a little bit, a piece of its tortoise shell will fall off. Therefore, the hard-working Yanjiao people processed the hard tortoise shells that fell off into building materials and built this towering auditorium. Precious materials from all dynasties were displayed in the auditorium. The spiral staircases went up, and each floor displayed stories of past rulers. In fact, Zhang Ming was not very interested in the long and stinky history of the Yanjiao people. The nature of the Yanjiao people was not fundamentally different from that of humans. It was nothing more than the dirty things of the feudal dynasty. The four great classics of ancient times were enough to describe most of them. In addition, he was still in the initial stage of learning the Yanjiao people's writing, and his reading speed was very slow. If he read all the books layer by layer, it would take dozens or even hundreds of years. Therefore, he only selected the important ones to read. The first floor of the auditorium and the underground floor were places for displaying supernatural knowledge. The sages, craftsmen and elders of all dynasties would organize their knowledge into archives and leave it to future generations forever. Shimama used spiritual language to repeat certain scenes that appeared in history to help Zhang Ming learn the knowledge in the books. For example, Guangsuizi Jinshik Sungjilu. This is a meteorite that fell from the sky. It is an icy star iron. After being swallowed by a deep-sea fish for 100 years, a trace of subtle spirituality was born. This big fish was captured by my Yanjiao tribe, and the star iron was cut out of its stomach. Boy, don't underestimate its preciousness. There are very few innate spiritual objects. You can't find one in 100 years. Most spiritual objects are acquired, and are materials obtained from monsters. In the spiritual language illusion, the sound of ding ding dang dang rang out, and a sturdy blacksmith was forging a spear-shaped weapon. Each of whose strikes was extremely precise, as if it was a perfectly functioning machine. The blazing fire in the iron furnace did not seem to be an ordinary fire. An apprentice asked, "Teacher, which is stronger, the innate things or the acquired things?" The blacksmith laughed. "It is not so easy to distinguish the strong and the weak. It's just that the innate things are rare and the price is high. Even if the innate things are of little use, those nobles are still flocking to them and vying for them. They would rather put the innate wonders in a high place as decorations than give them to civilians. In this case, what's the point of telling which one is stronger or weaker?" The apprentice opened his mouth, speechless. The blacksmith added, "I have been studying acquired wonders all my life, that is, wonders of spirits and monsters. Only wonders of spirits and monsters can be used by more people, but no matter how you study, there is naturally a difference between innate and acquired. Innate things that are spiritual are relatively mild and easy to communicate with the spirit in the human body. Acquired wonders are more aggressive and require a long time to warm up and run in, otherwise they may be difficult to use and even backfire on your spiritual will. The combination and forging of acquired wonders are also relatively difficult, and it is easy to lose that trace of spirituality." Zhang Ming touched his chin. He didn't find the heavenly evil star that Lao Wang mentioned. But he did find out the origin of his ice spear, which looked quite precious. This blacksmith named Gongzizi recorded what he learned throughout his life in a small book in the auditorium, called Gongzizi Jinshizuji Lu. Among them, wonders are divided into three categories: wonders of heaven, wonders of earth, and wonders of spirits and monsters. It also describes the processing methods of hundreds of strange objects, including the forging of various ores, the processing of monster scales, monster meridians, monster bones, etc. In particular, it also introduces the concept of attribute conflict. Just like the heavenly stems and earthly branches, there are a total of hundreds of densely packed attributes. When the attributes conflict, the supernatural properties of the strange object will decrease, or even disappear directly. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.